video that we have collected pursuant to the prior search warrants has been examined for the last 10 years. And every single video has been utilized for whatever prosecutions were able to be legally brought.
I'm not asking about prosecutions. I'm asking about why you aren't releasing the full Epstein files, including the names of people who were involved in the sex ring that you promised to do before you became FBI director.
I just told you, I'm not going to release downloaded porn of
I'm not asking about that. Fine. I'm asking about all the other files.
What other videos? Tell me. Tell me.
That's what I'm asking.
Tell me.
You're saying there are no videos that would be relevant to anyone else involved in the Jeffrey Epstein sex ring.
Pursuant to Mr. Acosta's collection of information based on the search warrants. That's all we have in our possession.
And I'm asking you, that stuff.
That's all we got.
I'm not asking all you got. I'm asking you, in that stuff, there's nothing that's related to to any other sex traffic, any other people engaged with Epstein in underage sex.
That's correct. To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Let's talk about the witness interviews. 302s of witness interviews. Those are not subject to the court order. Those are not subject to any fictional sealed order for a search warrant. Why aren't you releasing those with the redacted names of the victims?
We are releasing as much as legally allowed. That's why we went back to
How is that not legally allowed?
Sir, do you know how court orders work? Do you know how protective orders work?
Actually, Mr. Patel, I was a real prosecutor for 10 years. I know exactly how.
So I was a fake one?
And I want to understand what the court order prevents you from releasing witness statements that the FBI took.
You should know that as a real prosecutor, when the court hand downs a protective order and a motion to seal, the material is sealed unless that
Your
judge
testimony
waives
here
it.
is that all of those witness statements are under a court order, a protective order.
We are providing everything we can legally provide.
No, that's not my question. My question is, why are those witness statements that are not grand jury testimony, that if they were under a protective order are no longer under a protective order, why are they not being released?
How are they not under a protective
order? Why are you not going to the court like you did for the grand jury testimony to unseal those records?
The DOJ did go to the court.
No, not on those records. Why aren't you going? You just went on grand jury.
Time of the gentleman is expired.
You are hiding the Epstein files, Mr. Patel.
Time of the gentleman is expired.
You are part of the cover-up.
Can I respond?
You sure can.
Any allegations that I'm a part of a cover-up to protect child sexual trafficking and victims of human trafficking and sexual crimes is patently and categorically false in the work of my
So I hope you will talk to them when they have requested to speak with you, because the victims have requested and you are not responding to
Here
that.
on Lincoln and Avenue A.
Director, yes or no? Is the FBI still spying on parents at school board meetings?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Catholics?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still spying on President Trump?
I don't believe so.
Is the FBI still censoring Americans?
No, sir.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans for shopping at Cabela's or purchasing Bibles?
Nobody is targeted for their faith.
Is the FBI still targeting Americans who are pro-life?
Nobody is targeting anyone for their beliefs.
Is the FBI still cooking the books on crime data?
The crime data is real.
Is the FBI still purging agents for conservative viewpoints?
No one at the FBI has asked their viewpoints on politics.
Is the FBI still labeling the Betsy Ross flag, the flag of the American Revolution, a hate symbol?
No.
Well, maybe that's why you've been able to, what was the number? 23,000 bad guys you've arrested, a huge increase from the same time period in the previous administration. I think you said 1,400 predators, 4,000 children rescued. Were those the facts?
4,700, 35% increase on children rescued.
Yeah. And you got the guy that, Abbey Gate?
We got the Abbey Gate guy.
We had a guy from the 4th District of Ohio who lost his life there serving our country. We appreciate that. Maybe when you're not focused on politics, you can actually do what the FBI is supposed to do. Go get the bad guys, right?
That's what the men and women of the FBI do.
Director, did John Brennan lie to Congress? Let me just read a couple things, actually, before you answer that. 2 years ago, we had Mr. Brennan in for an interview, And I asked him, how'd you learn about the dossier in December of 2016? Mr. Brennan replied, I received a copy of it from the FBI, and the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. That's what John Brennan told the United States Congress. 7 weeks ago, the Director of National Intelligence told us this. John Brennan lied and denied using the dossier in the intelligence community assessment because he knew it was discredited. CIA officer told the House Intelligence Committee Brennan refused to remove it, and when confronted with the dossier's main flaws, he responded, yes, but doesn't it ring true? John Brennan lied to us?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I won't stylize the evidence. What I will say is that the intelligence community assessment, those that created it, and any individual involved with it, is an ongoing investigation.
There's an investigation into what took place in December and January of December 2016, January 2017, when this whole thing started, this grand conspiracy. That is being investigated, is that right?
That has been publicly announced by the department.
That's been announced by the department. Did Chris Wray hide documents from this committee?
You would know better than me, sir.
Well, I think you told us like 700 pieces of information you've given this committee since you've been the director relative to just one incident, the Catholic memorandum from the Richmond field office.
I can give you the comparison, sir. Yeah, the Catholic memo, I believe we turned over 750 documents. In Mr. Ray's tenure, I believe they turned over 19 pages.
19 pages. You give us 700. Why would Chris Wray hide information from this committee? You want to hazard a guess?
Sorry?
Hazard a guess why he would do that?
I don't know, sir.
I think maybe it was because the FBI was spying on priest, trying to get him to break the priest penitent confidence that exists. You think maybe that was the reason?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Yeah, we'd love to do that. I want to read a few names here. Arctic Haze, Tropic Vortex, Riding Hood, Foggy Falls, Echoes Fate, Sirens Lure, Janae Christmas. What are these code names about, Director? You know?
Not off the top of my head.
Well, Arctic Haze, Tropic Vortex. My understanding, these are code names for leak investigations of classified information from the year 2017. Does that ring a bell?
In terms of leak investigations, many of those are classified and many of those are ongoing, Mr. Chairman. But we are working with you to produce documents as we close those investigations or as we declassify them.
Let me ask you this question, because this is something I've wondered about, the way the FBI used to work. Wait, this whole thing so many of these things unfolded. Seems to me you had all these people in government leaking information that then gets reported in the press, there's a story written about it, and then that article is then used to further the investigation and move forward with what they want to do. Did that take place back in 16 and 17?
That's the exact scenario that took place in the FISA application for Carter Page and the residential campaign.
And that is frightening, because that's what the CIA is supposed to do in foreign countries. It's not supposed to happen to Americans. But it did, didn't it, Director?
Yes.
And not just any Americans, it happened with the President of the United States. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you were the key guy in helping expose that. And I think our country will be forever grateful for what you did to let the country know that was going on involving Americans, which is not supposed to happen, and not just, again, any American, but the President of the United States. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned by reports that FBI agents have been diverted from their important work on crime and anti-terrorism to work on matters that are not critical to our safety. I'd like to play the video, the whole video
Jeffrey
clip.
Epstein's black book. Yeah. But who? That is, I mean, there's...
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
But the black book is not just sitting... I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the black book.
In contrast to that attitude of let it all out, we're getting reports of actions that run contrary to getting everything out and that also involve diversions of FBI resources. For example, an FBI whistleblower reported that you were pressured by the Attorney General to place 1,000 personnel on 24-hour shifts to mine roughly 100,000 Epstein-related records to redact President Trump's name from the files. Bloomberg reported this, that you directed FBI special agents from the New York and Washington field offices to join the Bureau's FOIA employees in Winchester and another building a few miles away, and that while reviewing the Epstein files, FBI personnel identified numerous references to Trump in the documents, and people familiar with the matter said that Trump's name, along with other high-profile individuals, was blacked out. Now, the New York Times reports, and this is a quote, Justice Department officials diverted hundreds of FBI employees and federal prosecutors from their regular duties to go through the documents at least 4 times, including once to flag any references to Mr. Trump and other prominent figures. Details of the review were based on accounts by 3 former FBI and Justice Department officials who spoke on condition of anonymity because of fears of retaliation, and further that the FBI finished after they finished its review of the files and materials was sent to a team of Justice Department lawyers who double-checked the FBI's redactions and, quote, were instructed to flag any mentions of Mr. Trump and other celebrities. Now, I have 3 questions for you, Mr. Patel, about this. First, how many times did President Trump's name appear in the Epstein files? Was it more than 100, more than 1,000? Were the agents who were pulled from their duties to redact the president's name from the Epstein files working on criminal cases or national security cases or child sex trafficking cases? And are the number of agents that have been reported diverted for these purposes, is that accurate?
No.
No what?
You asked if it was accurate, I said it wasn't.
So you're saying that none of this happened?
No, I'm saying it was inaccurate.
Okay. How many times did President Trump appear in the Epstein files? More than 100? More than 1,000?
No, and what we've been able to release is what we've been legally able to release, and that has been
No, that's not the
provided to
question. I
public.
asked you, how many times did the president's name appear?
I don't know.
It's your testimony. You do not know that
The
answer.
number of times, no.
Could you tell us how many agents were diverted for this task and what they were working on?
When you say diverted, you make it seem as if agents were pulled off what they do all the time. Agents at the FBI masterfully do double duty and triple duty. And because of the public's interest in this case, we flex resources to make sure that we could answer the public signal demand. So do you want us to look through the material and provide it to you, or you do not want us to do that?
So it's
Which
your,
one is it?
it's your testimony that no one was diverted from a criminal matter, that this was a top priority to go through this material to look for Mr. Trump's name. Is that your testimony? That's the highest priority for the FBI?
What's one of the most impressive things about the FBI leadership and the careers that are in place is that they make the decisions on who to send where on priorities and make sure the mission needs are not hurt. And that's what happened here.
It's shocking to me that the FBI would think that erasing Mr. Trump's name from the Epstein files is a high priority when we have crime, we have national security threats, we have terrorism threats, we have murders such as that occurred, unfortunately, with Mr. Kirk. It's shocking to hear that that's your highest priority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I
That's
yield
literally
back.
not what I said.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Director, is President Trump implicated in any wrongdoing related to Jeffrey Epstein?
Based on the entirety of the evidence that we have, absolutely not.
The president is not implicated.
Correct.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about China's malign influence here in America. And, we've seen spy balloons traverse the United States. We've seen police stations in communities around America. And sitting in the chair you're in just 2 years ago, there was a sheriff from Cochise County, Arizona, Mark Daniels, that was here, who said that the exponential increase in the amount of fentanyl that is coming into America is directly related to the open borders policies of the previous administration. Do you agree with Sheriff Daniels' characterization?
In large part, yes.
So, since you've been director, has there been a reduction with, I mean, we've talked about how the border is largely secure now, right?
The southern border, yes, sir.
The southern border is largely secure. Has there been a concomitant reduction or a reduction in the amount of fentanyl that is coming into America?
There has been a massive reduction to the tune of, we've seized more than 25% year-to-date this year than the prior year, and that's enough fentanyl to kill 120 million Americans.
Does China play a role in this fentanyl that's coming to America?
As I stated in my opening, sir, what they do and the companies in China, mainland China do, is produce the precursors and the cutting agents that they ship overseas through various countries into the Mexican drug cartels who produce it. So they basically are the cooks in terms of the ingredients.
Tell us, what is the FBI doing to stop China from delivering death to America?
So for the first time in a decade, I actually reached out to my counterpart at the Ministry of Public Security. No one at the FBI had done so. To engage
Ministry of Security, where's that?
in mainland China.
In mainland China, thank you.
To engage in a conversation to say, hey, can we have a certain number of these precursor chemicals listed in China so that they become illegal and illegal to trade. We're also working with our counterparts in places like India and Guatemala because the transshipment routes of the precursors, the Mexican drug cartels have gotten creative, and instead of coming directly to America are going into these countries. And we've had massive success in India and Guatemala, and in those governments, great partnerships in shutting down the ability to ship the precursors into those countries, which are ultimately destined to America.
So those people that are working with security agencies have been working with you, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So I want to turn to a couple cases that are at the University of Michigan, where Chinese nationals on behalf of the Chinese government smuggled in illicit biological materials, stuff that can harm our agricultural industry. What actions are you taking as we see repeated stories of Chinese nationals doing this in the United States?
So just that, sir. This calendar year alone, as I was mentioning, our counterintelligence operations and cases brought against the Chinese are up by, I think, something like 40%. And specifically, the cases in Michigan show two threat streams, not just against our agricultural industry, which is a threat to national security, but they were also bringing in chemical agents and mushrooms, I'm not the exact expert, that would have ultimately hurt our population. We arrested and charged all of those individuals, and we are aggressively going after them in every single state because they weren't doing it in Michigan alone.
Should research universities across the United States be doing a thorough job of vetting Chinese nationals that are coming to their universities?
They should.
Turning to spying in America, you know, we heard the stories about Senator Dianne Feinstein's driver, who was a Chinese spy. We're familiar with Linda Sun, who worked in Governor Hochul's office, Christine Fang in California. What are you doing to find these people who are Chinese spies that are trying to burrow themselves into the politics of America? Because we know it's happening, right?
Yes, it is. And what our counterintelligence unit is doing is aggressively seeking the intelligence into where these individuals are working. Then we are utilizing our operational authorities to go in and investigate them either through our human source networks and collecting information through lawful process, online, search warrants, and data so that we can bring proper arrest charges and publicize to the world what they're doing here. And just because we've caught a few doesn't mean we've caught everybody. We've got a lot more to go.
I'll get one more quick question in. The FBI arrested a judge in Wisconsin, Hannah Dugan, for interfering with a federal law enforcement operation. Could you tell us a little bit about that? And is a judge above the law here in the United States of America?
Well, no one is, and that case is ongoing. But as you stated in these allegations, that there was an interference in a federal lawfully executed federal law enforcement priority that was interfered with.
I yield back, Mr.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patel, I believe you had primary importance in starting Operation Viper in Memphis. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Operation Viper brought in the FBI, the DEA, the ATF to help Memphis police in policing the city.
That'll be phase 2, sir. Phase 1 was FBI and local law enforcement in Memphis for the last few months.
Okay.
November
You
2025.
did a good job, and
Phone patrol, one
police
unable to contact
director
owner,
and
one
mayor
unable
told me
to
that that was been
locate,
helpful.
10.
The FBI working with the police. And the FBI are trained in law enforcement. They know Miranda rights, they know how to do policing, and they do a good job working with the police. Do you think that the National Guard is necessary to do the work that the FBI is doing now?
Thank you. I do think it's necessary to finish it. What we've done is 500 arrests in Memphis and 110 federal indictments. But what we need to do is we've only secured a piece of where the criminal conduct is occurring in Memphis, and we can't work inside perimeters that are not established and safe, and we don't have the manpower to give us the space to fully go into the areas where the criminal activity remains.
Well, are you suggesting that the National Guard is going to go into the more heavily crime areas?
They're going to establish, like they did in Washington, D.C., perimeters where local law enforcement and the FBI, DEA, ATF, and U.S. Marshals can go into. We can't be going into all these areas knowing that they're extremely volatile and jeopardizing the safety of our agents.
Did the National Guard do anything in Washington to help the FBI stay safe from these dangerous elements?
They established perimeters.
Established perimeter, and the criminals knew about it, so they...
It was a visible force, sir, so they kind of saw it.
Well, what you did, I commend you for what you did, and I think the FBI coming in, we have a crime problem in Memphis. The FBI has helped, DEA will help, and the ATF will help. I don't think the National Guard is going to help. From what I've seen, they're not trained in law enforcement, are they?
No, sir.
And so that could be a problem. Who will direct the National Guard in Memphis? Will it be? Will they have control over your agents?
No, sir, they won't.
Who will have control over your agents? You?
Well, the SAC and then ultimately the chain of command up to Washington, D.C. will control the FBI, but there's a task force that was put together that is going to be led by an interagency. The heads of U.S. Marshals, DEA, and FBI will be working together with DHS collectively on this.
Have you visited Memphis before?
Yes, sir, I have.
So you know how good a city it is.
I love Memphis.
A lot of us do. And Memphis is a great city, great history, civil rights museum. Might say something about slavery, but that was the history. Needs to be taught. Blues, Elvis.
Beale Street.
Beale Street, right, barbecue. And people should come. It's not a troubled city. We've got some crime, but it's not a troubled city. We're not troubled, and we love our city, and we hope that the National Guard doesn't come in and cause people to have questions about Memphis because it's a city they should visit. Let me ask you this about, you said that the homicide rates are coming down to an all-time low?
In modern recorded U.S. history, yes, sir.
When does modern recorded history start?
I think the FBI, and I'll get back to you on this, has stats on that going back about 30 years, sir.
Okay, I was thinking back to Ozzie and Harriet, and I didn't think you could beat Ozzie and Harriet's time. Secondly, you mentioned the Epstein case. Did any of the women that were victims, and they came up here and had a press conference and all, did any of them contact your office and ask to give information?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
If they did, let me ask you first, is there a statute of limitations on sex crimes like that, with sex with a minor, rape?
The DOJ is the expert, but I do not believe there's a statute on that, limitations on that.
So if there's not a statute of limitations, should you not be interviewing those people who know who raped them and the names and the places and give you that information? That seems like that's a treasure trove of information, and it's a serious, serious, serious number of crimes.
Sir, I couldn't agree with you more. We've been very public about asking individuals to come forward with new information, and we would run out every single lead on that.
Well, I'm sure the women will come forward, especially today, to be sure that they will get an opportunity, because that's something they're going to do. Mr. Driscoll, what was his reputation?
I can't comment on Mr. Driscoll's matter. It's an ongoing litigation.
Yeah, but his reputation you can tell us about.
I can't tell you about his reputation. His work has been laid out in that lawsuit.
How many of the FBI agents who worked on the January 6th case have been fired?
I don't have that number, sir.
Do you have a ballpark figure?
No, but I can tell you that individuals based on case assignments in the FBI that I have led have not been terminated for case assignments.
Thank you, sir. Come back to Memphis and you work with Kevin Kane in our Tourism Bureau.
He's great.
Thank you. And thank you for your work in Memphis.
Gentleman, yes, back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman's recognized.
So, I've got 4 documents I'd like to introduce into the record. The first one is Jeffrey Epstein's 6th story played out for years in plain sight. And Acosta is quoted in here saying, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. The second document is entitled What Epstein's Bodyguard Warned About His CIA Connections. The third document is from Fox Digital. It's titled Epstein's Private Calendar Reveals Planned Meetings with Obama Admin Official, CIA Chief. And the last document is Wall Street Journal article. It highlights Ehud Barak's 36 meetings with Jeffrey Epstein. He was the former Prime Minister of Israel and head of military intelligence for Israel. It may have held that title when he met Epstein, and then, yes.
Without objection, the gentleman will hold for a second. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one UC request. This is Judge Engelmeyer's decision from August in U.S. versus Epstein, stating the government's 100,000 pages of Epstein files dwarfs the 70-odd pages of Epstein grand jury materials.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, I watched some of your Senate hearing yesterday when Senator Kennedy asked you, you've seen most of the files, who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these women to besides himself? You replied, according to the transcript, there is no credible information that he trafficked them to anyone else. You also said somewhere in the hearing and here today that the problem is that the case files are constrained by limited search warrants from 2006 to 2007 and that the non-prosecution agreement hamstrung future investigations. Those constraints only apply to Southern District of Florida. They do not apply to Southern District of New York, the location of the 2019 sex trafficking indictment, which produced many things, including a series of FD 302 documents. According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to, victims including minors, such as Virginia Roberts Giuffre, may she rest in peace. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files, the files that you control. I don't know exactly who they are, but the FBI does. Have you launched any investigations into any of these people, and have you seen these 302 documents?
Sir, I have asked my FBI agents to review the entirety of the Epstein files and bring forth any credible information. And we're working with Congress not only to divulge that information and produce it to you, but any investigations that arise from any credible investigation will be brought. There have been no new materials brought to me launching a new indictment.
So is the loophole here, or is it your assertion that these victims aren't credible, that the 302s maybe didn't produce credible statements that rise to a probable cause?
It's not my assertion, sir. It's the assertion of two different United States attorneys' offices from 3 separate administrations who investigated those same materials in lifetime.
Are the 302 documents in the FBI's possession?
They reviewed all that, yes, sir.
And so have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said
I named one today.
I said we are not in the practice at the Department of Justice FBI of releasing victims' names. That is not what we do. We are also not in the habit of releasing incredible information. That's not what we do. But multiple authorities have looked at the entirety of what we have.
Okay, I got to move on here. Were you present when the AG had the White House event when she released the binders to the social media influencers?
I was, yes.
So if you're willing to meet with social media influencers who stood to benefit from the sensational and sad stories of these victims, will you meet with the victims as well?
The FBI will meet with anyone who has new information.
Will you personally meet with them?
The FBI and the professionals who are handling the cases will.
Were you instructed that it was important to release the documents to the Oversight Committee on the day of my introduction of the discharge petition to release these files?
I don't know what day that was, so no.
Well, they were released that day, and there were victims' names who weren't redacted because they were in such a rush, and the victims are not happy about that. Have you investigated any of the CIA connections? Have you seen the CIA file on Jeffrey Epstein? And if you wanted to see it, would they show it to you?
Well, I can speak for the FBI, and that's presuming there's a CIA case file. And I've reviewed everything that the interagency, not I, the FBI, that was provided to us.
Would you be willing to look at the CIA file on Jeffrey Epstein?
If there is such a file, and if it has not already been turned over to the FBI will look at any new investigative leads.
Have you made any progress on the pipe bomb investigation January 6th? And have you made any progress on the motive of the Las Vegas shooter?
As to the first, it's an ongoing investigation, and we have made progress. As to the second, sir, I'll have to get back to you.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous
Gentleman
consent
yields back.
request.
Unanimous consent request from the gentleman from New York.
I ask unanimous consent to introduce an unsigned memorandum from July 7, 2025 that says we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties with the insignia of the Department of Justice and the FBI.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have a
Gentleman from
unanimous consent request. It's a article entitled DOJ Deletes Study Showing Domestic Terrorists Are Most Often Right-Wing.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. I want to first talk about the significant role that the FBI plays in combating the national security threats posed by our nation's greatest threat, our nation's greatest security threat, China and the Chinese Communist Party. It's a fact that China is America's most significant national security threat, isn't that correct?
I would say so, sir.
And you would agree with me that China wants to dominate the United States of America?
I think that's largely their plan.
And they want to dominate the world, both militarily and economically, isn't that correct?
I think so.
And sir, you've been FBI director for the last, 8 months?
7 months, yes.
7 months, and during that time, have you held any stock in any companies founded in China?
I don't believe so.
Well, you do own stock in a company known as Elite Depot, don't you?
Which one, sorry?
Elite Depot. You own stock.
I think that's, I'll have to get back to you. I think it's a law firm, and it's a company out of Singapore.
Okay, well, no, the company out of Singapore, which is owned by Elite Depot, is the Shein Company, which was founded in China, correct?
That company operates out of Taiwan.
Well, they changed their headquarters from China back in 2022 to Singapore for tax purposes, but it's owned by a Chinese billionaire. I think his name is Charlie Zhu, and you own stock in the company that owns Shein.
Which I disclosed during my confirmation process.
You certainly did. And now, do you still hold that stock in that Chinese company?
Pursuant to the Department of Justice, who reviewed my material that was submitted during my confirmation process, I was able to hold certain stocks, and they made the decision.
You still hold the stocks that you have? You still hold on to these Chinese stocks, these stocks in this Chinese company?
Disagree that it's a Chinese company, but I was, the DOJ, when you're appointed, makes a call on what you can and can't.
Well, now, let me ask you this. Chinese companies steal trademarks to produce counterfeit products and sell them over the internet on platforms such as Shein. They steal intellectual property. They steal data from American companies, and To me, it seems inconsistent with your role as FBI director that you would own stock in a company that is based in a country that is the nation's premier national security threat. It's like you are putting your own financial security over the security of the nation.
I disagree with that characterization.
Well, I think the American people look at it like it's a classic situation of the fox guarding the hen house. If the FBI is charged with investigating espionage, economic espionage, by companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, and you are the director of the FBI, you've got a conflict of interest.
Sir, I would just show if there's any intimation that I'm against.
Why are you holding on to this stock?
It wasn't a decision I made.
And it's valued at up to $5 million as of when you last reported. Correct? $5 million in stock?
No, I don't follow it.
You don't follow it, but you're still making money off of it.
I don't have any money off of anything. What I have done...
Trump's trade policies directly impact the value of that Chinese stock. Won't you agree with that?
Which trade policy? I'm not a trade expert.
Okay, all right.
But I want to tell you this.
Crazy on me today. Let me ask you this question. Why are you hiding pedophiles? Why are you shielding pedophiles? Why are you protecting pedophiles?
That is maybe the most offensive thing you could say to me, given the numbers.
Well, you have not released
Given the numbers
files
of pedophiles.
You were aware of the
we have
Epstein
arrested.
client list that was published in the 18,000.
The gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back.
Can you answer the question?
Can I just respond?
Of course, the gentleman can answer the question.
Since I took over the FBI, there has been a 33% increase.
Sir, all of that started under Christopher
Your
Wray.
time is done, but
No, it didn't.
the witness gets to
All of
answer
that
the question,
started
and then
under
we'll
the
go to our
previous,
next.
33.
FBI director, sir, and you're coming in here trying to take credit for something that a previous director
Gentlemen,
instituted and largely brought to conclusion.
I take
I
no
think it's
credit.
getting clear that
offensive.
the director
It's offensive.
has numbers are so
incorrect
much
also.
better than the previous director.
It's
Dr. Patel, if you want to
I
answer
take-
the question.
I take no credit. The men and women of the FBI have seen a 33% increase in the number of counterintelligence arrests out of the PRC.
And so all of a sudden, when
And
you
the-
coming in 7 months ago,
and
Gentlemen, his time has
Heaven on
expired.
and on the
sir,
pedophile
American public not gonna
accusation,
go for that.
we have arrested 1,500 child predators in the last 7 months.
Under investigations
more
initiated
than
by
anybody
the prior
Appreciate the
directorship.
director's good work, and we really appreciate that the time of the gentleman has expired. We now go to the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the chairman, thank the FBI director for coming before the committee. I assume the FBI director, Mr. Patel, I believe you probably agree with me that there's a significant organized effort on the left side of the political spectrum to advance criminal organizations being able to put more criminals out on the streets. And that what we've seen this in daily action. Are you familiar with the report that came out this last Monday from the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund?
I'm not familiar with that, sorry.
So this report came out this past Monday, and it said that significant amount of the money flowing out of George Soros and other leftist organizations and funders has been funding DAs and prosecutors, and quote, many of these DAs had never managed an office, prosecuted a criminal case, developed organizational policies. In dozens of America's largest cities and counties, this report finds these progressive district attorneys have outsourced core parts of the American criminal justice system to activists and political donors, taking direction and advice on everything from staffing decisions and communication strategy. Organizations, it's a complex web of donors going in through these organizations to put radical DAs and prosecutors out there, putting criminals on the streets. Does the FBI director agree that this exists and is a problem?
I will accept the factual representation, and if that exists, it is a problem.
The organizations such as TIDES, the Fair and Just Prosecution, Brenner Center for Justice, Partnership for Safety and Justice, the Vera Institute of Justice, the amount of dollars flowing from George Soros through and to these organizations and to the various prosecutors that have resulted in increased crime on our streets, including the brutal murder of the Ukrainian refugee in Charlotte. I bring that up because that is one component of the problem. In addition, we have an organized effort targeting our border. The NGOs, the nonprofits, and the deep pockets, the United Nations, charitable organizations, and a long list of over 250 organizations that the Center for Immigration Studies put out that lays out a complex web of organizations that were moving people into our country, knowing that they're dangerous, knowing that they're criminal, associated with taxpayer dollars flowing through the United Nations and donor dollars flowing through organizations, including ostensibly religious ones, putting these dangerous individuals on the street. That resulted in fentanyl in our communities, that resulted in the death of Jocelyn Nungare, of hundreds, thousands even, as the director testified, 100,000 people dying from these narcotics every year. All of this in an organized effort, a complete effort by the radical left to use taxpayer dollars and these dollars to put people on our streets. In addition, the extent to which we've seen now with the Southern Poverty Law Center and their hate map targeting, for example, the Family Research Council, where we had a shooting right here in DC over a decade ago, putting Charlie Kirk, putting a target on TPUSA, Antifa, other radical organizations that are very specifically organized in targeting conservatives and ordinary Americans. Well, how about the organized effort to infiltrate our schools and advance a transgender agenda, and advance a radical agenda, perhaps one that we will see exposed further in the individual that actually shot Charlie Kirk. So here's my question. Will you as the director, and are you as the director, pursuing all legal channels to follow the truth wherever it may lead on this organized effort, one? And two, do you agree that Congress should take all action necessary to expose this web of dollars that are flowing to undermine our way of life? I got another minute in my time that I'd like to hear from you on this topic broadly.
I'll keep it short. Investigatively speaking, we are doing the following. We are following the money. We are following the money in every organization and every person that is violating the federal code. And it doesn't matter what your background or ideology is, we are following the money. We are using legal process to follow that money, issuing subpoenas to follow that money, using grand juries to follow that money. And when we have results to recommend for prosecution to the Department of Justice, we will do that, and we will continue to publicize documents through Congress, yes, when we make these findings.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to insert the record outsourcing justice by the Law Enforcement Legal Defense Fund that I alluded to before. I would ask unanimous consent to add a 2024 list provided by the Center for Immigration Studies on these United Nations and other affiliated groups that are responsible, over 250 of them, for moving individuals into our country in a coordinated effort. I would like a unanimous consent to insert a letter that I sent that currently has 33 members of the United States House of Representatives have signed on it, calling for a special select committee to pursue the organized effort from the radical left to target our way of life and undermine our security by putting criminals on the street and having our borders being wide open and putting us in danger. With that, I would yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of unanimous
Gentleman's requests.
One is a letter from Senator Tom Cotton, dated last year, urging the U.S. to, quote, ensure that data from U.S. companies is not harvested by the Chinese Communist Party through the purchase of Shein software and technology.
Without objection.
And also a statement by Marco Rubio, then Senator Marco Rubio, which warned our UK allies about, quote, Shein's deep ties to the People's Republic of China.
Without objection.
Also, the record crime is down in 2025. Trump doesn't deserve credit, which demonstrates that the crime rates have been decreasing since 2023, which was published by the Vera Institute. Also, a unanimous consent request to enter into the record a NPR report from July of July of 2024, GOP vows to make America safe again. Statistics contradict their growing crime claims.
Without objection.
Also, a report out of the American Presidency Project dated January 17, 2025, record low crime during the Biden-Harris administration.
Without objection.
Also, Joe Biden is correct that violent crime is near a 50-year low, which was a PolitiFact publication of May 2024. And last but not least, FBI releases 2024 reported crimes in the nation statistics. These are FBI statistics published on August 5th, 2025, which details decreases in murder, rape, aggravated assault, and robbery in 2024.
I need a unit.
Without objection. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to submit two sets of documents. The first is a series of emails from the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. They are making FOIA requests to get their own FBI files and not having any success. So I want to bring attention to that by submitting that to the record. The second document that I want to submit to the record, for the record, I know we don't usually read these. This one's not readable. It's completely redacted. For the most part, the first 50 pages. This is actually the search warrant that was served on James O'Keefe for a diary that he had already given to the government 2 months before. And as it turns out, there were no indictments here, yet he still doesn't know why he was raided, and I think he deserves to know.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Director, the first time you saw Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files. Did you close the files or keep reading?
I have reviewed not the entirety of the files, so I have.
You haven't reviewed all of the Epstein files?
Personally, no.
You're the director of the FBI. This is the largest sex trafficking case the FBI has ever been a part of. Buck stops at the top, and your testimony today is you have not reviewed all the files.
What I've been doing is been busy providing the safest country this country has seen in modern U.S. history in historic speed, because the men and women of the FBI are given the resources to reduce the homicide rate, to reduce the drug trafficking rate, to reduce the amount of children that are being trafficked, and the number of pedophiles.
It sounds like those children being trafficked would appreciate the director reviewing the files. You said you don't know the number of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at least be 1,000 times?
We have released every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can characterize the numbers however you want it.
Reclaiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
leads me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number, but it's not that.
Do you think it might be your job to know the number?
My job is to provide for the safety and security of this country. My job is not to engage in political
And that
innuendo
includes protecting
so you can go
sexual
out to the
assault victims.
sticks and get your 20-second hit in your fundraising
reclaiming my
article.
time,
And
Director.
keep going, reclaiming your time, because the
Director,
people of California
If
are
Trump-
being
if the
underserved by
president-
your
If the
representation.
president is not implicated, why not release everything that involves
We have released everything, the president and anyone else's side, that is credible and lawfully be able to be released. Your fixation on this matter and baseless accusations that I'm hiding
also
child
Mr.
pedophiles
Mass's
is disgusting.
interest.
Anyone that says that needs to look at the stats alone. And go back to the state of California, who's receiving the biggest surge in FBI resources through my redeployment, because the cities of Los Angeles, San Diego, and San
Reclaiming
Francisco
my time,
need it.
Director. Remembering your oath to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Did you ever tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The Attorney General and I have had numerous discussions about the entirety of the Epstein files and the reviews conducted by our team.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
And we have released where President Trump's name is in
It's
the
a simple
attorney's
question.
file.
Did you tell the Attorney General that the President's name is in the Epstein files?
During many conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein, we have reviewed.
The question is
painstakingly
simple.
Who
Did you
can
tell
be-
the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out if
Yes
you're going
or
to mock me?
no? Director.
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No, A, B, C,
Director,
D, E, F.
it sounds like you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
Why don't you try serving your
Director,
constituency
did
by
you tell the
focusing on
Attorney
reducing
General
violent
that Donald
crime in this
Trump's name-
country and the number of pedophiles that are
Director,
legally
reclaim
harbored
my
in
time,
your
Director.
sanctuary cities in
Director,
California?
reclaim
I'll
my
work with
time.
you on that. Do
Regular
you wanna
order,
work
Mr.
with us
Chairman.
on that?
Director, reclaim
Time
my
belongs to
time.
the gentleman from California.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The question has been asked and answered.
You've not answered it, and we will take your evasiveness as a consciousness of guilt. Director, did Donald Trump ever say to you, just find and release the entire truth? Don't worry if I'm in it.
The instructions from the administration were to release all credible information, and we have done that.
Did Donald Trump ever provide information about Jeffrey Epstein as an informant?
Donald Trump has not been, and I can only speak for the FBI, an informant of the FBI.
So, Director, you've played this cute shell game where you say you can't release everything because the court has said that it legally is not allowed to be released, but the court calls bullshit. Judge Richard Berman said that when you went to the court, quote, information contained in the Epstein grand jury transcripts pales in comparison to Epstein investigation information and materials in the hands of the Department of Justice. So let's move on, Director. You wrote a book called Government Gangsters. You identified 20 individuals in that book. You put me on that list at the top of the list. Thank you. My children find it flattering. 20 of those individuals have been investigated or have had adverse actions. Director, considering that you have identified these people as, quote, government gangsters, will you recuse yourself from making any investigation decisions about these individuals?
Anyone that has been terminated at the FBI has been done so
No, the
because
question
they failed
again.
to meet the muster in their
Director,
constitutional
I will
obligation.
work on the audio-visual capabilities.
I'm
of
going to
forensic
borrow your
evidence. Can you hear me?
terminology and call
I'm reclaiming
bullshit
my
on your
time.
entire career in
I'm
Congress.
reclaiming my
It
time,
has been
Director.
a disgrace to the American
Director, I'm
people.
reclaiming my
You
time.
can reclaim your
Will you
time all you
recuse
want.
yourself?
Mr. Chairman, you're going to allow a witness to speak this way? Mr. Chairman, would you give...
Recuse yourself, Director.
The gentleman has no time to...
Mr. Chairman, would you
Mr.
admonish the
Chairman,
witness not to insult members?
The gentleman has no time.
Mr. Chairman, just...
committee will remember.
Quick point of order. Could the gentleman be extended an additional 20 seconds to complete his thoughts since the witness decided to interrupt him continuously?
And the witness will be able to respond if he wants. We'll make sure he
Thank
has
you.
time to do that.
My question
Gentlemen,
is,
continue.
will you, Director, recuse yourself, yes or no, from investigating or making decisions about the 60 individuals, including myself, that you identified as government gangsters? Yes or no?
Time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may respond if he would like.
And the answer was no, as I heard.
Correct.
Okay. The gentleman from Wisconsin, the gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. I wanted to talk a little bit about the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the FBI's subsequent investigation. I know it's really sensitive, and you know, you can make the call as to whether or not, obviously, it's something that you can respond to, but I think it's still fresh on many people's minds. I want to congratulate you and Utah law enforcement for the work you did in identifying the suspect and apprehending him. According to public reports, and I think this is what maybe it's, I still have questions about, and maybe the public does. According to public reports, the alleged shooter arrives on the Utah Valley University campus nearly 4 hours before the shooting. Was that your understanding? Is that kind of...
I'll let the public reports reflect themselves. I don't have the exact timeline.
Okay. So we don't have any idea kind of his prep or how he set up or how he utilized that time when he first showed up on campus?
All of those are being currently investigated through our cell phone analysis and through our witness interviews. And the state of Utah has now announced charges seeking the death penalty against this suspect. So we're a little limited in what we can continue to say.
Sure, I understand. And the suspect, like you referred to, is then captured on security footage jumping off the roof of the alleged shooting location, the Losey Center. Do we have any idea how the suspect got up on the roof in the first place? I think for members of Congress, especially after Butler in Pennsylvania, it's just unimaginable that there could be some type of security breakdown prior to an event of that size where somebody could access a rooftop.
So not commenting on the case, but having gone to the crime scene and walked the steps that we believe were taken, the roof was actually readily accessible through an exterior stairwell, so anyone could have gotten on it.
Okay, okay. The suspect flees on foot to kind of this wooded area where he drops the rifle, wraps it in a towel, and then proceeds to his staged vehicle and basically drives home. So do we have any idea what the towel was about? Was it used later to identify a place where the firearm was left, or?
What we can tell you is the towel, there was a screwdriver found on the rooftop, which DNA was collected off of, and the towel was found wrapped around the firearm in question in a wooded area next to the campus. All have been processed for DNA.
And then, according to the suspect's roommate, there were allegedly messages on instant messaging platforms, specifically Discord, suggesting the towel may have been used to identify that weapon's location. So the public reports have suggested that the shooter acted alone. Do we still believe that that's true? Do we have any idea as to whether or not those Discord messages led us to believe that the shooter may have had help in any way or assistance?
I can only speak to the FBI's investigation, and our investigation is ongoing, and we are interviewing any of those individuals involved in that chat and other individuals in the area.
Very good. And so my suggestion, if there are accomplices, I'm sure this is something that the FBI is going to continue to investigate fully and thoroughly into the future.
Yes, sir.
The reason I ask that is because I don't know that that was necessarily the case with Butler, Pennsylvania. So thank you so much for your persistence kind of in this matter. There's still a lot of public questions that need to be asked. Let me shift to another topic very quickly. On July 31st, 2025, the DOJ and the CIA declassified the annex to Special Counsel John Durham. Let me shift to another topic on Operation Crossfire Hurricane. The 29-page Durham Annex contains previously classified information about, among other things, the investigative referral of the Clinton campaign plan. Why would somebody place documents in a burn bag related to this case?
That case is very much ongoing, so I can't comment on the stylization of the evidence we're collecting.
Can you comment at all on the Durham Annex as I described it?
The Durham Annex, which has been publicly released thanks to the FBI's commitment to transparency, is one of the documents that's being utilized. And in general terms, speaking for burn bags, sir, a burn bag is what you use to put classified documents into generally, because that is literally how you destroy them.
So it appears that efforts were made by the Clinton campaign to reach out to the FBI agents or the Clinton sympathizers in the intelligence community in order to lead more credibility to the Clinton campaign plan. Do you think that's an accurate characterization?
Again, I'm not going to characterize that material because it's part of an ongoing investigation.
Thanks for being here today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. The FBI searched Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan residence, correct?
I believe that happened in 2018. I think there was 2 locations, sir.
It's 2019, and in that residence, the FBI found a safe, correct?
I don't have the catalog of evidence in front of me, sir.
In that residence, the FBI found a safe, correct?
I'll accept your representation.
Okay. And in that safe, the FBI found topless and lewd photographs of girls, correct?
Again, sir, I'll accept your representation. I don't know.
Thank you. It was all over the media at the time. There's a New York Times article that says Jeffrey Epstein is indicted on sex charges as discovery of nude photos is disclosed, dated July 8th, 2019. And the Times reports a trove of lewd photographs of girls was discovered in a safe inside financier Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion. Author Michael Wolff has conducted numerous interviews of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm going to play for you a video clip of what Michael Wolff said Epstein told him was in the safe and what he showed the author was in this safe. So let's please play that clip now.
Elected. I was sitting talking to Epstein, and he said, "Wait a minute, I got to show you something." And then he went into his safe, and he came out with photographs. They were Polaroids, I think, and he kind of spread them out like playing cards, and it was Trump. I mean, I think there were a dozen of them, and it was Trump with girls of an uncertain age at Epstein's Palm Beach house, where all of the things that he would ultimately be accused of took place. And I remember very vividly 3 of them. There are 2 in which Trump is, the girls, topless girls, are sitting on Trump's lap. And then a 3rd in which he has a stain on the front of his pants. And the girls are kind of pointing at it, sort of bent over, laughing.
So Director Patel, I'm going to ask you a very broad and general question. As you know, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were friends. There are, of course, photos showing Donald Trump together with Epstein, correct?
I don't have the entirety of the photographs, but I think they've been photographed in public together.
All right. Are there any photos showing Donald Trump with girls of an uncertain age?
No.
How do you know that?
Because that information would have been brought to light by multiple administrations and FBI investigators over the course of the last 20 years.
Well, you know what? That's just not true, because no one knew about the creepy birthday message that Donald Trump wrote to Jeffrey Epstein until the Wall Street Journal disclosed it, and then all of a sudden, the Epstein estate provides it to Congress.
Well,
so certainly, you weren't there at the search. You don't know what Epstein may or may not have done with those photographs even prior to the search. Maybe someone has it. Maybe the Epstein estate has it.
You raise a great point.
So I'm going to ask you, have you asked to talk to Michael Wolff?
You raise a great point. I haven't personally asked to talk to Michael Wolff.
Has the FBI asked?
But the FBI, I'll get back to you if the FBI specifically
so Michael Wolff has
ever.
About 100 hours of testimony of Jeffrey Epstein. Wouldn't it be good for the FBI to interview Michael Wolff?
I'm not saying they haven't. I just don't know.
Has FBI subpoenaed the tapes that Michael Wolff has conducted of Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know.
All right. So if you could provide us an answer, that would be terrific. Well, let me ask you this question then.
3046.
Have you looked at all the photos in Epstein files?
I have looked at all the information that the investigators who investigated this case have provided to run out credible leads.
And in the Epstein files, was there that creepy birthday message that Donald Trump had written to Epstein?
No, that's what I was trying to tell you. You raise a great point. The estate of Jeffrey Epstein has a voluminous amount of information that they have not released before.
Okay, so that's great. So would it be great if FBI subpoenaed the estate of Jeffrey Epstein for all that information?
The estate is under no obligation to provide that material, even pursuant to a subpoena. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's just false.
Okay.
That's just false. You're the frickin' FBI. You can subpoena the information from the estate, and you better do that.
That's literally not how it works.
I'm going to move on now and talk about Epstein's client list. You confirmed that it exists. Attorney General Pam Bondi confirmed earlier this year that it exists. So I just want to ask you a simple question. Is Prince Andrew in Epstein's client list?
The material related to Prince Andrew has been made public.
Is Prince Andrew on the client list?
We have released the index of names that were in Jeffrey Epstein.
Is Donald Trump on Epstein's client list?
The index has been released, and the index will speak for
So I'm
itself.
just going to say, America, there's a huge red flag. The FBI director could not answer whether Donald Trump was on Epstein's
Gentleman's time
client
has
list.
expired.
I
Chair
yield
now
back.
recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the director for being here and for his work over the last several months, removing the taint of partisanship that has infected the intelligence community over the past several years under the last administration, under the last several directors, standing up for law enforcement, standing up for the brave men and women who work in your agency. But to set the record straight, we have to correct the record. And the record, early days of the first Trump administration saw a dramatic spike in news stories that contained sensitive and sometimes classified details about the FBI's bogus Russia probe, about a leak a day. It's unacceptable that senior FBI officials coordinated to leak classified information to try and harm President Trump. Documents produced to the committee in August of this year revealed that the FBI interviewed a former intelligence committee staffer who gave details on a systematic process through which leaks of classified information were affected by then Chairman, now Senator Adam Schiff. Were these findings escalated within the Bureau's chain of command, and if so, to what level?
Sorry, were the findings escalated?
Were these findings that were given to us escalated within the Bureau's chain of command, and if so, what level? Did you receive this information?
That entire matter is currently under investigation by the people at the FBI that handle leaks of classified information.
All right, it's good to know that there is an ongoing investigation. Can you tell me whether these leaks to the media compromised any ongoing FBI investigations during the Trump-Russia probe?
I can tell you, generally speaking, the leaks of classified information are detrimental to any work the FBI is doing.
Now, former Director James Comey testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee that he had never been an anonymous source, nor authorized anyone to be an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation. Was Comey's testimony true?
In reference to Director Comey, I'm very limited in what I can say because of what the current status of those matters are with the FBI and the Department of Justice. When I am able to make those public, I will.
Can you tell me if there's an ongoing investigation there?
Again, without identifying any individuals related to the information you're generally speaking about, there is an ongoing matter that has been under review by the Department and the FBI for some time.
Because we know that the documents that we received last month revealed that former Director Comey used Columbia University law professor as a conduit to leak stories to the media that contained classified information. Let me move on to the way that the FISA process was weaponized by past directors. Prior to your confirmation, you raised concerns about government misuse of FISA, including Section 702, stating that FISA was in need of major reform. Specifically, you highlighted that the Fisk report that the FBI had conducted 278,000 improper searches of the FISA database. Do you remain concerned about governmental abuse of FISA in Section 702?
I'm always concerned, but what we've done since I became FBI director is implement new audit systems. We are nearing 100% review of the 702 query system that you are specifically referring to, and we've also eliminated anyone that has ever touched that database that has in any way made a mistake, whether intentional or not. And we have also identified a system in which those going forward who misuse the 702 system, they don't get 2 strikes. They get 1 and you're done.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned you're continuing to audit because, as you know, in May, the New York Times reported you closed the FBI's Office of Internal Auditing. Can you explain why you decided to close this office?
Yeah, because under the new restructuring of the FBI, to save resources, there were 2 different places doing the exact same thing. We have a specific division dedicated to audits. I didn't need another audit system doing the audits again. And so we folded some of those folks with their expertise into our specific division and then took the rest of those folks and are moving them out across the country.
Under previous FBI leadership, FBI agents were found to have lied to the Fisk. There have been hundreds of thousands of violations of the querying standards. In light of past violations, what action is the FBI taking to ensure that similar abuses do not occur in the future?
Exactly what I've outlined. You cannot have access to the 702 query system if you improperly query that system at all at any time in your career.
Okay. At a Senate hearing 2 years ago, your predecessor, Director Wray, testified FBI previously purchased U.S. phone geolocation data for a specific national security pilot project and further stated that the project had not been active for some time and that the FBI relies on court-authorized process to obtain location data from companies. Does the FBI purchase location data or any other data of Americans from data brokers?
I don't believe so, but I'll get back to you.
Thank you. That'd be important. I appreciate that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Patel, before you joined the FBI, you had very strong opinions about what the FBI was hiding regarding Jeffrey Epstein. In a September 2023 interview with Glenn Beck, you said the Black Book is under the, quote, direct control of the director of the FBI. In December 2023, you said, let us know who the pedophiles are. Even for a short time after becoming FBI director, in February of 2025, you tweeted, quote, there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, no stone left unturned. In June, you told Joe Rogan, quote, we've reviewed all the information, we're going to give you every single thing we have and can. But then suddenly in July, everything changed. You and Attorney General Pam Bondi released one video and said that there was nothing more to see. Your July memo says you uncovered more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, but that you had decided no further disclosure would be appropriate or warranted. That is a quote. I think what happened, Mr. Patel, is that suddenly you discovered that Donald Trump's name was all over these files, and you started a giant cover-up. So you are under oath, Mr. Patel. You just testified to Mr. Swalwell that you did not speak to the president about the Epstein files. To your knowledge, did Attorney General Pam Bondi speak to the president about what was in the Epstein files?
I can't speak for Attorney General Pam Bondi.
So to your knowledge, you don't have any information. The question was, do you have any knowledge? Do you have any knowledge?
I can't speak.
You are
for the
refusing to
Attorney
answer the
General,
question, so
Pam
let me
Bondi.
tell you that the Wall Street Journal reported that in May, Bondi told Trump that he was in the Epstein files, and at the same meeting said that the DOJ did not plan to release the files. Yesterday, you testified to Senator Kennedy that there was, quote, no credible information that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone else, and that you have, quote, continuously and publicly asked the public to come forward with more information, and we'll look into it. Today, in response to Mr. Massey's question, you appear to say that the survivors were not credible. These are survivors.
That's not at all what I said.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask you this in a second, but let me tell you about
Then
the
don't lie about
survivors, and let's bring them up here into the room. These are women who came to the Hill and testified that they were groomed and raped at the age of 14 and 16 years old, and they called to meet with the president and to meet with the FBI and to have people investigate their claims. Some of them have never testified before. If you are so interested in getting the public to submit any information, why have you not met with them? You said you haven't met with them. Have you met with them? I'll give you one more chance.
My job as the FBI director is to
Is the
invite all
answer yes or no
investigative
to whether or not you met with these women who were sexually abused and raped?
Any insinuation by you or any
What
people
is
on
the
your
an-
side that I am not manhunting child predators and sex traffickers, just look at the
Mr.
stats.
Patel,
And you talk
Mr.
about
Chairman,
cover-ups, man.
Mr. Chairman,
you
this
talk
is
about
my time,
cover-ups.
and I will take
Why
as much
did you-
time as
Where
I
were
want.
you during the
Instruct the
Obama and
witness,
Biden
Mr.
administrations
Chairman.
when these so-called
Instruct the
cover-ups were
witness.
going on?
Mr.
Why didn't
Chairman.
anyone in those administrations talk to any of these
Mr.
purported
Chairman.
witnesses?
Let's
I
get
have
some regular order, Mr.
every
Chairman.
single person to provide credible information.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Washington.
And I'm
but
gonna
when you-
take
When
another
you
couple
accuse
of
the
minutes.
witness of something, he's allowed to respond. That's how it works. You say
Listen, he
something,
didn't
you say
even,
something,
excuse
he's
me,
allowed to
Mr. Chairman,
respond.
you have
Point
always
of
been
order.
fair, but this is
and I'm
not
being
fair.
fair, and you will get
No,
your-
this
you will
is
get your
my
time.
and he
You will give the
said
gentlelady
that the
a few
witnesses
additional
were not credible.
seconds of time.
I'm going to get an additional minute of time because
No,
that's
you'll
how
get
much
what,
time
you
he
won't get a
took.
minute, you'll get some seconds, what we think is under 5 minutes. You don't get to demand how
Mr.
much time you
Patel.
get. That's not how it works.
Mr. Patel, are the victims of the Jeffrey Epstein horrific trafficking ring, are they credible?
Any person with information about ongoing
I
sexual
didn't.
trafficking.
I'm asking you if they're credible.
Ma'am, I'm
Are
commenting
they
on the
credible?
evidence we have.
But
And we have routinely asked for people to come forward with more evidence, and we will look at it. And the evidence that we have was the same evidence that the Biden and
Patel,
Obama Justice Departments
Mr.
had.
Patel,
And they
this is
determined,
new.
not me, they determined that that
Chairman,
information was not
Mr.
credible.
Chairman, he's not letting me even ask my questions.
You
This is
ask the
ridiculous.
questions, he gives an answer. You may not like what he says,
No,
but that
I'm
doesn't mean you get to
asking- he's not
interrupt
answering
him.
my question.
Mr. Chairman,
have
could we
an-
restore the gentlelady 45 seconds so she
We
can
will give
complete
her
her question?
additional 30 seconds, which is what I said
I'm
earlier.
going to keep taking my time
No,
because
you'll
here's
take the time
thing.
that you get. You get
are
30
not
seconds.
answering the question. The question is,
I have, you just don't like the answer.
Are these women credible? It's a yes or no answer.
I have answered the question.
Well,
and
what
I
is
keep
the
telling
answer?
you, I'm the only FBI director that has welcomed new information in this
Okay.
case. This
You're not-
administration is the only one that has welcomed any new information in this
Is there
case.
a yes or no to whether
Present
the
new
victims
credible
are
information.
credible?
Present new
Are
information.
the victims credible
victims-
or not?
I'll tell you what happened in the last Trump
Are they
administration.
credible or not? You can't even
Victims
say.
credibly came forward, and you know what happened? President Trump authorized the indictments of
President
Jeffrey
Trump
Epstein,
called
not
them a
Biden,
hoax.
not Obama,
President
no
Trump
one
called
else.
the entire thing a Democratic hoax. So I would like to ask
The
you
gentlelady's
if
time has
you
expired.
will
I gave her
meet-
the additional
if
45
you-
seconds she
if you
requested.
will
The
meet-
gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from
Mr.
New
Chairman,
Jersey is
I would like
recognized
to
for his
ask if
5
you would
minutes.
meet with the women who were sexually
time does not
abused
belong-
and raped and
time
groomed
does
at
not
the
belong
ages
to the
of
gentlelady from
14
Washington.
and
The time now
16
belongs-
years old. Are
the
you
time-
going to cover up?
No, I'm
Are
not
you
gonna-
going to
I'm
continue
gonna
to
recognize
cover
the
up
gentleman
for
from
the
New Jersey
rich
for
and
his 5 minutes.
powerful men, including those that might be on this committee?
I can yell
yell too,
are
Mr.
you
Chairman,
going
but I don't want to
to
yell
allow
above
them
this.
to
The time
testify?
belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. I
Are you
appreciate the
going to allow
gentlelady
them to
yielding
testify,
back.
Mr. Patel?
Go ahead.
Will you allow them to testify to you, Mr. Patel?
Mr. Patel, thank you for being here. I know it's been an interesting and difficult 2 days. And I wasn't going to talk about the Epstein thing because there's a lot of other issues that affect the FBI, but I have to say a few words. I've sat here, I've listened to this, I've watched it, and you know, my Democratic colleagues are so concerned now, Mr. Patel, all of a sudden. Where were they last year? Where were they the year before? Where were they the year before that? Where was the last president in any of this? Well, all I know, the only thing I see is a single letter from the ranking member that was sent in 2019 that he didn't like the plea deal, and some people signed on to that. Most of the truth, the real truth, let's be honest, let's be intellectually honest. The real truth is we didn't hear from them at all. Anybody of them. Hardly any of them ever mentioned it. Some of them didn't mention it at all until the beginning of this year. Earlier in the year it started. Not one Democrat asked Director Wray. We all remember Director Wray was here. Not once, not twice, multiple times. Nobody asked Director Wray about Epstein before this committee. Nobody was that concerned. Where was the concern for the victims then? Where was the moral righteousness then? Where was the outrage then? Where was the sense of duty then? Where was the desire for accountability then? Where was the urgency for justice then? Most of all, where the hell was the integrity then? You know what the truth is. Let's just say it, man. Tell the truth time. The truth is, it's politically useful for them to try to do this now, even though they didn't give a damn about it in the past. And you know what? That's an insult to the victims, and that's an insult to America. Continue to do the work you're doing. Continue to uncover what needs to be uncovered. One real quick thing before I say anything to 9/11. We know that was mishandled by the past director and by the past FBIs. There are family members here. There are family members who are concerned. God Almighty, we want to get to the truth of that. I ask you, please, to meet with them, to talk to them, and to investigate this with truth. You know, in the Biden administration, we went through a very dark and difficult period of time. The FBI trust was broken with the people. Catholics were, this is the stuff we've been talking about, were labeled radical threats for praying in their churches with their rosaries. Parents at school boards were called terrorists for standing up for their children. Hindu holy men in New Jersey. We have the largest Hindu temple in the world. They were attacked. They were put up against the wall with guns to their heads. So it isn't just a Catholic or Christian thing. American Jews were targeted in colleges and universities, and a lot of folks in the FBI, in the past FBI, not this one, didn't give a damn. We can't go back to targeting religion. We can't go back to silencing free speech. The Biden administration did that. So I got questions for you. Hopefully thoughtful questions that you can answer for us in a thoughtful way. How is this FBI now, under your leadership, how are we restoring trust for Catholics, for Hindus, for Jews, for parents, for all the other, for just American people that were targeted by FISA because they had a different viewpoint? How are we restoring that trust in the FBI?
Multiple ways, sir. One, and maybe most importantly, is through transparency and providing the American public with the material so they can see, read it themselves as to what the abuses were in the past, whether it relates to the Catholic memo or the Hindu incident you talked about at the largest temple in North America. Any institution of faith and any member of faith will not be investigated by this FBI because they are men and women of faith ever, period.
And nor should they. Nor should they. I don't mean to interrupt you, but my God, of all the amendments to the freedom of speech, freedom to believe in what you want to believe in, I know you're standing up for that. Continue. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. Sorry.
Okay. The Richmond memo was driven by a reliance on sources. The Southern Poverty Law Center, you know, the words sound nice, but the organization's not so nice. And we've seen the Anti-Defamation League distort data that counts as violence. Have you been able to identify and eliminate these kinds of partisan sources? We welcome all sources, but we want objectivity and neutrality and decency in the way we report all this. Have you been able to uncover any information there? How do we make sure our sources are good in the future?
We have reviewed the source processes that infiltrate any institutions of faith, and they will no longer be going into institutions of faith. They will be directed towards criminal activity and protecting the homeland, the two most important missions the FBI has, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
Good. And I'll say this, there was a lot of bull today, a lot of you know what, and I'm not going to say it because I respect the institution so much going on around here. Continue to do the work of the people. You are here for that reason. The administration is here for that reason. It was weaponized and politicized, the FBI in the past. Hope to God we never, ever see that again. One of the darkest parts of American history. Thank you, Mr. Patel. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for UC.
I would like to introduce a CNN article that explains how an alleged top leader of the MS-13 gang was dismissed. His case was dismissed in Brooklyn so that he could be deported back to El Salvador, even though he was charged with murder.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I have some unanimous consent. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an article titled "Justice Department Told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files."
Without objection.
I have another one that is a July 2025 article by the New York Times entitled "How a Frantic Scouring of the Epstein Files Consumed the Justice Department," stating that DOJ and FBI employees reviewing the Epstein files were instructed to flag any mentions of Trump and other celebrities.
Without objection.
And I have another unanimous consent request to enter into the record an August 2025 article by The Guardian entitled "Ghislaine Maxwell Hinted at Epstein's Ties to Trump Officials. Why Wasn't She Pressed for Names?" stating that Maxwell told Deputy U.S. Attorney Todd Blanche that some of the, quote, cast of characters around Epstein are in Trump's cabinet.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Patel, for coming before us to testify today. I am concerned by your repeated claims that you're not able to disclose anything further about the Epstein investigation and files, and that there's no evidence of a broader conspiracy or other people who should be charged, because the American people aren't buying that you've been transparent or that there's nothing further to be seen. In your exchange with my colleague, Mr. Roy, you reiterated something that I heard you say yesterday in your Senate testimony, and that is, under your direction, the FBI will always follow the money. Is that right?
The money, did you say? Yes.
Yes, you said you'll follow the money. That's great. And just now you said you welcome the opportunity to investigate new evidence. So there has been significant recent reporting just in the last couple of weeks that after Jeffrey Epstein was arrested, 4 major banks flagged more than $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions connected to him that suggested a massive conspiracy related to his child sex trafficking activities. Director Patel, has the FBI reviewed the $1.5 billion in suspicious bank transactions flagged to the government relating to Epstein and his co-conspirators?
I know the FBI has reviewed numerous SARs. I don't know the totality of that number.
Okay, can you provide us with that number?
I'll get back to you.
Okay. And have you initiated any new investigation of those bank transactions since, say, September 8th, when the new reporting came out?
I'll check with the Treasury Department because they're the lead on that.
Okay, so Director Patel, how many individuals or entities has the FBI interviewed, subpoenaed, or compelled to testify? Can you give us those numbers with respect to these bank transactions?
Not off the top of my head. I'll have to work with Treasury.
Okay. I'm concerned, you see, because you see you're going after child predators, but obviously this is how you follow the money, is if you follow the bank transactions that apparently enabled the child sex trafficking. Would you agree?
It's one of the valuable investigative tools is to follow the money.
Have Jeffrey Epstein's victims have asked us to ask you whether or not you've investigated Epstein's lawyers, the lawyers who facilitated those payments. Have you subpoenaed or questioned any of those lawyers?
So in 2018 and 19, what I recollect is many, if not every one of those lawyers was part of the investigation.
But you weren't there at that time,
I wasn't
right?
there.
Okay, so can you get us the names and the numbers of who was investigated then with respect to those lawyers?
As long as I'm allowed to release it, absolutely.
Okay, well, if we provide you with subpoenas, I assume you can release it, is that right?
We have a current subpoena and we're working with Congress to provide it.
You've said that the Acosta investigation had an original sin. What do you mean by that?
Basically, if you're looking at an actual pedophile ring, what you should not do is limit the time frame in which you're legally able to collect information. So search warrants that Mr. Acosta utilized in 2006 and 7 leading to the 2008 plea agreement had a very specific narrow window of years, I think 3 or 4 years. And so information pursuant to legal process wasn't collected for 10 years or 15 years or 20 years. It also, subpoenas were not sent out to hundreds of witnesses at the time, hundreds of victims at the time. None of that was done. None of these people were put in grand juries. And so the totality of information from the jump, instead of being this big, was like this. And that, in my opinion, is not how you run an investigation if you're trying to break a sex trafficking ring.
So you're now in charge of the FBI. Why haven't you done that investigation?
Great question, and here's the answer. Simply because I am not able to go back 20 years and collect information that the courts had decided was already subject to search warrants. They have said, this was in the investigation, there's a non-prosecution agreement out of that plea, and when the case was reopened, and this is where it comes into play, when the case was reopened in 2018 and 2019, the search warrants, again, were limited to the conduct of Jeffrey Epstein. Now, whether that's right or wrong, that's a different discussion, but I'm telling you that's the information
Well,
we
I think that
reviewed.
is a different discussion, and I think the discussion we'd like to have today is why you aren't following the money with respect to the broader conspiracy that it has been reported in the New York Times and elsewhere, and that if you really want to attack the issue, if you wanted to attack the issue, if you wanted to get to the bottom of it, if you wanted to disclose what really was involved in the Epstein files, the Epstein cover-up, that you would be taking very different actions that you are today. I do want to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the New York Times September 8th, 2025 article, How J.P. Morgan Enabled the Crimes of Jeffrey Epstein.
Objection.
And also an article dated July 17th, 2025, in the Epstein case, Follow the Money.
Objection.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you much. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena the CEOs of 4 banks, J.P. Morgan, that's Jamie Dimon, Bank of New York Mellon, Robin Vince, Bank of America Brian Moynihan, and Deutsche Bank Christian Soen, in order to get the suspicious transaction reports. These 4 banks have flagged to the government $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions related to the sex trafficking crimes and conspiracy, the Epstein, Maxwell, and all of their collaborators. And as you know, Mr. Chairman, we got the SARS reports for Hunter Biden totaling around $20 million. And so these $1.5 billion in SARS reports we should get, especially since the director doesn't seem to be forthcoming. And I requested that we do this immediately.
The director has been very forthcoming. We will hold any motion to subpoena in abeyance until the conclusion of the hearing. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here. It is quite clear that certain members of this committee, they want their 15 seconds on TV, stamping and coming. Maybe it's for fundraising, maybe they're struggling in their district, they need a little bump. But they turn a committee into a clown show, and that's what we're seeing. You're being unjustly attacked today. I watched the Senate hearings yesterday. You were attacked there. We know there's an agenda. There's always an agenda. It's the same characters with the same personality, the same objective, and that is destroy the mega movement. You're being attacked, Director, is because you're effective. You highlighted what you've been doing in D.C. with the president and reducing violent crime. You're very effective. Another individual that was very effective with meaningful debate and dialogue was Charlie Kirk. And they killed him for it. Charlie Kirk was a man of faith. First and foremost, he loved his Lord Jesus. He loved his family. Beautiful wife, beautiful children. Just a remarkable, honorable man that was silent to this assassin's bullet. I would say if Charlie Kirk lived in the biblical times, he'd have been the 13th disciple. He'd have been the 13th disciple. We have a new committee. If you're not aware, a new select committee we got on January 6th. I'm honored to be on that committee. I'm looking forward to working with other members to expose truth, questioning federal agencies that were involved in January 6th, like the FBI, played a role. But we don't really know, Director, to what extent. We don't know. The January 6th sham committee was not formed by Nancy Pelosi to seek truth. There was nothing about getting to the truth about January 6th. Their sole mission was to damage Donald J. Trump and end his political career. And everybody knows it. That's what the purpose was. You know what's nice, so I kind of get to ask the question, though, how did that work out? Donald J. Trump is back to the White House, and America loves him. I spent 30 years in law enforcement, retired sheriff from a large county in the great state of Texas. I have seen, Director, I have seen more enthusiasm and support for law enforcement today because of what you and Donald Trump have done over the last 8 months to protect the American people. The American people couldn't count on their government to protect them. Crime is rampant, and now we have a president and an administration that puts the American people and their safety first. It's interesting, a few minutes ago, a classmate reached out to me and sent me I told him, I said, yes, we got Director Patel in front of our committee today. And Andy Kane wanted me to tell you, he said, quote, tell him we love him. Tell him we love him and all the brave warriors exposing the deep state. Ash, you're a great American, sir. You're a great American. Your work as the director of the FBI is commendable. It's commendable. And I want to thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Keep up the good fight, brother. Don't let him tear you down. Keep up that good fight. You have it in you. But that's right, you have it.
Don't kneel to me. Director Patel, there were 26, the gentleman mentioned the select committee, there were 26 confidential human sources at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, or entered the Capitol and thereby broke the law. Do you know if those individuals were being paid by the Ray FBI?
So we've provided 600 pages of documents to this committee alone regarding January 6th. That's 600 pages more than any of my predecessors. Generally speaking, confidential human sources are always paid by the FBI. That's how it works. I can't speak to the specifics on each one and how much they're made.
And we appreciate it. We've reviewed some of that material, and you've given us a lot of material that we didn't get from Director Ray. That specific question, I think, is important to the American people. Were people who were confidential human sources of the FBI who broke the law, one was recommended for prosecution, my understanding is, by the information we've received from you. Were they actually paid by the very taxpayers who may have got charged with the same offense? I think that's important for us to understand. I'll get back to you. Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Director Patel. I'm going to focus a little bit on domestic terrorism. We have a graph here, data up to 2021, but as you can tell, domestic terrorism is on the rise. Nation, our citizens under threat. We saw the assassination of Charlie Kirk, 2 assassination attempts on the president, school shooting, Minnesota last month, and closer to home, just a couple days ago, Huntington Beach, peaceful vigil for Charlie Clark, infiltrated by neo-Nazis who essentially made the local individuals attending that event fear for their safety. All of us know that a lot of these domestic attacks are by lone wolves. but yet they do leave clues, social media or elsewhere. Director Patel, you're it. You're the thin blue line. The FBI, your job to protect our citizens back home from those that would harm us. You have to find the needle in the haystack. It takes a lot of work, a lot of resources. Talking to my local sheriff this morning, who said they're concerned. Federal cuts to local grants that help them do the job. And of course, let's not forget about other threats there are coming before us, like high-tech fraud. Local senior recently was talking to me about a text she had gotten, a demand by the IRS to send a payment immediately, or the IRS agents were on their way to arrest this individual. Pretty gutsy stuff by folks probably from Europe, North Korea, Russia, China. People, okay, going after those precious savings our senior citizens rely on. Yet the president's proposing a budget cut of $500 million or more to your organization, the FBI. You've said that that'll essentially equate to about 1,300 less jobs at the FBI. So I'm going to ask you essentially, what is it that we can do to help you do your job? Little concerned. Friday Night Lights. One of the events I love to do on Friday nights, go to the local high school football game. Sit there at the stadium and you always say, what if? What if? You're the thin blue line. Can you do your job cutting $500 million from your budget?
Thank you, sir. I think we are doing our job, and the distinction is with the budget that we have, we are flexing more resources to the field. California is receiving the largest FBI plus-up of any state in the union due to that plus-up. They're not getting a reduction. No state is getting a reduction. Every state is getting a plus-up. So I'm utilizing the money that we have to first plus it up. And the empty vacancies that we have, those haven't been filled in years, not under my leadership.
Here's my concern. You're going to do well, you're doing more with less, is what you're saying. Yet, we're about to vote on a budget that has $88 million more to protect members of Congress, the executive branch, and the Supreme Court. There's a contradiction here. Back on Main Street, we're saying you can do more with less, you can protect them with less money, yet here in Washington, we're saying we need more money to protect members of Congress. It's a little contradiction here, or maybe, sir, you ought to talk to leadership about coming in with your management style to protect the Supreme Court, Congress, and the administration. Otherwise, it's essentially a hypocritical situation. We need more protection, yet folks on Main Street can do with less.
My concern is folks on Main Street. We also were, I think we received over $300 million in the big beautiful bill, and we're also receiving pots of money from our interagency. So this sort of 500 million cut isn't entirely accurate.
You're still getting cut 200 million plus. You're still moving your agents to do ICE work. So you are leaving a lot of bases uncovered. And I'm not going to be argumentative with you, Director Patel. I'm just saying, if that thin blue line does not hold, people on Main Street will pay the price.
I agree with you, sir.
And I just look forward to working with you, because I am very concerned that these kinds of budget cuts are short-sighted, especially when my local sheriff calls me and says, we need more support, and we're looking at budget cuts.
I'll work with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Mr. Chairman, I have another unanimous consent request.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for unanimous consent.
I seek to introduce a December 2024 OIG report from the Department of Justice, which confirms the conclusion of the Bill Barr Justice Department that the so-called whistleblower, a disgruntled former employee of the Intelligence Committee, was not a credible witness, and there were no further actions taken.
Without objection.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit some items for record. First one, Trump's deportation diverts FBI agents off child predator cases. Second one, FBI director backtracks on administration's proposed budget cuts. And number three, Trump administration says 70% of ICE detainees do not have criminal convictions.
Without objection. Gentleman from Texas, you're recognized.
Thank you. Director, earlier this year, the committee learned of new documents tied to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation and the Russia collusion hoax against President Trump. Your efforts in declassifying key documents tied to this investigation allowed the committee to acquire thousands of pages that it did not have previously. Did any of your predecessors make any effort to declassify these documents?
Not to the extent we have.
Did any of your predecessors share or leak any details that were classified at the time?
There are ongoing leak investigations across the board.
I believe one of those is Mr. Comey, and I thank you for continuing that investigation. Among the declassified documents are the Durham Report Annex, the Crossfire Binder, and the Nellie Orr Criminal Referral. Could you summarize for those watching what we know about the Russia collusion hoax so far?
Sir, I think the record will speak that Russia collusion matter was perpetrated by a political party to go overseas and obtain information from a foreign intelligence asset, only to have that information, which was demonstrably false, turned over to the FBI, who walked into a federal FISA secret court and asked for a secret surveillance court order and lied to the federal court, and we know that because someone was convicted of it, and only to surveil the political opponent. So that is a massive scandal. We helped expose it. And in terms of the pages of productions, I provided 1,400 pages of production related to Crossfire Hurricane, and my predecessors have provided 0.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate your courage and commitment to declassifying these important documents for our review, and hope that you'll continue with this commitment. Can we expect to see more declassification efforts regarding the Crossfire Hurricane and Russia collusion hoax?
Yes.
Thank you. I yield the remaining balance of my time to Chairman Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And Director, that's when it all started, right? The whole Russia, that's when it all began. And then it was Mueller, then it was impeachment, then it was Jack Smith and Fonnie Willis and Alvin Bragg and you name it. But it all started then. And that's why I think the gentleman from Texas wants to make sure we get all the information there. And I want to go back to when it was changed. We talked about this earlier. I just want to read to you what the CIA officer said to the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. Quote, Brennan refused to remove the dossier, and when confronted with the dossier's main flaws, he responded, yes, but doesn't it ring true? That's what he initially said. And then when he was talking to this committee, he said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. So on one hand, you got a witness who was there who said he refused to remove it even though he knew it was garbage, and then he's on the other hand telling the committee, no, we didn't want anything to do with it, it shouldn't have been a part of the intelligence community assessment, which we know it was. You know it was, you found that. Those are two entirely different stories. I think Mr. Brennan has some explaining to do, frankly, what happened there. And I think you said earlier that this whole thing, and I think you said to Mr. Gooden, this whole thing is being looked at as part of this grand conspiracy to undermine the president, whether it's Comey, Brennan, Clapper, former head of the Intelligence Committee, now senator from, whoever it is, that's all being looked at. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Well, we appreciate that. And part of what's also being looked at, and I think the gentleman from Wisconsin brought this up earlier, what is a burn bag for, by the way?
Generally speaking, the intelligence community obviously utilizes and possesses classified documents, but drafts of those classified documents and even ultimate finished products of those classified documents have to be recorded and or discarded. And if they are discarded, the only way we do that, the hard copies, is we literally put them in burn bags that are identified specifically for that purpose. And there is a very exact courier system in which those burn bags are obtained and the material inside is destroyed.
So it's to get rid of the material, right?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like the annex that Mr. Durham in his investigation had was put into a burn bag by your predecessor, I assume, to be destroyed. Is that accurate?
Without getting into the stylization of the evidence, anything that's put in a burn bag is for purposes of destruction.
you find that interesting that the Durham Annex was placed in a burn bag, that you would discover that when you took over as the head of the FBI?
We found a lot of information in a lot of burn bags.
Well, we appreciate you finding that. We'd like to know a little bit more about that. We look forward to that information coming forward, and I appreciate the gentleman yielding. With that, we now recognize the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. I have a couple of questions regarding a terrible shooting that occurred in Colorado, a state, as you may know, that I represent. You've testified previously about, I think, what you would describe as your efforts to provide more information regarding the investigation with respect to the horrific assassination of Mr. Kirk. And so, in that same vein, I'm hoping you can provide this committee and my constituents in Colorado with some clarity.
Absolutely.
I think, as my colleagues know, in Evergreen, Colorado, Jefferson County, the county that I proudly represent, Evergreen High School, a shooter ultimately injured 2 students. We're praying for a swift recovery. There's an article here on Public Radio. The title is, quote, FBI was already investigating an account that may have been linked to the Evergreen shooter. You're familiar with the circumstances generally, Director, regarding this terrible tragedy. So my understanding from the public reporting is that an organization reported to the FBI in July of this year regarding, I'm just reading here from the article, that the FBI opened an assessment into a social media account user whose identity was unknown and who was discussing the planning of a mass shooting with threats non-specific in nature. This is the FBI's statement to the press. And that the FBI continued to work this assessment investigation to identify the name and location of the user up until September 10th, 2025, which was the day of the tragedy. Can you provide us some clarity on what were the impediments to finding, the account user, and maybe describe in greater detail the FBI's work in that regard?
Generally speaking, yes, because I know even though the shooter's deceased, the investigation we're not done. And so the impediments to finding these individuals, you highlight a great point. We had 2 huge tragedies in the span of days in this country. The school shooting in Evergreen, Colorado being one of them. And proactively going out onto these social media platforms, which are so large, is our biggest impediment. And we need to rely on the service providers. There's actual legislation, I can't remember the name of it, that's up for renewal, which will, I think, at the end of the month, which gives service providers the ability to report that information in from their end without liability. We need that to continue because while the FBI has so many people and the police are great at doing it, there's just too many platforms to cover down on.
Well, I appreciate that, Director Patel, and I think we're certainly, I'm interested in continuing this conversation because I think the reporting suggests that there's a pattern, and that ultimately, we want to make sure that law enforcement is able to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening in the future. I have a question. It's not meant as a gotcha question, so it just frame it there. But it is in regards to some reporting around a periodic transaction report that you had filed earlier, this year. So this is in July, pursuant to the ethical obligations as a senior executive official. You remember filing that in July?
Yes.
So in that report, as best as I can surmise, you disclosed that you divested of $100,000 or more in a variety of different stocks, which I presume is pursuant to the ethics report that you negotiated with the Department of Justice. In that same report, there's a disclosure regarding purchases of 2 different transactions. So between $15,000 to $50,000 in a national coffee house chain and between $50,000 to $100,000 in a semiconductor company on May 9th and May 12th. Are those transactions that you're doing personally, or are these through a stockbroker, or are these transactions that you're handling yourself?
So how they happen is I submit proposals under DOJ guidance to say, hey, I would like to trade this or that. And they run their review, and the FBI runs a review, and then they come back and say yes or no, and then I make the transaction.
Is there a reason that you decided to make the purchases into those 2 companies?
Generally speaking, before I got this job, I was, trading stocks, but not a lot, like most people, and I just follow certain industries, and I thought that would be a good investment.
So the reason why I ask, right, because you had divested in other companies, and I presume that wasn't because there were actual conflicts. It's just that you wanted to avoid an appearance of impropriety.
It was both.
Both, yeah, but not all of the companies were conflicts.
Whatever they make
divested from.
I don't make the call, they make the call.
Sure. I guess my point would be, the reason why I ask is why I said it's not a gotcha question. I have for years led an effort here in Congress to try to ban members of Congress, senior executive officials, from trading stocks. And it's bipartisan in nature. We're working really hard to get that done, Republicans and Democrats. And you can understand, I think, given your role, given the nature of the position that you hold as the leader of the largest law enforcement agency in our country, that divesting entirely, not doing day trading now, I think would be something that would be in the interest of the American people. So I just would hope you would consider that, and that moving forward, that perhaps not purchasing stocks in individual companies, I would think would be something that would be worth pursuing.
Gentleman's time is up.
I'm happy to give the witness an opportunity to.
Thank you. I'll work with you on it.
Gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. Newly declassified documents confirm that the intelligence community under President Barack Obama knowingly relied on unverified and fraudulent evidence to manufacture a false claim that Russia, in fact, meddled in the 2016 election. Is there more to be done to uncover the depths and origins of the Russian collusion hoax?
There is, and we're doing it.
Why should Americans still care about that, Director Patel?
Everybody wants to talk about a weaponized bureaucracy. When we put out the facts about a weaponized bureaucracy, not because I said so, but because we found the FISA documents, because we found the 302s and the 1023s, then it becomes a political football. My job is to continue to put out that information and let the American public read it for themselves when I'm lawfully able to do so. And that's been my commitment on any subject, Russiagate or otherwise. Wherever the law allows me to do it, I will do it.
You know, when I first came in 2020, the number one concern as I was doing town halls was the weaponization of government against the American citizen. And so, are there things that you're doing, structural reforms that you're implementing so that the FBI cannot be weaponized again, whether it's against President Trump or future elected presidents?
It shouldn't be weaponized against anyone. And the structural reform is simple. If you're going to go after a political individual or someone seeking political office, there has to be a grounded basis in law and fact to open up a criminal investigation. And if there's not, the investigation isn't even opened. And I've also gone back and reviewed other cases that were opened in prior administrations related to public officials. And we've closed a number of them because we felt that some of these actions were weaponized on either side of the aisle. I felt it wholly inappropriate for the FBI to be playing umpire and referee amongst these decision makers when there was no factual or legal basis to continue those investigations. So I shut them down.
And I think that's so desperately needed because we need to restore trust in law enforcement and certainly in the DOJ and the FBI so that the American people don't fear the very government that is supposed to protect them. And so thank you for doing that. On August 11th, you released to the committee documents concerning leak investigations that began in 2017. You believe these leaks were accidental or were they intentional in order to influence public opinion against President Trump?
When I could publicly make a final decision on that, either through a recommendation of charging that the DOJ makes or findings that I have, I'm able to do so, but they're still not complete.
Why did the FBI under Director Comey want to undermine the Trump administration?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
I think it might have been political. How will Director Comey be held accountable for his leaks and classified information concerning the Russian collusion hoax?
Well, anyone. It doesn't matter what you did before or what seat you were in. If you leak classified information, it's illegal. And we will investigate it fully. And if we can bring enough evidence to recommend charges to the Department of Justice, we will. But as you know, in these leak investigations, it's very difficult to produce the information necessary. We know leaks happen. They literally happen every week. It's one of the most destructive things in this country. Media receives classified information beneficial to one side or the other. I'm a fan of none of it, and I want to shut all of it down. And we need to bring some real cases to deter individuals from doing that. That's my focus.
What was Comey's role in creating the ICA?
Speaking from my memory, as the head of the FBI, he was charged under then Director Brennan, Director Clapper, the other IC elements to come in with the NSA, CIA, FBI, and ODNI and put together a collection of information on how information sort of surrounding Russiagate came together. So he represented the FBI.
Former Director of CIA, John Brennan, he's denied that the Steele dossier was used in creating the ICA. Is that true?
Well, it's without commenting on him, the FISA has been released, and and the dossier was in the FISA. It was in 4 FISAs. So I'll let the public decide.
Well, former Director Brennan actually denied repeatedly that he pushed for the Steele dossier to be included in the dossier. Is that true?
I'll let his testimony speak for itself, but then Deputy Director Andy McCabe also testified to the House Intelligence Committee, which has now been declassified, that were there no Steele dossier, there would have been no FISA.
Well, time's getting close, but let me tell you this, sir, and my colleague from Texas said, thank you for the job you're doing. You're making the American people safe. You're restoring trust in these agencies that so many of us have lost right here. So thank you for the work you're doing. That thin blue line, you're doing a fine job, and we want to let you know we appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you.
City from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, for coming here today. And actually, thank you for your response to my colleague from New York who asked you earlier about violent extremism. And you said that there is violent extreme ideology on both sides. And I think you actually alluded to that same statement yesterday in the Senate. So I too have some questions I'd like to ask you. These are not gotcha questions, and just deny, please, what you deem to be false. So Dylan Roof, who followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry. Dylan Ruth? Roof? Can you give me some more information?
You're head of the FBI, you probably know this. If you don't know, that's fine.
You can give me a reminder. I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news. Robert Bowers murdered 11 Jewish worshipers in Pittsburgh in 2018.
I do remember that.
And it was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack. So do you admit that that happened?
I'm not saying the other thing didn't happen. I'm just asking for a little information.
Patrick Cruces, who posted a manifesto about a Hispanic invasion, walked into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019 and began firing. He murdered 23 people that day, and the youngest was 15. Do you admit or deny that that happened?
I'll take your presentation as accurate.
All right, well, I have to say all of these cases have been adjudicated. As I said, they are not gotcha questions. These incidents were national news. And as director of the FBI, you have access to all of this information. So in 2022, Peyton Grendon walked into a supermarket in a black neighborhood in Buffalo, New York, and started shooting. He murdered 10 people that day. And on September 10th, your friend Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Tyler Robinson has been taken into custody and charged, but also on that day, Desmond Holley, a 16-year-old white male, shot and injured 2 students at a high school in Colorado before killing himself. And according to the Anti-Defamation League, he had a fascination with mass shootings and white supremacy. So do you admit to, deny these facts?
Those happened.
Okay. Your predecessor, former FBI Director Christopher Wray, said that one of the most dangerous concerns is that racially motivated violent extremism, especially white supremacists, has been the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism cases and is responsible for the most lethal attacks over the last decade. Do you admit or deny, A, that he said this?
I'll let the record reflect that. Whatever he said was what he
All
said.
right, and do you agree?
That there is racially motivated crimes being committed in America, yes.
Yes, especially white supremacists, which is the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism. I'm glad that you said this. So last week, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. He was actually asked this by Fox and Friends, and his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with the president?
I don't speak for the president. The president speaks for himself.
Do you agree with the president?
I don't. On what matter?
On the question that I just asked, do you agree with his statement about the radical left?
That there's ideology that's driving violence on both sides? Yes, that's what he acknowledged.
No, he didn't. But I'm glad that you're saying that and actually creating some separation between you and the president. And I'm glad that you
That's literally
are
not what happened. He said
acknowledging
both.
that there is violent extremism on both sides. What's interesting is that the research arm of the Department of Justice, the National Institute of Justice, do you know what that is?
I'm familiar with them.
Okay, great. It is the research arm of the Department of Justice, and it published an article in 2024 devoted to domestic radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism. I have it. It's interesting that it's no longer on the website. It has been scrubbed, but I ask these questions because what makes a strong, qualified director of any business, of any household, of the FBI, what makes a reputable prosecutor is not lapdog loyalty, but a commitment to the creed that evidence is agnostic and that the evidence will lead you to making the right decisions. And your job, no one's job is to like the data or the evidence, it is to collect it. That is how you gain trust. And Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record, if I may. White supremacist group stands by racist ideology with unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Dylan Roof, the radicalization of the alt-right and ritualized racial violence.
Without objection.
Thank you. Another article, how Robert Bowers went from conservative to white nationalist. I'd like to enter that into the record with me.
Without objection.
Patrick Cruces believed he was fulfilling Trump's wishes in El Paso attack, his attorney said. I'd like to enter into the record.
Without objection.
Buffalo shooting, how far-right killers are radicalized online. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
Evergreen High School shooters online activity reveals fascination with mass shootings, white supremacy. Enter that into the record.
Without objection.
Murder and extremism in the United States in 2024, a report by the Anti-Defamation League. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
And the article, the report that was scrubbed from the DOJ just recently. National Institute of Justice Journal focusing on domestic radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
And lastly, the libertarian think tank Cato and their analysis on violent extremism and the right rising in extremist acts. I'd like to enter that into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady is back. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Just very quickly, Director Patel, thank you for being here, for your service to this country, and for the transparency that you have brought to the FBI and for the American people. Transparency that was absolutely non-existent in the Biden administration and FBI. I believe that you might have been asked earlier about whether you had had an opportunity to visit with any of Epstein's legal counsel. Were you asked that question earlier?
I think so.
Okay. One of the legal counsels or legal fixers for Mr. Epstein was Stacey Plaskett, the Democrat delegate to Congress from the Virgin Islands. So perhaps for those on the other side who are interested in talking to Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys, they could sure visit with one of their own colleagues. I want to focus on something that I think is very important that has not been addressed enough today, and that is related to the consequences of the Biden open border. One consequence of the Biden border crisis is the impact that it continues to have on our tribal communities, with the cartels taking advantage of our open borders, the Mexican drug cartels, by infiltrating our reservations and bringing violence, drugs, murder, trafficking, and more. Last year, when I questioned the Attorney General Garland about what the DOJ was doing to protect these communities, he simply deflected responsibility and said that Congress had not appropriated sufficient resources for them to be able to protect our tribal communities. Mr. Patel, what is the Trump FBI doing to counter the drug cartel infiltration and other violent crime targeting our Native American communities?
Thank you. It only took more than half of this proceeding to talk about one of the priorities that the FBI has, which is crimes on tribal lands. Every single crime that we have been talking about, whether it's child predators, human trafficking, narco traffickers, murder, they all happen on tribal lands as well. And I've said since the beginning, it is a priority, which is why we launched Operation Not Forgotten on tribal lands. And I'm the first FBI director to meet with the staff and tribal leaders here in Washington, D.C. and elsewhere, and invited them into my office and headquarters to see them, because I need engagement with tribal leadership, and I need our police and FBI agents to be engaging with tribal leadership. Otherwise, we're not going to break through. We have 1,900 Indian country cases open right now. We've got 600 indictments this year alone. We cannot forget tribal lands. Every single one of those people lives in the United States of America, and it is an absolute priority to protect them and their children just as it is anyone else.
So I think it's fair to say that what Mary Garland testified to, that the FBI and DOJ did not have the resources to address that. I think that was an absolutely false statement. Would you agree with me?
It's a decision by him not to do so. That's not my decision.
At the end of August, the U.S. Attorney and FBI announced that nearly 100 personnel representing members of the Safe Trails Task Force operated near Wyoming's Wind River Reservation to assist with reducing drug trafficking and illegal guns. Director Patel, you have routinely stated that it is your mission to partner with and strengthen local and state law enforcement partners. How does the task force and other FBI efforts bring tribal law enforcement into this process?
The major problem with tribal lands is the sheer tyranny of geography and the amount of coverage that they have on land versus the personnel they have to do it. So what we've done is constantly surge resources to tribal lands across this country on a 30, 60, 90-day rotating basis, reporting back to us saying who needs more. And what we found is that most of these lands can be assisted by our counter-UAS program, our drone capabilities, and we're going to do it because what's happening is the Mexican drug cartels are literally flying overhead, dropping their cargo, their narcotics onto this land where no one's looking, and then it's being disseminated to children, to youth, to adults on that land and killing them. We got to stop it before it gets dropped off.
Well, and your testimony proves that the Biden administration did not lack the resources to address drug and violent crime in tribal communities or around the United States. It instead expended and wasted these resources investigating parents, Catholics, we now find out Turning Point USA, the RNC, and Republican organizations, rather than protecting our Native Americans by closing the border. Is that fair?
I think so.
Wonderful, thank you. And I do appreciate the work that you've done in this regard. I was previously the chairman of the subcommittee on Indian and Insular Affairs with the Natural Resources Committee, and safety and security on our reservations and for our tribal members has been one of our priorities, one of my priorities, and I very much appreciate the work that the FBI has done. Let me know if there's anything else I can do to help you, and with that, I yield back.
I will, ma'am.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for coming in today, Mr. Patel. The past few months, the country has experienced a string of horrific, high-profile attacks that have been motivated by racial hatred or political ideology. Shooter attacked the CDC headquarters, firing hundreds of rounds and killing a police officer. An arsonist set fire to the Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro's residence with the governor and his family actually inside. Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were assassinated earlier this year. And Charlie Kirk was murdered last week. Bomb threats have been made against HBCUs and the DNC, and just the list goes on and on. I only have just a few minutes today, so I don't want to take a lot of time to go into all the countless and devastating violent crimes and incidents that have happened at our schools or on our streets and in our communities that have just been happening all year long. Mr. Patel, just yes or no, is this type of political violence ever acceptable in your eyes?
No.
I'm glad that we agree that these heinous acts designed to instill fear and division in our nation are never, ever acceptable, yet each of these incidents has recently taken place under your watch. The FBI's website states that protecting the United States from terrorist acts is the FBI's #1 priority, including from domestic terrorists. Is this still your #1 priority?
Domestic terrorism?
preventing domestic terrorism.
Our number one priorities are protecting the homeland and international terrorism and crushing violent crime, and domestic terrorism sort of interlays between both of those.
So, well, and I'm glad that you're giving us the right answer, but unfortunately, our actions kind of tell a different story. Earlier this year, you granted the ranks of the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Operations Section. This is the section of FBI that is most directly responsible for addressing political violence in our country by preventing attacks from occurring and effectively responding to them if they do. The agents in this section are the ones who stopped an individual stockpiling weapons, who planned to attack schools and churches in Florida and seized bombs made by an ISIS sympathizer in New Orleans. And instead of ensuring that this section has all the resources that it needs at a time when its mission is critical, you fired its decorated veteran FBI agents who have served their country proudly under Republican and both Democratic presidents, and you scrapped the tools that they developed to fight domestic terrorism, including the National Domestic Terrorism Incident Database.
I mean, most of that is just not true. We have 1,700 current DT managed programs. We're up 300% in the amount of cases we brought against nihilistic, violent extremists, including 764, wishing to harm our children. The FBI and the men and women are getting after that problem set more than ever because I've unleashed them to do so. And any insinuation that these tragic occurrences across the country are somehow singularly my fault or disgusting because that watershed goes down to the men and women at the FBI, and they are not responsible for it. I'm happy to work with you to get them what they need.
Gentlelady controls the time. Unanimous consent request. She'll state a request.
Thank you very much. Into the record, an article from Reuters titled FBI Scales Back Staffing, Tracking Domestic Terrorism Probe Sources. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So, Mr. Patel, and it isn't just the Domestic Terrorism Operations Section. Under your watch, agents are fully diverting their attention to these anti-immigrant and city takeover operations, leaving our children vulnerable to dangerous networks of online predators, both domestic and international. You pulled more than 120 FBI agents from their normal duties to operate sobriety checks and conduct traffic stops, exposing the FBI's fleet of unmarked cars and thereby making it harder for the FBI to combat violent criminal gangs, foreign intelligence services, and drug traffickers in the process.
That's simply not true. If we were not able to do two things at one time, how would we be seizing record amounts of fentanyl? 23,000 violent felons have been arrested.
Time belongs to the gentlelady.
More than twice as many as last year.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you very much. And this request basically is, it is an article from Reuters, which quotes law enforcement officers familiar with agents who once covered child exploitation cases, but now focus on immigration child exclusive. Thousands of agents diverted to Trump immigration track down. Mr. Patel, in the short time I have left, your tenure as director of FBI has been somewhat problematic. Americans are left safe, definitely less safe under your watch. You have gutted the FBI's ability to keep safe from domestic terrorism. You have sent FBI agents to conduct traffic stops and round up hardworking immigrants who pose no danger to public safety. People even President Trump referred to as good, long-time workers. Your job is to protect and serve the American public. You have spent your time protecting heinous individuals and using the FBI to serve as a political circus. You at times have appeared unequipped, and this country deserves better, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I respond?
Sure can.
Simply put, what is it? Are we failing? If we're failing, how are we arresting 23,000 violent felons? Twice as many as this time last year. Are we failing? Because if we're failing, how are we seizing 1,500 kilograms of meth, 25% increase from last year? Are we failing? Because we captured 4 top 10 FBI most wanted from around the world in 7 months. That's more than the entirety of the last administration. Are we failing? Because we put 1,500 child predators in prison. Are we failing? Because we dismantled 300 human trafficking networks. Which is it? You don't like me? That's fine. But don't you dare disparage the men and women of the FBI that are producing record results in historic fashion to protect this country. They are kicking ass for America, and they're going to continue to do so.
We appreciate it. The gentlelady from Florida is recommended.
When I was home recently, I met with the agents leading the Tampa office of the FBI, and I saw what they're focused on in my community, stopping drug traffickers, rescuing children from exploitation, fighting cybercrime, protecting us from acts of terrorism, foreign and domestic. And I know from my time as a federal prosecutor and a judge that this work by the Bureau doesn't make headlines, but it is happening every single day. At the top, accountability is necessary, transparency is critical, but today we've seen an effort not just to diminish, but to distort the work of Director Patel and the agents he leads. If we really care about transparency and about truth, then what we owe to the American people is this reality, that thousands of dedicated professionals at the FBI wake up every single day thinking not about themselves but about this country and keeping every single one of us and our children safe from harm. And Director Patel, I would like to hear from you the facts about what the FBI is doing and your efforts to fight crime. Director Patel, isn't it correct that since January 20th, 2025, the FBI has made over 25,000 immigration-related arrests, including 350 members of Tren de Aragua and 195 members of MS-13?
Those numbers are accurate. The Tren de Aragua numbers are up over 350% from the year before.
And during that same period, hasn't the FBI seized over 66,000 kilos of cocaine, 6,000 kilos of meth, and 1,500 kilos of fentanyl?
Not to be nitpicky, but it's 89,000 kilos of cocaine and 7,300 kilograms of meth.
And isn't it also true that the FBI Tampa Division's Panama Express Strike Force specifically seized nearly 67,000 kilos of cocaine valued at more than $1.6 billion from illicit maritime vessels?
One of our best operations out of the Port of Tampa, and I was down there in South Florida when Panex did their work.
Director Patel, since October 7th, 2023 Hamas attack, the FBI has been a co-leader of the Joint Task Force October 7th. Isn't it correct that this task force is actively working to bring justice for victims and to prevent terrorist infiltration at our borders? Since January 20th, hasn't the FBI arrested 59 foreign intelligence operatives for spying or smuggling dangerous material into the United States?
Yes, we have, and that's on track to be more than 25% than ever before.
And the FBI has also been leading operations against major cyber threat actors, including those from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Isn't that right?
A 17% increase from year to date last year.
Director Patel, the FBI's child exploitation task forces continue to investigate predators who target children online and across our communities. How significant is that threat today, and what results have you seen under your tenure in bringing these offenders to justice?
We have, under Operation Gray Skull, dismantled dark web units that are operating online, not just in the United States, but across the world to do our children harm. We have taken into custody more suspects than ever before on those who seek to harm our children. That is what the men and women of the FBI do, and that's what they're going to continue to do. Those are the real results when you let good cops be cops and when you let us get on these platforms and expose them to the public and show them the harms of these predators on these online gaming systems and social media systems. And we need more help from Congress to allow us more authorities to do that work.
The FBI laboratory manages the Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, which compares over 25 million DNA profiles and aids more than 125 investigations each day. Director Patel, why is this important to law enforcement nationwide?
All of law enforcement relies on our CGIS operation out of West Virginia. And what that does is allow 19,000 agencies to come in and say, hey, does this guy have a criminal history? Hey, is this an illegal firearm? Do we have a DNA hit like we did in these recent assassinations? That's what the FBI brings to bear, because local and state law enforcement agencies just don't have that capability. And we're doing it 24/7, 365. CGIS does not close for 1 minute.
In your testimony, you noted that the FBI has ongoing counterintelligence investigations into China, Iran, and Russia across all 55 field offices. Why is it essential to maintain that scope of coverage, and what success can you point to in disrupting nation-state actors?
Our biggest threats involving nation-state actors are the PRC, Russia, and China, and they are up 33%, 83%, and 60% respectively in arrests alone this year. Those nation-state actors wish to do harm in our infrastructure, our critical infrastructure, infrastructure system, our energy, our water supply, and also go after and target individuals and senior citizens and take their money through online pig butchering schemes, which we've exposed in Cambodia by way of the CCP. This is groundbreaking work that the American public should be seeing that their FBI is doing, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to report on it.
Thank you, Director Patel. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple uses.
Ms. Consent.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. In response to Mr. Mattel's making the remarks that, that maybe our colleagues are disparaging the men and women of the FBI, I'd like to enter the record 3 unanimous consent requests. One is entitled FBI is using polygraphs to test officials' loyalty. The second is Kash Patel knowingly broke law when firing top officials, lawsuit alleges, published by NBC. And the third is FBI forces out more leaders, including ex-director who fought Trump, demand for January 6th agents' names.
Without objection. Gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Patel, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate your time. Let me say at the top, political violence should have no place in this country, and I strongly, unequivocally condemn the killing of Charlie Kirk last week. And this is exactly the kind of case that warrants a swift and thorough investigation by the FBI. What shouldn't be happening, however, is this administration's seeming attempt to exploit Mr. Kirk's death within minutes of this horrible, horrible assassination, dividing us even further without knowing enough about the killer's complicated, confused political ideology and the extent of his motivation. And this week, Vice President Vance claimed that this is, quote, an extremely destructive movement of left-wing extremism, and said that, quote, it's part of the reason why Charlie was killed. He pledged to go after organizations on the left. But Director Patel, it was just 3 months ago that Melissa Portman, the Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband Mark were shot to death in their home in the middle of the night by a self-identified right-wing extremist and Trump supporter. When that assassination happened, the FBI released a written statement denouncing the killings and pledging to hold the killer accountable. And I thank the Bureau for that. It was clear, concise, to the point. But when you compare that statement to the over 50 mentions of the Charlie Kirk killing and just 4 for the Hortmans on accounts affiliated with the FBI and your personal account, it appears to many Americans that you're valuing some lives more than others, and that's painful. And this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, so I just want to convey that to you. And the Vice President didn't even call on right-wing organizations to tone down their rhetoric after that horrific killing in Minnesota. And he never once spoke about dismantling conservative institutions. This week, when the president was asked by a reporter about Speaker Hortman, he claimed he didn't even know who she was. One of the most high-profile assassinations of an elected official in recent memory, and the president claims to know nothing about it, hasn't even heard of it. It was absolutely devastating for her colleagues and for her family. And I think we all can agree in this room that we have to stop this political violence. So my first question to you is, Director Patel, what is your plan as director of the FBI to turn down the temperature, especially in light of the fact that it seems like members of the administration are reacting to political violence based on party affiliation? What's your plan?
I can only speak for myself and the FBI. And what we are doing is, I think I mentioned it earlier, we're following the money, because whatever attack you are describing, and they are all despicable, equally so, people need money to operate. People need money to conduct these attacks, to conduct these investigations. And so what we are doing is finding the people that supported this infrastructure system, because even when you say there's a lone, quote unquote, lone wolf actor, he's not truly a lone wolf actor. Something happened along the way.
I agree. And so can I just because we have such little time, are you making a commitment right now to follow where the evidence goes in investigating whether it's violence on the left or the right? Because over the last 10 years, when you look at the ideology, I want to follow up on what my colleague from California said. When you look at the data, you look at the Anti-Defamation League data, 96% of ideological motivated killings were committed by the right wing. When you look at the Institute of Justice report that she cited, it's 5 times the number of far-left extremist incidents are perpetrated by far-right. And it's been reported, and she mentioned this, that as of September 12th, 2025, just 2 days after Charlie Kirk's killing, that the DOJ removed that report from the DOJ website. That's why Americans are concerned that there seems to be a separate system of justice, that if you are a Republican and you are attacked, you will get the full weight and authority of the FBI and this administration. But if you are somebody serving in the Minnesota State Legislature and you are assassinated in your home, that the response is different. And I think to ignore the threats from the right or try to do a both and, when there are multiple instances when it's overwhelmingly coming from the right, this is a disservice, because Americans want to know that whoever they are, whatever their political affiliation, that the response is going to be the same, and it is going to be done with the same diligence. And I'm wondering if you will commit to me right now that you will be a voice right now, standing up to those voices in the administration that are adding to the violent rhetoric right now. That's what I'm asking you. Will you commit to this?
Time of the gentlelady's expired. The gentleman can respond.
My voice will be through the investigations that the FBI conducts, and we will conduct them all lawfully and equally.
Can we expect in the future that your tweets in related to one killing will be the same level of concern?
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Director Patel, thank you for being here today, and most importantly, thank you for restoring trust and faith in the FBI, which has been severely eroded under the Biden administration. Thank you for your service and your continued service in this capacity. On April 7th, 2025, Charlie posted on X, "Assassination culture is spreading from the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% say the same about Donald Trump. And California activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a violent frenzy and set back. Whether losing an election or losing a court case justifies a maximally violent response," end quote. And unfortunately for Charlie, that reaction also came when they couldn't win a debate on a college campus. You cannot be intellectually honest and say that this problem is on both sides. It's not just what happened to President Trump, it's also what just happened to Charlie. We've gotten to a point in America where violence is encouraged. We have a former president of the United States that opens up his campaign in 2019, that's Joe Biden, by saying that his opponent is a, quote, existential threat to this country. Houston, we have a problem. People that you disagree with are not existential threats. They are not Nazis. They are not fascist. They are not racist. They are not deplorable. They are not irredeemable. They are your fellow Americans who have a different perspective on how government should run and what government should look like. Whether or not we should have strong sovereign borders, whether or not we should have safe communities, whether or not we should have places to worship our God and not worry about being shot, whether or not we live in communities and cities that are not overwhelmed by drugs and crime, whether or not we have two genders, and whether or not we have common sense in our policies and our values. And people that believe these things are not existential threats. I happen to be one of these people that believes all of the above, and as someone that served this country in combat, I can assure you I am not an existential threat to this country because I swore to protect her. I also want to point out, how many cities have you seen burned to the ground since Charlie Kirk's death? 0. No summer of love, no riots, no nothing, no looting, no killing, none. We simply gathered and prayed for his soul, his family, and this country, because that's exactly what we represent. And while we might be angry, this righteous anger will carry on Charlie's message and legacy. I want everybody to know something very simple. Charlie is not dead because of what he said. He is dead because people listened. My time is limited, so I have a few questions for you, sir. And again, thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate your time and your service. In your experience in the FBI, have you noticed a precipitous rise in political violence and other associated crimes that you have been investigating so far this year? And if so, is this trend in motive left-wing or right-wing violence?
I can always speak generally, sir. There is too much political violence, and it has been a precipitous rise on too many fronts.
How do we solve this?
We solve this by giving the FBI more authorities to go into and work with the private sector. There are too many online platforms, there are too many social media platforms, there are too many gaming platforms, there are too many places for people from America and around the world to get together without their parents knowing anything about it, without their school teachers knowing anything about it, and infesting the minds of our children and infecting them with radical ideology. And that is the root cause of these problems. And we must tackle it. It is not a 1950s America anymore. In 2025, the cyberspace needs to be tackled.
Switching gears, when your predecessor sat right there in that seat a couple of years ago, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I did get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee. And I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we are still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit them for the record, please. I'd like to ask you, sir, and the FBI, under your leadership, would you please respond to these questions and can you commit to doing that?
As soon as the trial's over.
Thank you very much. I will end with this. Charlie Kirk is not dead because of what he said. Charlie Kirk is dead because people listened. He set up a tent that said, "Prove me wrong," and exercised his First Amendment right. That's all he did. And we will continue to do so in this country in order to preserve this constitutional republic. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I want to caution my colleagues on, one-sided violence in this country. We just heard that there were no riots on the right. We're literally sitting in the building where there was a giant riot by supporters of the president, the right. We also heard that only leftists have said that Trump is a Nazi. In 2016, the current vice president of the United States said, Trump is either a cynical asshole or he's America's Hitler. And so this is the problem. I don't want to have to say this garbage, but you want me to sit here and get painted with one brush, the whole left. No, there are extremes on the left, and there are extremes on the right. And we collectively should tackle that. But to come here and just look at us and say we all support what's going on in the extremes is why we can't solve anything in this building. Director, let me say first, thank you for being here, and my condolences on the loss of your friend. And I'm happy to hear that you want to do more on the social media platforms. Okay, it's crazy what's going on the social media platforms. There are so many conspiracy theories on what's going on with Charlie Kirk. Israel assassinated him, right? There are conspiracy theories about your personal social life. All day. It is totally rampant. Big names on the right. Candace Owens, right? Talking about how what's been released as far as the dialogue between the perpetrator and his roommate is manufactured by the FBI, manufactured by the administration. It is totally rampant, allowing foreign governments to just perpetrate these platforms, all of these bots, all of the time to weaponize Americans. You see what's going on here? This is a byproduct of all of that. What's going on in the streets is a byproduct of all of that. What's happening as you see people celebrate Luigi Mangione is a byproduct of all of that. And so if we want to do something, then we should talk about Section 230. We should talk about how we're going to make sure that we don't let foreign governments poison our children's mind. And so I will work with you on that, Director.
I'll work with you on 2:30 any day.
No problem. So now, that was the good part. I want to take your attention back a second, okay? Breaking news. Kash Patel is nominated to be the FBI director. Dan Bongino is nominated to be the #2 at the FBI. MAGA celebrates, rejoices, bells are ringing out. The team, Patel, Bongino, that sought out every podcast microphone to talk about the Epstein list. The names are finally going to get released. It begins. They produce white binders. Phase 1 with the podcasters. This is not actually one of them, of course. Your name's on it, right? And the names are going to come out. Pam Bondi says the list is on her desk. Then a memo comes out all of a sudden and says, there's no list. Oh no, no phase 2. Phase 2 binders never happen. You said the conspiracy theories around Epstein just aren't true. They never have been. And yesterday, in an answer to Senator Kennedy, you said the FBI is not in possession of any credible evidence that Epstein trafficked girls to anyone but himself. So according to your testimony yesterday and in this committee, according to the evidence the FBI has, the number of names on the list is 0.
No,
Zero.
The index has been released, and the number of people involved in that trafficking operation were charged in 2008.
Other than Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, your testimony in the Senate and here is that according to the evidence you have, the number of other names is 0.
That were charged based on credible evidence.
Well, who are the other names? Give me the other names that weren't charged.
We are not releasing the names of anyone because the Department of Justice never does that of anyone that didn't have any credible information to attack them.
Let me move forward. The president has, you've seen the picture of the woman's body with the writing and the president's signature. The president says that's not his. Okay? The president says it's not his. The Republican colleagues say it's not his. The administration say it's not his. Will you be opening up an investigation into the Epstein estate, putting out a fake document with the president's signature, linking him to the world's largest pedophile ring? Will you be opening that investigation into that?
On what basis?
On what basis? They literally put out a fake document, according to the president, with a fake signature. It's a forgery of the President of the United States signature. That's the basis.
Sure, I'll do it.
Okay, I look forward to that investigation. Am I over? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognize the gentleman from California.
Director Patel, as you know, my state, California, is home to the worst public infrastructure failure in U.S. history, known as California High-Speed Rail, although the name is probably a misnomer. Earlier this year, I joined your counterpart at the Department of Transportation, Sean Duffy, doing a compliance review of the federal money the state has received, and the outcome was that the state has not complied with the terms of its billions of dollars in funding because it hasn't actually built anything. And so that federal funding has now been cut off, but a lot of us in California still have questions as to where all the money went. We're 17 years in to this project, and absolutely nothing has been built. Not a single bit of track has been laid. There are no stations, there are no passengers, and the plan initially was to have the whole thing, LA to San Francisco, done by 2020 at a cost of $33 billion. Yet here we are in 2025, nothing has been built, and according to the New York Times, the project won't even be completed this century, and the total cost is now estimated to be over $130 billion. So I just wanted to ask you, do you think this is something that bears scrutiny, or can you confirm whether there's any kind of investigation going on at the FBI?
The FBI certainly can't investigate incompetence, but the FBI certainly can investigate and does investigate waste, fraud, and abuse. And so if we have any information that indicates that that happened in this situation or anything else, we'll look at it.
Thank you very much. We've also, been talking some today about the issues that occurred at the border during the Biden administration. And you might not agree with your predecessor on everything, but you probably would agree with some of the statements he made in testimony before this and other committees, raising alarms about the risk of terrorism from illegal border crossings. Since becoming director, have you gotten some insight into how well calibrated those warnings were, and what is the status of that risk now?
Since becoming director, there's been a sharp decrease of border crossings for known or suspected terrorists from the southern border. But unfortunately, there has been a sharp increase of known or suspected terrorists entering through our northern border. And so what I'm trying to do is work with our northern border states and our interagency to tackle that problem. But it is an absolutely massive border that can't physically be sealed. So we're going to have to get creative and put more resources into that.
And in a similar vein, there were over 500,000 unaccompanied children that crossed the southern border during the Biden administration. As we know, many were trafficked either through forced labor or sex trafficking. Do you have any insight as to what the scale of that problem was and how have things changed over the last several months?
Other than what you outlined in terms of how it was described, I don't have any additional details. In terms of how many people are being trafficked into this country, especially unaccompanied missing children, that number is drastically reduced because the coyotes that smuggle these children for their criminal activity are the same ones that smuggle in narcotics, or the same one that traffic older age women. They're all interconnected, and because of the sealing of the southern border by this administration, that has come to a near halt.
That is a very important point, that we have seen far fewer victims of human trafficking because we finally prioritized border security. And by the way, you have children who are getting rescued because of the immigration enforcement activities that unfortunately some politicians in my state are trying to stop, thereby stopping those kids from getting rescued. We've seen, of course, a substantial reduction in crime here in Washington, D.C. since the FBI and the National Guard got involved. I'm kind of asking you to state the obvious here, but what is the mechanism there? Why have we seen a reduction of crime when D.C. has had such a huge crime problem for years, and then almost overnight we see such a big difference?
Because of the dedication and resources from President Trump's administration to utilize all federal, state, and local assets in a heavily crime-ridden area. I mean, if we did not have a crime-ridden area, then homicides, carjackings, and gun violence would not be dropping by 40, 50, 60%. And when you allow the police, the MPD, to work with federal authorities and allow the National Guard to set up your perimeter, this is what you can do in a few short weeks. And we at the FBI, under Operation Summer Heat, have set those Phase 01 operations in motion 4 months ago, quietly at the direction of President Trump. So we are scattered across cities across this country doing just that. But we're going to need more help to complete the job.
Yeah, in too many places in this country, crime has just been treated as sort of a norm, that this is the way things have to be. What's happened in D.C. shows that is not the case if we have the right policies and the right priorities. Finally, you know, this is tragically the second time in as many years that we've had an FBI director here following either an assassination or an assassination attempt. And so since there's been some time now since from the attempted assassination on President Trump at Butler, would you say that the public's understanding of what took place on that day is fairly consistent with all of the facts as you know them, or do you believe there's still material facts that have not been made public or are not fully understood by the public?
I think it's fairly consistent.
Thank you. Someone yells back, the lady from Texas recognized.
Man, oh man, there has been so much today, and I truly don't know where to start. So I'm just going to make sure that we start off with a few facts. So a couple of facts that we need to make clear for everyone is that, number one, Director Christopher Wray, when he was appointed to be the head of the FBI, was appointed by Donald Trump. Now, I will agree that I definitely take issue with a number of decisions that Donald Trump makes, especially when it comes to the people that he decides to appoint to very important positions, including this one, because I did have to make sure that I wasn't going crazy. But when I say that you are the least qualified FBI director in the history of the FBI, that is real, because you are the only one that never even served with the FBI prior to joining, yet we are supposed to believe that you are the greatest thing since sliced bread. I didn't ask you a question. Now, what I want to go through is to talk about why you are a failure and why, honestly, we just need to tell you bye-bye. I know that you got a little upset and you put on your show for your boss because it seems like you're trying to save your job when it came to talking to Senator Booker yesterday. But let's go through some of your failures. So before you were even confirmed, and I think one of my colleague from Georgia, pointed out that you are already targeting career officials so that you could direct illegal firings. Mind you, These cases that you were so upset about, which are the ones tied to Trump, the cases came through his handpicked FBI director. And frankly, when people sit around and say things like, oh, you know, we're happy because now we feel safe, I don't know who feels safe in this country except for the white supremacists, because I specifically as a black woman definitely don't feel safe. And frankly, my colleagues have been real nice to you today, and I applaud them, but I don't have the same demeanor. Because I know that multiple colleagues on this side of the aisle have faced death threats. In fact, somebody tried to kill one of my colleagues, and frankly, I don't know if this FBI or under your leadership, if those people would have been caught. I don't have any confidence in you. And if we start talking about the reasons that I lack confidence, we can start with you not just wanting to acknowledge some simple facts. Simple facts like the vast majority of the threats are coming from right-wing extremism. And I know my colleagues have tried to stress this, but I decided that I would maybe do it in a different way. Number one, I have a couple of UCs. Kim Buck, one of multiple Republicans receiving death threats for voting against Jim Jordan as House Speaker.
North of 136.
Objection.
Another one, Republican lawmaker says she received death threats after voting against Jim Jordan in Speaker's race.
Without objection.
In addition, there was another one from another colleague who now is leaving Congress because they said that they were calling his wife anonymously and threatening her life to the extent that she ended up sleeping with a firearm.
Without objection.
Okay, so here's the deal. How are we supposed to have confidence when you're sitting up here telling the Senate yesterday that it will take you 14 years before you can get the FBI fully staffed to do their jobs? You're also now redirecting resources so that they can go and play ICE agents on the streets. You're getting rid of your most qualified people, and even when it came down to somebody that you consider to be a friend, you were posted up having some fancy dinner to the extent that you posted not only once erroneously, you posted twice erroneously as it relates to catching somebody, and then you want to go and say, let me take a victory lap, because honestly, if it wasn't for parents deciding that they were going to turn in their child, it seems like y'all wouldn't have got there, even though he literally confessed online. So I'm confused about what it is that the FBI is doing except for trying to put on a show for the apprentice, or whatever you want to call him. The day after all of this took place, there was domestic terrorism that was taking place at HBCUs. They were targeted. Yet I didn't hear anything from the FBI about what was going on. And again, black people kept saying, how did we end up in this? Because the numbers are so very clear that white supremacy is a problem. And honestly, I've not heard anything out of you today that makes me believe that you're going to do anything about the white supremacy problem. The one that is leading to children being killed, children being shot, as well as members of their community as they're worshiping in their churches.
The time of the gentlelady has expired. If the gentleman would like to respond to any of that.
Henry Victor Paul 1233.
I'll respond. Kash Patel, as I said when I introduced him, public defender, former prosecutor, top staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, Deputy Director of National Intelligence with the National Security Council, Chief of Staff at the Department of Defense, and FBI Director. I think that's a pretty good resume for the guy who's now running the top law enforcement agency in our country. And we've seen all the stats that he's given to the committee on how much better they're doing at getting the bad guys than the previous guy was doing. With that, I recognize the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, I think you're witnessing some auditions, clickbait auditions for the Academy Award for my Democratic colleagues. We'll see how they fare as they're on MSNBC later on today. Do you care, before I launch into my line of questioning, to respond to Ms. Crockett from Texas on that very elaborate and theatric display?
Here's what I've learned in my government service. I don't give a damn what they say about me as long as I'm succeeding in the mission. We're succeeding in the mission because the men and women of the FBI have never been empowered to do more work and to hit the streets harder than by President Trump's authorities and resources he's given us. And so all I care about is that we are capturing more child predators than ever before, taking more drugs off the streets than ever before, that we are capturing murderers at a significantly historic rate, and we're delivering this country the lowest murder rate in recorded history. That are facts that you cannot dispute. But you can come at me all you want. I don't care.
Thank you, Director, for that, and we appreciate your service. We appreciate the results speak for themselves, I think, pretty plainly, and your commitment not only to results, but to transparency, so we do appreciate that. Director, who was John Durham?
He was a former federal prosecutor, United States attorney, and ultimately appointed special counsel in the first Trump administration.
Correct, and what there was a document that he released in his findings called the Durham Report. What was the Durham Report briefly, and what were the findings very briefly?
It was every special counsel that's appointed produces a report to the Attorney General. Special counsel's Durham Report largely focused on Crossfire Hurricane and included extensive summary findings in classified and unclassified manner, and we released the classified version, finally declassifying it for the American public in this committee.
Correct, and you released that in July of this year.
I think so.
Yes, sir. Isn't it true that in the classified Durham Annex, as it's referred to, that in 2016 the Obama administration obtained intelligence information from a source contained in two separate memoranda, one in January of 2016 and one in March? The two memoranda described confidential conversations between DNC Chair Debbie Wasserman Schultz and two individuals from the Soros Open Society Foundation. Isn't that true?
As written in the report, I'll let her speak for itself.
In the Durham Annex in January of 2016, the memorandum noted in part that President Barack Obama intended to scuttle the FBI's investigation into Hillary Clinton's private email server and mishandling of highly classified information during her time as Secretary of State. Isn't that found in the report?
I believe so.
Isn't it also found in the report that in March of 2016, the memorandum also included references to the same Obama effort to shut down the Clinton investigation, but additionally outlined a plan to falsely connect Trump to Russia? Isn't that in the Durham Annex?
I think it's in more than the Durham Report, but yes.
The memo also stated in part that, quote, the Democrat Party's opposition is focused on discrediting Trump. Among other things, the Clinton staff, with the support from special services, is preparing scandalous revelations of business connections between Trump and the Russian mafia. Isn't that also found in the now unclassified Durham Annex?
I believe so, sir.
According to the Durham Annex, based on analysis and translation of the intelligence, FBI analysts believed that special services could either mean the FBI or CIA, or the Trump dossier author Christopher Steele. Isn't that in the Durham Annex?
I believe so, sir.
When the Obama administration received intelligence in March of 2018, Fusion GPS was preparing open source opposition research regarding purported ties between Trump and Russians. The research was paid by the Clinton's campaign and the DNC. Isn't that open source and also in the Durham Annex?
I believe both.
Okay. And so, also in the Durham Annex, which I found interesting, was the potential campaign plan was shared with high-ranking career officials at DOJ. Isn't that in the Durham Annex?
I believe so, sir.
The Durham Annex describes that in July of 2016, emails allegedly between Leonard Bernardo, senior vice president of George Soros' Open Society Foundation, included data providing specificity on the Clinton plan in an attempt to smear Donald Trump by falsely linking him to Russia. Isn't that in the Durham?
I believe so.
And so, briefly, this additional evidence that you've unclassified and released to the American public, what does that purport to show or augment about the Durham Report that you can share with the American people?
Put simply, that the FBI was weaponized.
Against a political campaign.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I have uses.
Gentlelady from Texas, recognized for unanimous consent.
Yes. First one is Russia's ghostwriter hacker group takes aim at German election. This is from Politico.
Objection.
The next one is Director of National Intelligence, 30 days until election 2024, which specifically states that our assessments about activities and goals of Russia, Iran, and China are unchanged from earlier election security updates, and that they were meddling.
Objection.
And I've got 3 more. The last 3 are
Right now, it's in the plan, and so that's a council-approved plan, and so the developer is required to build it. So to remove it or to change it would take a council action.
Okay, and the only reason is that because the master plan is written really contradicts what the developer is wanting to do to be able to provide a $40 million development, not counting the development on the other side.
Correct.
Okay, well then for now, I'll make that motion to amend it as amending the roadway master plan of mobility Corpus Christi, a transportation element of the comprehensive plan.
Tren de Aragua
to remove
has caused
sections of
tremendous damage. And our soldiers are great. You know, our soldiers are now based on merit. They're not based on woke, because we won the case in the Supreme Court, which was the bravest case. I have such respect for the Supreme Court because of what they did with merit. Because our country was built on merit.
Couple thoughts. One,
Countries are destroyed
there is no way to get from
you know, I made a
Yorktown
statement,
to
and I
get
hated
back
to
into
make
that
it, because
neighborhood
it sounded bad,
between Cimarron and
everything
Rockville. End of story.
turns
So
to you
there
know
is some
why
precedent that we don't
when it
do
goes
that.
well. You remember the
I
term.
would love
I don't
to
like to use it because
I
you
would
might have some
ask
children
what the
listening,
Fred's
but
Folly
it turns
folks
bad.
would think about
And
extending
no,
that
we have
because
a-
all of their
we have the hottest country right now anywhere in the world.
empty
That's why he's here.
onto
That's why every other country wants to meet here too.
So I think
But we only have
not
so many hours in the
that
day,
is a
days in
safety
the
issue
week.
to them.
But,
It's a positive issue to them.
Get the
Also,
hottest
it's
country.
just
Think of it.
fascinating
We were
to
a
me
dead
that
country a year and a half ago.
If you're going to do it,
And
why
now
don't
we
you
have
do
the
Fred's
hottest
Folly?
country.
I can't find it now. It's
Did a
up
good
on your
job.
map.
Okay, any other questions?
I don't understand that. I think there ought, can you come back up and put that map up?
I do, I would love to. I'm just a little busy. I'd love to go to Argentina. I'd like to be like Biden.
We have a plan
I'd like to go to the beach.
takes off of whatever that is, a fifth of development.
My legs are not quite as thin as
You would
his.
at least attempt
My legs are
to
slightly
connect
heavier,
into
my
whatever
arms are
that
slightly
next
larger.
street over or the second
My
street
body
to
is
the
a little bit
left.
larger than
If
his.
that's the
I'm not sure it would be
God-given plan,
appreciated
then we
on the
need that
beach, but I'm not going to take a
connection,
chance.
that
You won't see me in a
connectivity.
bathing
I do
suit.
think there ought to be a
You won't
conversation
see
between
a
both
bathing
developers.
suit sitting on a
You know,
beach in
I think they both
Argentina,
have a-
falling
should have a
down,
say-so in this.
not being able to lift a 3-ounce chair, meant for old people to lift, and he couldn't lift it. So
between Yorktown and
he spent too much time on a beach. Somebody told him that he looked good in a bathing suit. And you'd see this guy on the beach all the time. I never quite understood it. Steve, go ahead.
It would seem to me you would want to run it down between those two properties. I don't know the Yorktown folks, but
Look, I'm very
I would
disappointed
ask
because
that-
Vladimir
so my thought
and I had a
is
very good relationship.
if we wanna
Probably still
eliminate it,
do.
I'm good with that.
I don't know why he
If we have to
continues
keep
with
it,
this
we ought
war.
to
This
at
war's
least
been so
table
bad
this
for
for
him.
30 days and allow
He's going into
opportunity
4
to visit with the
years
developers.
of a war that should have beaten. He should have won that war in 1 week.
Eliminates
He's now going to soon be into his 4th year.
developable
He's
property.
lost
Keeping in
a
mind
million and a
that-
half
and I know you
soldiers,
say it's
probably close.
1.4 million, and I think
Certainly in
when we
terms of
talked
wounded
yesterday, you were
and no
thinking
legs and no
$400,000
arms and all the things that happen
cost.
in horrible wars. It's a
You're
horrible
going to put
war.
in 50,000 apiece. So what I'm told is that the previous developer put 50 in, the new guy is going to have to put 50 in. That's $100,000. But the bridge is somewhere between, she says, we think, 300 or 400, and you say $1.4 million. The difference, whatever it is, if it's $1, it's taxpayers' dollars. So I'm all for eliminating, save some money. I think there's still access, and I'm a little offended that people don't think I care about that neighborhood. I'm okay with putting this off if we want to have a conversation, Mr. Beretta, with the adjoining property owners to see if there's a solution we can all appreciate.
Well, here, I'll withdraw my motion if it goes in that direction.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I want to clear up a few things.
This was turned down by the planning commission, correct?
250 E&J.
This is voted down by the planning commission.
Correct.
So normally when you have something that's voted down by the planning commission, it comes to city council, you have to have a supermajority to overrule the planning commission, correct?
Legal provided clarification on that. Since the planning commission voted no, it's not an amendment to the master plan, so that's why it wasn't brought to council.
Okay, but since this was brought up separately to circumvent the planning commission's vote, does it still require a supermajority to vote to overturn what the planning commission recommended?
Miles says no because it's not a zoning change.
It only applies to zoning, that you require a supermajority if the planning commission votes it down?
Rebecca?
I'd have to look. I don't know.
Okay.
I thought we were looking this up because I know I brought it up to Ernie when I met with him last week.
Yeah, I don't see a call on building. 6 rolling.
We did.
I thought Buck was supposed to be looking at this.
He said
Buck provided a response saying no, it wasn't.
Your paperwork, does it say D27?
Then it's not.
So if we want to circumvent planning commission, we just need to do a 3 signature memo?
Or does it have a B?
Well, I think what you're not going to get is a staff a positive recommendation. But the zoning, for purposes of zoning, the zoning ordinance itself, requires supermajority for certain types of zoning changes that lack that are being opposed by a certain percentage or lack of approval by the planning commission. In this case, because it's not a zoning change per se, then no supermajority is required. You just don't have a positive staff recommendation.
All right, can we verify that and have something in writing to confirm that? Okay. Also, humor aside, there's no ordinance attached to this request. Do we need an ordinance so we can actually read the ordinance to vote on?
When you get there, just let them know. I'll be there.
There is one attached.
Maybe I didn't see it. I'll leave it there. Also, I did meet with the Munoz Engineering. I met with actually Mr. Munoz and talked about some of the other options to where it teed off. The reason it had to be on Fred's Folly is because Fred's Folly is built to a C1 collector. Both Las Bahias and Boomerang are not. They're built to local standards, which is a 28-foot curb to curb, as opposed to the C1 collector, which is Fred's Folly. It's a much wider road, similar to how Fred's Folly was built on the other side of Yorktown. So it doesn't make sense to put those onto local roads, but it should be put on the C1 collector as it was originally designed.
Right, and Councilman, that goes to Councilman Scott's, question about can we just move it over to the left a little bit?
Right, and that's why I wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, the width, and Renee can help, but you probably have them, Councilman, but the width of the road is much wider, both on each side of that undeveloped property. Because it was contemplated that this would be a major roadway.
Correct. Now, I don't know why that didn't line up on the other side of Yorktown. I can't do anything about it. Everything's built out the way it was. That was done well before any of us were on council. Okay, so in meeting with Brandon Munoz about this, in terms of how it was designed, it didn't, the master plan shows there's a road and a recommendation. It doesn't have to be built exactly like that. It can be adjusted and maneuvered. And there was if you pull up option 2 on the presentation is what I talked to him about possibly doing, kind of elling it off there and maybe splitting the on the property between the two developers for the C1 collector. Now, I don't think it's exactly on that line specifically, but if it's something that they could share in the expense on. Now, I'd always anticipated that the bridge would have to be a bond project, and it was something I was going to recommend as one of the bond projects for District 5, but that is something that is needed for that mobility. So, like I said, I recommend that we keep this road there. We can adjust how it's designed and how it looks, so it doesn't, affect, like Councilman Scott taking off a fifth of one of the developer's properties. We can square that off, but ultimately we still need that road for mobility. And then putting it over straight onto Las Bahias. Again, I said it's on two local roads, but Las Bahias goes right into Ferret's Folly. So it doesn't make a whole lot of sense there. I would love that this would have been designed differently. I mean, if we could have, maybe somebody in development services or planning could have kind of caught this on the front side. I'm not blaming anybody, okay? It's just, we have to deal with what we have. We only have one way in and into this neighborhood. I want to make sure that we have safety in position and try to work with what we have. Fred's Folly is a C1 collector. It's a C1 collector on the other side. It is what it is. It's not lined up. If you look at where Oso Parkway is, it's not lined up either. There's a lot of things that we have to try and work through. So let's see if we can come together, work with our developers on both sides of the street and figure out how to make it work. But ultimately, we need to make sure that for the long run, we have mobility for everybody that's in those neighborhoods. Thank you.
Councilman Kenton.
Sorry, to reference sequence number 2553.
Roland, I don't want to ever hear any more lip about my memos again.
Now we can close it. Right,
Does the owners of the property have to pay for the traffic light?
006. They would, in this case, the attorneys proposed to have a signal at Fred's Folly. This development came in afterwards, but like I said earlier, where we're at and under our purview, it's really, does the road need to be maintained? Now, the developer, I guess they have the right to say that they demonstrate costs, disproportionality in those costs, to then maybe ask for petition to the city, but for what I know, what we oversee and what we do, it's really focused on the roadway.
How much do you think is going to cost them to do all this
It's in the driveway that the neighbor pointed out. There's, an estimate, I think, provided in the roadway master plan that shows $400K for signal. But I'm not sure what that entailed. It may not have just accounted for, I know the cost can be lower if you're just putting in one pole.
I really want to sit down with the owner next door and get his feedback. Because I remember him calling me about it, and he was really upset about it. And
we have no estimates to go off of.
Yeah. And he's a big taxpayer for Nueces County. They have a lot of properties and a lot of land and stuff, and I want to hear his side and stuff like that. And I really would like to make a motion to table this for 30 days, if possible.
We have a motion and a second to table. Councilwoman Vaughn.
We accommodate developers all the time. According to, I guess, the name that comes in here, we accommodate more. But he deserves the same respect as we do the others. And it's very rare that I agree with Mark, but I do today. But, hey, it may not be a bunch of them, but today I agree with you. I think we need to give them the opportunity to come up with some of their options, because it doesn't sound to me like any of us are sold on the options. So I'd support your tabling it.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second to table. Let's see, do we need to do public comment if we're tabling?
Was that 116?
We do. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 18. Anybody would like to make comment? Okay, I'll close public comment, and please submit your vote on tabling the item for 30 days.
Can you repeat that blood pressure one more time? Are you ready?
Okay, the motion carries.
Roger that.
Okay, so we are going, it is 1:52. We're going to break for lunch. When we return, we will have one item left, which is an update on water supply projects. So the council will go into executive session on items 20 through 22 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will be back.
1007.
36.
Marine 2.
7 radio check. We're going to go ahead and knock Marine 2, swap to Marine 1.
Come back.
Engine 6, we're arriving on scene. We have a strip mall with a middle hand that's currently involved in fire. We're going to be starting defensive on
What's
your off duty?
Battalion 2.
I'm
arriving as well.
We have a single story commercial structure fire. We do have heavy fire shown in the middle of the structure. 2 units are involved right now. We're going to call the 2 units involved defensive attack. We are going to still call the remaining Bravo 1, Bravo 2. They're going to be offensive. We need to get it lines per extension as well.
So you have to go get gas now?
Can you show me complete with the call with 1 big contact?
Yeah, we're still on our way. We got something from traffic.
1 to educate.
4911.
To the call off.
Alright, we're going to see you on that 315. I hope not.
206.
Target from Rescue 3.
We're going to be northbound.
Go ahead, Rescue 3. Go ahead, Rescue 3. Alright, we'll see you on in a little bit. Bye.
We're on service to Delmar for training. I'm on the radio for any rescue calls. We're on service to Delmar for training. I'm on the radio for any rescue calls.
Yeah, updated blood pressure at 123 on 87.
Go ahead, sir.
139, 122.
Okay, sure, right, clear.
Fire using 38 at the wake.
10 for your LP
Show me clear and
black
complete with
2016 Ford
results.
to an
2
Emily,
educate,
Maximo
1 may
Valadez,
contact owner, and 1 may
Corpus
contact.
Expires March of 26, negative
Engine 6
29.
received. We'll get a 2.5 in place for defenses. You got that box up front. Release it. I think it's parts.
Okay.
Charlie 220, alright.
Alright. 604, business check.
Your DL comes back to Sarah Michelle Valadez, 10
Memphis Public Library.
1 of 2002 out of
Engine 6.
Texas, negative 29.
Sorry. Engine 3, you're right.
29. It's clear.
Okay, good. Engine 3's arriving on scene.
4780 en route.
One 29.
Show me out at HQ.
8503.
Sure.
Can you check the plate and give me the name on it? Go ahead.
$305.
Well, I can check the welder property. Ingleside. That's over Sunday.
10-4.
PC909 dispatch, show us en route back to the facility. Engine 3, go ahead and come to the command post. You're going to be on there.
10-4.
Ocean, Robert, David, Ocean, Nora, Edward, Zebra, or Gunza, or 6 Charlie. First name Cynthia. Comes out of the city, out of 3025 Cool Springs.
6 Charlie. Charlie 1367.
Case number 690069. Ever Robin.
Engine 3, go ahead, come here. Yeah, go ahead and give me a blitz set up right there in the Bravo 1 exposure. Get into that ceiling space.
511.
511.
Engine 3 receive.
Okay,
Go
sir.
to the Bravo 1 exposure.
Yes, ma'am. Can you contact Rockport, Texas, and let them know that
Medicaid's going to be transferred.
some brush has fallen over into the 400 block.
Engine hey, let me know when your crew's ready for reassignment.
Frontage has blocking the inside lane partially.
Staples or SCID westbound. Tom, David, X-ray 3529.
10-4.
Bravo 220, signal 4, 501, Graham.
102, 10-4.
10-4.
Do you have Agent of 5? Yes, we have Agent of 5. Okay, it's looking pretty good from out here. It looks like you got a good knockdown on it. Y'all go ahead and advance. Let me know conditions to the inside. Alright, Agent 8 for come in. A1 or A2? Agent 8. Yeah, go ahead and get in Delta 1. Go ahead and just take a line in there on Delta 1 and get in that zone space. 4925. Copy, under Delta 1. Charlton and Wainwright, under John, Sam Henry, 4116. Engine
Henry, 4116.
Smoke on the interior, but it looks like you have a good knockdown on fire.
3221, 1041. 1152.
Okay. Go ahead and proceed, push through to Delta. Please. Go ahead and slow out there.
1623, 1623. Come in. 206, I'll be clear my part.
Third Charles, 203 County, 1041.
79, go ahead.
When you get to the Del Mar campus, will you take some pastries and send them to me?
4911.
Say 102.
Down 4.
4911, 1619, 1619.
Thank you.
I'll be around to 9 to time. This call.
You might be on the brush channel. 5526.
Can you show me out at the medical examiner's office?
They do double. Engine 6 driver from Engine 3. We're ready for water on the 14. I'm on a 41G. We're going to make some changes here real quick. 129.
129. 10-4.
208,
10-4. 206. I was clear. 1105.
George 902, Corpus.
10-4.
What was that?
4925.
Alright, they're turning. You're clear.
492, clear. 153.
Probably 160. Mom's pulling back up. In the Chevy truck.
Mom pulling back up.
Yeah, sorry to over it with.
Well, this is very easy for you for the 715.
Try 110. Put a play on the call. King John Henry 4795.
10-4.
King John Henry 4795.
Okay, we have a line in place, Bravo 1, and the quarter line on Delta 1. We have knockdown on the primary. Index. Go ahead and don't charge that 5-inch engine 8.
Holly and Castores, Mary, George X-ray 3599. Holly and Castores, Mary John, George X-ray 3599.
Index. We'll go ahead and hot wash and pick up real quick and move to the garden.
11 clear.
10-4.
1205 QTL.
Yes, you're good for 22.
10-4.
10-18, go ahead.
10-18, radio check.
Not clear.
10-4, thank you. 320, got to be clear.
10-4 clear.
So you can close 1548. Civil Street.
615, Roseanne.
4120.
Show me clear and put me on 4150 call, please.
Oh, 4150.
D, right, John?
Route 11 to base. 615, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
We'll be conducting a whole drill here at San Pedro Elementary.
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm here to drop off Junior, but they got tractors and they're working on the road, and they, yeah, I can't, it's right in front of her house. They broke up one side of the road. I'm gonna see, let me talk to this man, see if he can let me get through. 622, I don't know, you can. She said they'll let me through. Area 23 Delta 316 team, check for that disturbance 1513 at 5th Street, Notice.
Stand by, be right with you.
105.
4911, 10-4 clear.
Still by 7.
305.
You can start K93 and
4911, 10-4 clear.
Still by 7.
305.
You can start K93 and
4911, 10-4 clear.
Still by 7.
305. 316, 323, street clear.
You can start K93 and
4911, 10-4 clear.
Still by 7.
305. 316, 323, street clear.
You can start K93 and
4911, 10-4 clear.
Still by 7.
305. 316, 323, street clear.
You can start K93 and
4911, 10-4 clear.
Still by 7.
305. 316, 323, street clear.
You can start K93 and
4911, 10-4 clear.
Still by 7.
305. 316, 323, street clear.
You can start K93 and
601, typical.
Charlie 170 for suspicious person not in progress. 5310 Wolf Ridge, 5310 Wolf Ridge. Contact Liz and Roots.
664, record on scene.
664, 10-4.
Nice.
21 confirm.
Christi.
21 confirm.
Christi.
21 confirm.
Christi.
210. 21 confirm. 142. 210. 21 confirm. 142. 210. 21 confirm. 142. 210. Enforcement. 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 21 confirm. 142.
Is that a storage place?
No, one. Oh, that's the storage place where
4911 something. Hey, are we on private? We did what? Taking a whatever effort on important board. You remember where Burlington factory used to be at Sunrise Mall? That's where it's at.
Yes, sir.
Well, I got 315. Where's that Weber? I didn't get that first two license plate. I got 5811.
Oh, okay, okay. All right. Thank you so much.
4911, can you repeat the last two, first two from the plate?
One boy Frank 5581.
One boy Frank 5811, confirm.
Well, 7 to base in Division 1, you get a chance, please.
Delta 120, regular arrived.
No, 120, confirm.
I'll be clear from the AV. Base 2 ready, base 2 is ready.
10-4.
They break. Adam 230 Sigma 4, making Orden and Ron Morgan. 645. Okay. I'm waiting for the screen to load. Spare is going slow right now.
Please, there's our Tom.
15 arriving.
If once you route 10,
Jacob knows that I'm already here. Can you signal for 50,300 customers?
4788 en route. 4120, 5300 customer signal 475.
I'm gonna go to info.
Thank you very much. Zone 1, entry exit main hall, front door.
Okay, Route 7, I do see it's just Julian Rodriguez you're picking up. And then you're dropping off Julian, and then you're dropping off Matthew Valerio.
Okay, so I do have Julian. I just want to make sure because it just barely popped up.
10-4, you got it?
10-4, thank you.
30 feet away from you. Facing 305. 135, 145.
10-4, thank you.
Could you stop by 19 pick up the ticket for Force?
10-4.
4912 traffic.
4912 location.
2200 Waldron. X-ray George Sam 1126.
615.
X-ray George Sam 1126. And 10-4 was 4200. And the streaming.
2401 is going to be 10-7 South Station. No passengers. 2200 Waldron.
122.
Hold on.
10-5-17 Bandera.
10, dispatch to 48.
It's one of the property. And this is
Oh,
all
that's
good.
AC 933 dispatch. 48.
Make contact by Secretary 2250
Boy, Adam, Laura, David, Edward,
Can you call me by phone? Hey, the Roxy gate, the pedestrian gate is...
Medic 3 arriving 1.8. 4912 last floor, please. Show me out at 4458 FM 666 for a metal box in the shoulder of the roadway.
1642, 1642. I'm Charlie 290 RPFA. She owns the property. Neighbor got home. Broken through the sliding glass door, and then if anything was taken. RP's around. A Nissan Pathfinder, white in color. Sandra Escamilla.
Delta 245, Delta 1. Yeah, 3042, radio check. Got in clear, be safe. 10-4, thank you. Traffic.
2130, you can show me clear 58. 4140.
Dispatch from engine 11.
1205 location.
Show us on the air. Show us on the air.
Good engine 129, Barton, Oak Street. Route 35 is straight from the air. 10-4, be safe. Route 5004, radio check, 10-8 from the yard.
Route 30 Academy, so 1800.
Carlos, come in. Hey, wait for an interview because you might have to go to free parade.
$49.11, sir.
Got it. Go ahead, Nexus. 511, go ahead.
4150.
4110 location.
10-9. Call dispatch.
Campbell.
Parks on duty. Ocean Dockers, 416, Henry 175, Temple.
951, Charlie.
Go ahead.
4912 clear. I got a hold of Robstown Tech Stop. They're going to pick it up. It looks like a upright deep freeze that fell off a vehicle. It's on the shoulder of the road. It's not a traffic hazard. They're going to send somebody from the Robstown yard.
Hollywood 78, 130. I think we're going to hold up. 4951.
933, which call were you on again?
106.
629, go ahead.
Hey, I got Mrs. Fisher outside in the hallway with a parent. I'd like to speak to her, sir.
10-4.
Charlie,
250, 10-4,
and 249, Maria got that. Come in.
Delta 110, Delta 180 for report in progress. 2913 Greenwood, 2913 Greenwood.
Okay, she's got some more stuff behind her. Okay, let me go back.
I'm Charlie 3130, I'll say it for the pathway open door. 1117, Buffalo.
10-4, 1 gallon of cooling cleaner.
10-4. 4925 traffic. 3345.
Avis reported that there is a water leak in their QTA office for
Charlie, sir, 11437.
Charlie 150. Both of will be clear. 58, and we can take that call from 170 and 130.
Delta 192, Delta 1. 1503, Charlie 150, 10-4. Both units clear, 58, taking a call from 170 and
1503.
4925, last word, please.
Charlie 170, Charlie 250, and straight clear.
It's going to be 1655, 1655. At this time, yes, this regards to 4 it's going to be for stolen vehicle entry information, cancel information. It's going to be 555 Henry 4 King, 555 Henry 4 King, a Honda motorcycle. It's going to be clear authority 4341. We're recovering from 241 Morgan, patrol to 1419.
95 juvenile female. Courthouse. Correction from JJC to the courthouse. Mileage is 561. 629, trip to 28 for the truck. 77 Lincoln 3596. 77 Lincoln 3596.
629.
Now for 1 Charlie, clear this call.
Very clear.
Osceola County.
Separate.
307.
305.
Unit calling
307. Show myself 329 and Jason Cross on the way as Marine 1.
10-4.
13, you see your trips now. 305, do you have traffic?
Negative. Australian Airline 10-4.
Driving south, 1.8.
Christi, 1.8.
Now that you're free.
208.
Now 148.
You need another wrecker for passenger car?
Yeah.
22, we have one that we're not using right now.
Charlie, 252, we got my residence.
10-4.
4925 clear.
629. 629.
Uniform.
358, west, 384, record, 3824. Round 7.
Unit 3.
4912, last 4, please.
En route to Oil Dock 8 is going to be the Haskell with Kirby 28170.
Was there a bin on the trailer?
Up to 190. 04, that was the bin I just gave you for a flatbed trailer.
Okay, now give it again.
And that's the 190. Case number
4 Charles 93 Charles 222 8 call Charles 546 478.
Thank you.
4 Charles 93 Charles 222 8 call Charles 546 478.
Sorry about that. 215, yes.
12, last 4, please.
you put me a call here at the Adams Sub and assign me a case number?
4912-1658-1658.
Oh, wait, civil. Communication number 730073.
1208 location.
10-4, I'll be fine. Alright. So, 285 clear. Charlie 140.
1003.
Charlie 140.
1003. I have a passenger trying to board on a wheelchair, but his leg is bleeding.
I was
and
going
he
to
ain't got no
cancel
socks,
based
no
on the
shoes
comment.
on either.
Charlie 140, 150, 10 for advising call for almost it was clear.
Go ahead and stand by, sir. Go ahead and stand by for 1050. 10-4, sir.
And there's a ticket for that Wolfer check over at the Richmond Mount Thornton Academy, 3512 South Staples. 3512 South Staples, contact Miranda. 4911 last one.
4911 1662 1662. Charlie 2.
Ocean and Doddridge, William Mary John, 9919. So 180. It's going to be at 2929.
Ocean and Doddridge, William Mary John, 9919, 10-4.
Delta 110, still always off. So 270, signal 4, 5400, Alejandro. 5400, Alejandro. Mountain number ways off. 180 copy.
5400, Alejandro, 10-4.
For the suspect's not here. That's why I'm leave.
Charlie 10, we're through the house. Transit mate to supervisor 78. Go ahead.
Charlie 298, clear now.
1003 at 1025. Individual does not have shoes on. He's in a 1025, and he said he's bleeding from his leg. Can you make contact with him, sir?
$49.12, I'm clear.
10-4. Access Alpha, please.
AC 906 to dispatch.
46 traffic. Clear on 75.
70. 1003.
1003, go ahead.
Can you show us clear of 2126 with the start time of 13:44 and time of 14:27? Result codes 1 MCV, 1 educate.
Okay,
and
so
1
what's the issue?
RPRT.
What's going on, sir? He has open source?
MIT with 1, top 4.
4925, last 4, please.
They're bleeding.
Charlie 2 building for.
It's going to be 1670, 1670.
Result code unable to contact owner.
I understand, but wouldn't that make him 1055 if he's bleeding from his legs or from those open sores? Charlie 2 building clear.
10-4.
As far as I know, no, and I just wanted to make sure.
Charlie 2 10, clear 58.
Charlie 2 10, clear 58.
Sure. Thank you. Where's the stop located at? Also, 278 dispatch.
Delta 120 clear.
Go ahead, 78. He also advised that he had open sores that were bleeding. I'd make him 1055. I'm going to try and make contact with him out at Flower Bluff Drive. At 1020. You want me to put him at the do not board?
21 traffic.
So, 260, I'm coming.
260 clear.
Yeah, 10-4. 4925, sir.
921 location.
4925 clear. 4500 errors on Victor Young, Sam 6633.
180, I'll be on info.
On info.
Yeah, James can with his badge.
94.0. And another 120-160 for that suspicious vehicle over at the Woodlawn Shopping Center. 3787 Leopard, 3787 Leopard.
405, sir.
He's smelling at you. Delta 120 en route. Roger, 230. It's going to be from the Domino's. I think it looks like a vehicle that's being stripped.
415, sir. Charlie 130, case number 74, 0074.
And Delta 260, I sure that harassment over at Shoreline. 600 Elizabeth, contact Jesse.
Charlie 130, 4 Oh, there he is.
Still 285 info.
4 21 glad.
Good, station 285 on info.
We're having generator maintenance going on.
629, 10-4.
He's going to have to shut power to the entire station for approximately
20
20 minutes.
location.
During that time, we're not going to have any power at the station. We'll monitor our radio for any calls.
629, 10-4.
Station
William Charles, we route 4443.
It's going to turn on Wilmont. It's going to turn on Wilmont. We're clear.
305, good.
Corpus letter 7 for residential fire alarm, 618 Santa Monica, 618 Santa Monica, work off of fire dispatch at 1431.
Letter received.
I choose the shore, signal 410-4.
Delta 180, case number 750075.
Charlie 170, can I get a case number? HB on port, on the boy, 0 David, 2500.
Gang 20, put me on gang 21 stop.
10-4, gang 20 with gang 21.
142. You had a 1100 block of Athena with a...
Bring up the 245 for the Wolfer check at 3420 Rojo to 3420 Rojo.
130, 190 mobile. One 42, it's going to be clear. Look back at the 2001 Chevy.
290.
And 245, we have a Wolfer check on that neighbor that's upstairs saying that she's punishing a child, hearing a child crying. Be around 11 years of age.
15, arrive. Everybody is 94.8.
1315, temporal ride 94.8, 1433.
4925, that's more, please.
It's going to be 1676, 1676.
303 traffic.
Location?
10-4, right in front of Warburger Field. Texas LP, Robert Lincoln Young, 1349. 1214.
1213, go ahead.
Show me on the call. Alright, 10-4, can you show us site to arrest and show us clear? Can you show us out at the courthouse?
10-4 for yourself and 109. Or 109.
You need another one or?
Yeah, 10-4, thank you.
10-4.
49, 12 on clear.
Dispatch right there.
Good, Nick.
We're clear from shoreline, out of service for training. We're clear from shoreline, out of service for training.
Charlie 170 negative.
No, these are just one each.
Dispatch.
Charlie 260.
Charlie 270, 10-4, Paul Young, 056.
260, alright.
707, can you re-advise? I got Nora John Henry 87. 923.
154.
Come back to 1993 GMC truck. Green color left. 4,000, 5828. For an owner, Alice Day Curry, 1050 Backy Street. This city unconfirmed.
Nora John Henry.
And then activate stealth mode. Okay, well, I was coming back to the plant. Thought they might want another load. Okay, 10-4.
Want to educate?
208. Yeah, I was going to stand by there for a few minutes too. I'm out to reset my tablet. Can you perform because of bonus 23?
1050 rollover. Charlie 130, can you change it to a commercial? South of that other crash. South of that other crash.
Can you perform because of bonus 23? You want me to cancel regardless on this? Yeah, 10-4. You want me to cancel regardless on this?
647.
Location.
Okay, I think the system's running a little slow, everybody, so we're just going to have to be patient. But, I think I can go ahead and cancel. Ricardo,
Call from Medic 14, Medic 14. Speaking for a check call. 4954 South Staples, 4954 South Staples at Jared Gallery Jewelry. Work off our dispatch at 1437.
Alright, thank you.
Nora John Henry, 8373. 8373. Negative,
303, copy, Texas deal.
Yeah, so yes, for a UNV pending or a riding all parts on the port on Morgan. Can be for a blue Chevy Monte Carlo that was taken from location. The owner left to be running. Blazing of a white male, white shirt, tattoos, supposed to be a lead, left the location. No portion travel given. Portion that lies in northbound on port, Patrol 1 and 2 at 1438.
Go ahead.
Delta 45, can you hold that conference on this? You gonna be?
Off 31, clear Henry.
The UNV? Clear.
Temple.
629, Temple.
647 at the jail.
10-4. 5144, public intoxication at last schools, 5959 Williams. 5959 Williams.
Back in the count.
10-4.
Dispatch monitor 7. Good, Larson. Yeah, 10-4, set that at the gate. Yeah, they're just doing some work on the inside. Call detector, go off. False alarm. We're available.
250. We got EMS paged out and fire from that first unit's going to be rolling that way. Stand back to verify. Verify.
Charles 2, wait, we have 2 broken arms, 1 dislocated, possible.
10-4.
Same traffic on the second 28 rump sound is going to be Lincoln X-ray John 0842. Engine 3, you ready? Lincoln X-ray John 0842.
Be clear. Good morning. Okay. 10-4. We can try to follow up the plate or, and see if animals still want to listen to that.
Engine 3 is on scene.
10-4. 10-4, go ahead.
Number 3, Charles 2, Charles 3.
We're just correction. It does have a plate, he just doesn't know what it is quite yet. We're going to head back there.
Charlie 270, 10-4, 1 more.
Engine 8, you ready?
We're running off now, Charlie 2000, Atlanta.
Engine 6, we're ready. Engine 3.
That's 180 Wolves in that case number? Case number 75, 0075.
Charlie 150,
Case number 74, coastal and west Surfside.
After the Loveland Pass call, you're good for lunch. There's going to be more calls in your box. Those are going to be for tomorrow, so you can disregard them for now.
Charlie 290 for property found. 1605 Sandalwood, 1605 Sandalwood. Contact me on my
Blackberry, Engine 3, dispatch.
Date of birth on number 2. Engine 3, go ahead.
So we have 3, 1 ambulatory and 2 victims. 1 for pain, a chest pain, shoulder, and leg. And the other one's neck pain and chest pain.
Engine 3, we got a 3-story apartment structure. Fire smoke shop on the other side.
Charlie 190, 10-4-5-8.
So when you have a unit with a camera, you can take pictures.
So what you said?
165, 10-4.
Lieutenant 2, I'm on scene.
Little 5 minutes. Location.
4833 Saratoga.
Engine 3,
4833 Saratoga.
So you're going to go and do an extension line of the staircase. You're going to have me play there for the second line if you need it. What did you see on your 360?
William Frank George, 3617.
146, King High School. Frank George, 3672, 10-4.
Right now, it looks like we have 1 unit heavily involved.
What's one pushing into the third floor? Exterior stairwell.
Call for Medic 10, Engine 10. Medic 10 and Engine 10 for a fall. 3433 airs. 3433 airs at the Ears Event Center. Walk off EMS 1 at 1444.
324, I'll be clear.
Paul X-Ray William 7740. Paul X-Ray William 7740.
Dispatcher, Station 91. Station 91. Station 91. Engine 91 and Medic 91 are available in quarters.
Engine 6, you're around. We're going to be by inside truck.
Dispatcher 10, move eyes on the engine.
Engine 6 receive. We'll be in.
Engine 10, receiving quarters.
Engine 10 receiving quarters.
Fire risk engine 92. Fire risk engine 92.
2333. 511.
92 will be available on the
21, clear over.
Do we have any ETA for this, crash from, EMS?
I just ran out to the PD.
Gain 20 clears off.
Walk-in report is going to
511, I just got off the phone with their dispatch. 14 units sitting that way, and they're going to get that EMS rolling as well. They're already en route from Portland.
Yeah, can you come over here and skip off this hump right here by the drive for the...
Yeah, I don't know if they advised, but it's a rollover.
Go ahead. Stand by on the southwest area, you all right?
Yep. What are you pumping into? Pump 3?
Load off, I'm going to pull.
Total 5 location.
5425 South Alameda, apartment 23C is in Charles.
5425 South Alameda, 23C Charles.
Engine 3, driver, engine 8, driver, ready for water. Command from engine 3, ready to fly.
Charlie 160, I'll be cleared on the 7. Staples in my cargo. 4-4.
Charlie 160, clear 7. Staples in the tunnel.
Can you show me meeting with the victim? Case number last 4, 1511.
1205.
9 to base.
You 7.
1511. Charlie 220, clear 58. 1022.
Charlie 220, 5. Clear for me. I need 1344, go ahead.
My air is still at, I'm at 30. I'm at 30 unit, I'm somewhere on the Bravo side, I'm unsure.
10-4.
All units priority traffic at this time, priority traffic. Dispatch, emergency tones. Call a second alarm.
128 secure.
Be careful, because here comes the car behind you.
Alright, code 1 Bay Area, starting mileage 00.
Thank you, Mo.
Unit 5 with 3 dock
25 is going to be the officer's department, apartment number 200.
Environment. Looks like 23 Cowboy just declared a meeting on the 3rd floor. You should be working on the 3rd floor already. You're going to be my search team.
BMD 2 is vacant, no dot damages, no pilot cars.
2 more.
Water reading 168-395.
11 location.
Workers on site.
Agent 3, I understand you've
BMD 1 is the ship.
Charlie, you come forward,
no
search
damages, no pilot cars. Water reading 2318. Workers on site. BMD 3 is vacant, no dot damages, no pilot cars. Workers on site.
278
There's an agent 3 Cowboy.
191 is vacant, no dot damages.
Our search team coming to you right now. Make sure you have your alarm activated and flashlight to the search team coming to you right now. Make sure you have your alarm activated and flashlight to the
records. I needed 2 records. If not, can I have them? 10-4, 1 pickup, 1 SUV that's overturned.
10-4.
$201. 304, Batham Bay.
Search to detain. I'm on US 181, northbound by Concord 30 and 65.
Okay, received. Go and report to command post. I have another unit taking your line. Post leave all other traffic as priority traffic. Received. I've got with the FMO. We have medic unit standing by right on the alpha side.
510-1.
Let me know when you exit the structure.
Three feet, 201, 10-4.
Cover up.
Receive. No more traffic right now. No more traffic. What do you have on the 4th floor, Engine 8?
Row 125. Dispatch.
Receive no
Can
extension.
you issue the pickup on Jamie Garza, please? I already have him on the bus, but Tablet's not letting me.
Hey, Grandpa, you busy?
$645.
Courthouse, 1 juvenile female, rented JDC. Knowledge is 562.
Female station 1 EMS. We're available.
10-4.
Do what?
When you get a chance, me and James are going to be at that clarifier. We're going to be taking off that baffle.
Row 40 traffic.
41-4 location.
Fort Belt, Southport, Home Depot parking lot. It's going to be William David Zebra, 5357.
If you can, when you're done, if you can meet us over here.
3 Charles, can we go ahead?
It's going to be crosswinds, ETA 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
7797.
I think the medics passed us.
7971.
It's not gonna work. No, it's not gonna work.
Have a case number.
Yeah, everybody, Spurs having some trouble, so we're gonna have to be patient and, you know, just log out, log back in every maybe 5 minutes or so.
Come back.
Yeah, my hands are tied like y'all.
Okay, 10-4. 10-4, okay, so I'm going to go to drop off our next drop off.
Yes, sir. Make James put his back into that work.
Quiet. 208-10-4.
There's a unit available. Can you start 1 second? Do the rest sheet.
Yeah, he needs to. Send out dispatch.
Charger 110 arriving.
Over.
Sorry, what do you have at the Walmart?
You used to live.
I was probably there. He has a complication because of another fully arrested.
Hey, one big game.
Or you can even sneak, under the shade. Easier to ask forgiveness than permission.
Yeah, right.
Medical 11, 11, Hammer 12, 5445 South Alameda, 5445 South Alameda, 50 Indigo, Unit 19 D Davis, 19 D Davis, 14.
All good, no worries, no worries. As long as I'm not in your way.
I just literally jerked the snake out
As long as I'm not in somebody's way, I'll be low. It's just the one. What's that?
Received.
We'll be okay. Survive this, we'll be alright. Get to the end of the day.
Go ahead, Edward. Go ahead, Edward. Arriving, any mileage, 2.5.
Oh, yes, can you really burn this under 60-year-old male, camel hat, brown shirt, big black backpack. Two boxes there. And afterwards, the other 50 man, and the business employees, some doors, that's where that.
Exactly.
If you didn't do so, I think I'll go inside, outside, literally.
I'll ask them.
Sure.
That's 2 hours.
Thank
Wait and see.
Good times.
We'll know when they're close, when they start coming around. What you got to do? Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No big deal. I was awesome. Oh, God, no worries.
2120 location.
Run, but
2700 FKD eastbound, Tom Young Young 347, Southwest 10 Front.
yeah, because I was going to say, because I
4140 location.
Charlie 3. 119 Really want to be a big clear for this, can you show me another 7 step of the time? And Charlie 2, region 1, Charlie 110, the rising is cars who comes from Walmart, it will bring combat, the opportunity,
They asked for ours tonight. I guess the full stop tonight. Are they moving out of full? I just locked the door and walked away, but we're leaving the stuff in the rack. In the back of the refrigerator. I don't know what this is. We're out of food already.
Is the patrol outside? Right. D&D is fine. ETA 226 watch secured.
But yeah, ours was supposed to go to Newsman. They thought everything, and it's like everything was up on there. We talked about everything. Put everything down to the TV receivers. So, you know.
Charlie 2 on the call.
Yeah, they have. They're sitting.
10-4 Charlie 210, Ocean High Left, 134.2, 48 hours.
1104 location, we're still.
10-4.
Sora, new AI.
Anyway.
There's like a that posts like it's like someone walks onto a plane.
645.
Yeah, the pilot tells you that she fights for the roads. And like they had all these rage movies. And people believe it.
Sure.
That's it.
I'm trying to look into it, but it's a transport to another transport over the BSS time. They were doing stuff.
Yeah. Hey, Graham, just checking in on you. I know the 285 for that, 440, 35 years, 4035 years.
They have nothing.
Okay, yeah, we're down. I think I seen you that.
4120 Apollo route.
They're truly killing time over there.
Henry Frank Berry 0581 will be the
with the 313 major, 77 northbound and Cameron 20.
everything all right, okay over there, sir? Everything, that's all here now?
Radio check, Nathan Mark.
Just tell them what's going on. Had both the auto white business. So it had some stuff on the graphic down there.
Charlie, you got it.
Morning, go.
12:51.
You see, I know Harnick works with this.
I have work order 721399. Address is 10333.
I'd like to see.
Austin Road.
My buddy.
And it's for a signal one in the area.
Yeah, just catch that satellite.
Turn off one. Turn off one.
Sure. Diet Coke's taking that out.
Here, last traffic.
8 Bravo. 8 Bravo.
Who am I picking out at 101 Baldwin Boulevard, Coles Classroom Building?
Check 1. Inbound to the heath.
Well, it's everybody sitting over there for line.
Unit 5.
Female driving the third road, which they have. Yeah, pretty insignificant, but it is 2 p.m. Being persecuted over litter and debris. City employee vehicles. Want to verify
There you go.
on their executive session lunch break. Our garbage was never taken out, picked up, and we paid the bill.
Charlie 230, Charlie Papa 40,
It's kind of hypocritical. Not take your garbage when they persecute you for 2 weeks and cause you to lose your job and all finances under the guise of fucking terrorism when you're a victim of terrorism. Meaning an improvised explosive device used on my fucking catamaran. But they target me like I'm a fucking terrorist over litter and debris, but they don't come and pick the shit up out of the can. I see a huge operation in this neighborhood. It's not performing to expectations, I can tell you that much.
30, supervisor to 3074. I need a private.
0082. Standing by here, man.
Well, it's everybody sitting over there for line.
Judith, with her having trouble with the from the bus, and she needs an alcohol. 3240 to pull there. 320 over area.
Yeah, pretty insignificant, but it's 2 p.m. Being persecuted over litter and debris. City employee vehicles. Want to verify on their executive session lunch break. Our garbage was never taken out, picked up, and we paid the bill. It's kind of hypocritical to not take your garbage when they persecute you for 2 weeks and cause you to lose your job and all finances under the guise of fucking terrorism when you're a victim of terrorism. Meaning an improvised explosive device used on my fucking catamaran, but they target me like I'm a fucking terrorist over litter and debris, but they don't come and pick the shit up out of the can to pay for it.
Water meter 939 348 times 1515.
I see a huge operation in this neighborhood. It's not performing to expectations, I can tell you that much.
What else is busted up besides your ridiculous?
Yeah, they make a big deal out of the ladder sometimes.
The gate's open! The gate's open!
Yeah. Yeah, so the passing up and down the driveway at 80 miles an hour.
Never quite understood this. They persecute you all radio, interfere with federal investigations. More than 4 years. Make you want to move out, try to run you out, deny you all human rights, including constitutional and civil liberty rights. And then they take and screw you out of every aspect of making money. So you can't be. Damn hypocrites. Most mentioned word in the Bible. Anyways, been making a diligent effort to make my yard look neat and tidy. Denial of vital city services to accomplish that goal, obviously being thwarted. That is all.
Some other building that's right on campus. They have a reception. And that's where you get the actual list. They'll give you notice to you got here. You guys should
It's everybody sitting over there. You know, driving the flow, just how you have.
They were able to get him off the bus by the station area.
Go ahead and move on. Let him know that we're working on his trip.
Wonder why they consider tools, equipment, experimental proof of concept prototypes, litter and debris. Force you to throw it away or have somebody come take it. They don't even take out the trash.
Yes, he should receive a notification. But you need to continue on around.
Johnson 4, the car was at 14, Lincoln, Tony Johnson, 18939.
Call me there, please. 10-4.
I'm pretty sure Lewis Mechanical Sales moved to Bear Lane, the RTA, Regional Transit Bus Authority headquarters. Is that one of the purposes, the reason they've been blaming the RTA for everything? Possibly. As Lewis Mechanical Sales used to be next door to us. Excruciating advance curve. I'd rather not get into or remember. Well, they have these radio boxes all over the city. They're just a radio repeater. Make people hear shit when they watch television. Conduct illegal surveillance with them. It's all been packaged in the guise of terror. They take them away and they come by the blood. That's all it is. Persecution, manipulation, head game. Well, I call it, I was seen and heard it for 16 years. 16 years until they act like living here's some kind of motherfucking privilege. And you hear my TV saying that. The fiction box, they try to say makes everything real. You're just trying to make me a mature candidate. This poor guy forced to spend $1.4 billion the microwave UHF induction tapes they made, where they change what people are saying.
25 meters down.
He was set up, I'm sure of it. Somebody got rich off of it, or at least they think they're going to. There's ways out of that too. Supposedly my brain's supposed to be clear. Woman radio thinks shit again, like you said.
Gates opening.
The source just got torqued with this, the main brain. These days it's all media manipulation, subversive material.
Okay, welcome back. We are back from lunch and are going to address our last item on the agenda, which is item number 19, an update on our water supply projects.
Wiggleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water.
Why'd they make my phone
Today
clean?
I'll give you an update on each of our
Let's look, I
supply
posted on
projects, but I
Facebook.
will definitely start with some key slides from the National Weather
Because of
Service.
this.
As you know, we have a
This is about stolen money in this
week.
particular
We want
report.
to share a couple of their slides with all of you.
Phone ping, it's from here.
First slide shows
A basic check on the internet.
7-day stream flow going into
Dallas Water All Active Agent.
our basin.
City of Corpus Christi also has a water problem.
To it, but we're in that maroon
This is where the search for
area
this spoof phone number came back to.
our watershed, and the stream flows are very below normal.
Basically saying my phone's a
Weather
terrorist.
Service certainly reminds us of that. That has an impact because that is what's providing any inflow into our reservoir systems. Additionally, I've got their chart that shows soil moisture. The soil moisture
that's
in
probably
our
what we're
area
going
of
back
Texas
to right
and within
there
our
in
watershed is
1932.
extremely low. And how does this impact us? If there is any precipitation, basically it's harder for the water to make it to
Oh, that was
the
boat
reservoirs
insurance. I
than
suppose I blew up my own boat skiing, or they never actually towed my boat. They were afraid to, probably. That was after the incident with the improvised explosive device, and then somebody tried to make a claim. Back in 2021, I had that insurance. We were supposed to tow it for free up to the boatyard for repair. That's how the boat usually looked in the water before the terrorist event.
Okay, welcome back.
That was a motor I put on it a long time ago, the electric motors.
Address our last
This is all stuff I built.
item number 19.
Designed the boat and put on the catamaran from hell.
Chief Operating Officer of Corpus.
Obviously, it didn't have those type of things while I was on the water after the domestic terrorist stunt. Approximately 5 strippings, all valuable mineral resource type items.
As you know, we have a
Stripped it down to it, wire and everything, stole aluminum, framed it up.
First slide shows the
There's certain things I didn't steal because I didn't know what the fuck they were.
Going into our reservoirs within our basin.
I wonder why they consider tools, equipment, experimental proof of concept prototypes, litter and debris. Force you to throw it away or have somebody come take it.
Stream flows are very below normal.
They don't even take out the
National
trash.
Weather Service certainly reminds us of that every week. That has an impact because that is what's providing any inflow into our reservoir systems. Additionally, it's telling us a little warmer than normal weather and certainly drier than normal, below normal precipitation. With that, I'll get into the updates of our water supply projects. The first one we'll talk about today is the Nueces groundwater project. So, as you recall, we have 2 well fields. The first is the eastern well field. These are the properties along County Road 73.
I'm pretty sure Lewis Mechanical Sales moved to Barrow Lane. The RTA, Regional Transit Bus Authority headquarters.
If you recall from our last week's conversation,
is that one of the purposes, the reason they've been blaming the
RTA
for everything?
Solids of any of the wells.
Possibly.
So we essentially sealed off.
As Lewis Mechanical Sales used to be next door to it.
That work has been done. The pump has been reinstalled. We actually started pumping.
I'd rather not get into it or remember.
Yesterday, so we'll have some better data on that as the week goes on. The current expenditures for the well field is $15.7 million. The long-term sustainable pumping that our hydrogeologist has estimated is 11 MGDs, 10 to 11 MGDs. The western well field will require an additional benefit. The work is ongoing.
It's all been packaged
for that. We have rural engineers working on
they take them away and they come back to blow it.
And to do our homework along
that's all it is. Persecution, manipulation, game.
Submittal package as possible for the TCEQ because this will be Betamex permit number 2. In that western well, and I
call it, I was seen and heard it for 16 years. 16 years.
Well 9 is the...
They act like living here some kind of motherfucking privilege.
9 wells there. It's just well 9 total overall.
So you hear my TV saying that?
We test pumped the well, took water quality samples, and designed the permanent pump.
The thing, the fiction box, they try to say, makes everything real.
In approximately 3 weeks or so.
You're just trying to make me a mature candidate.
Testing is complete, and we're in the process of designing the permanent pumping assembly.
President Trump, sir, is Hamas
well number 11, the
this
drilling
poor
is
guy forged in $1.4 billion in microwave UHF induction tapes they made where they change what people are saying
Additionally, you can see we have started work on the water line in the interior of the well
He
field.
was set up, I'm sure
There's
of
a
it.
picture there.
Somebody got rich off of it, or at least they think they're going to.
CCW crews currently installing the water line.
There's ways out of that too.
That picture was taken yesterday, so it's pretty updated, fresh off the press picture.
Supposedly my brain's supposed to be clear.
Has estimated
Woman radio thinks shit again, like you said.
17 MGD. I would like to point out that we're getting more data every day as we
The source just got torqued.
Initially, the thought is short-term pump
the main brain
increase. For the next couple of years, maybe up to 24 MGD out of that well. So there's just some differences there. Those numbers will be dialed in and continually to be reviewed.
These days it's all media manipulation.
The current expenditures on the western well field is $5.8 million. And then as an additional reminder, we did receive $30 million of grant funding from the state of Texas. And our staff is currently working with the Texas Water Development Board, who is administrating that grant.
Why'd they make my phone thing?
Pictures on the right, again, you have CCW.
Let's look, I posted on Facebook.
On the western well field. The picture on the top
because of this.
Discharge on the eastern.
This is about stolen money in this particular
picture
report.
on the bottom is one of the single site wells.
The phone ping is from here.
And that's it's adjacent to the river.
A basic check on the internet.
Next project
Dallas
is the
Water All Active Agent.
Project.
City of Corpus Christi also has a water problem.
$22,789.
This is where the search for this search phone number came back to.
There is an earnest money and option period that would provide the city
basically saying my phone is a terrorist.
Inspection / that allows us to review surface rights, allows us to review easements and pipelines throughout the well field, allows us to determine exact well locations, to determine road locations.
That's probably what we're going back to right there in 1932.
The seller has 180 days to deliver the required permits. Those permits include all the permits.
Oh, that was boat insurance. I suppose I blew up my own boat scheme, or they never actually towed my boat. They were afraid to, probably.
Required to be as per the
That was
negotiated contract. And the seller has stated that they would begin working on securing those permits as soon as the contract has been signed.
Back in 2021, I had that.
Additionally, the seller is to provide clean
tow it
and
free
indefeasible title
up
to
to
the
the boatyard
water
repair.
rights, and also the conveyance of
That's how the
existing
boat usually
groundwater
looked in the water before the terrorist
There's
cement.
two wells, test wells that
That
they
was a motor I put
previously
on
as
it
part of
a long
their
time ago.
due diligence portion of the project, and those were conveyed to the city. And additionally, assignment of surface use agreements. One thing I want to point out is council previously approved a number of contracts, and one of those was with Pete Dawson Engineers. They are working together with Hanson and Intera. That work is in process, so our due diligence period has already begun. That pre-engineering phase has already begun, and a lot of work continues to be ongoing with staff. The next slide shows our considerations for project implementation. And I guess I led into it, but staff is working with Pape Dawson, Hanson, and Intera, and HDR, and we are engaged in pre-engineering. The HDR component is they've completed the condition assessment of the Mary Roads pipeline, and they are providing analysis and commentary on the connection point for the Mary Roads pipeline. As I stated, the permits are to be required. The property survey is forthcoming. We hope to have that in by the end of the day today. There will be another component, will be TCQ approval. These are new water supplies going into a conveyance line, so Pape Dawson will be working with TCQ to obtain their approval on the well locations and the well design. Permanent power is needed for each well and for the new pump station that will be required. Staff and Pete Dawson, we've been working with AEP, will be the power provider. The connection point to the MRP has been confirmed. We had a workshop last week with all of the engineering firms, and we have confirmed the connection point. The MRP easements, and I'm not shy about this, they're all very complicated, they're all very different. Now that we know the connection point to the MRP, those easements will have to be reviewed, and we'll have to work with the landowners to better understand any requirements that may have been written in the easements. Infrastructure will be required. That will consist of water wells, water lines, access roads, the electrical infrastructure, and also a pump station. Pump station and ground storage tank will accumulate all the water that's pumped from the ground, and then that will deliver that water to the city through the Mary Roads pipeline. We have been working with other entities in the area, most namely the city of Sinton. We drafted an interlocal agreement. We met with them in person to review that agreement. That agreement focuses primarily on an interconnection between the city of Sinton and this new Evangeline oil field. We've also met with other entities, including the St. Paul Water Supply Corporation. Next project I'd like to talk about is the Harbor Island seawater desalination plant. This project is being managed by the Nueces River Authority. The total production for this plant for phase 1 is 100 million gallons a day. They have issued an RFQ, advertised an RFQ for the conveyance line as part of the project. And we were informed just yesterday that in 2 to 3 weeks they will issue an RFQ for a P3 partnership. There are required permits as part of this project. There's a TCQ intake permit. That draft is expected by the end of October. There's a TCQ discharge permit. We've also been informed that draft is expected by the end of October. There are 3 U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permits, including construction on Harbor Island, which they've received a draft of that permit. It's in hand. The bore under the island, and then structures for the diversion and the intake that's out in the Gulf. Next week on October 21st, we will be bringing the option fee for council to consider. This is a one-time, non-refundable option fee to reserve the water, and also provides with the city and CCW an opportunity to take part and participate and provide input into the design of the NRA conveyance line, which will then in turn facilitate the most efficient approach for the city to install its water line to deliver the water to the city. The water price purchase agreement, I've shown options for 30, 40, and 50 million gallons a day. The project, as we know, this is a big project. It's a 100 million gallon a day seawater desalination plant. There's a lot of things that have taken place and a lot of things that still need to be determined. The NRA has signed a 50-year lease agreement with an extension of 4 years. That lease agreement is for the 30 acres on Harbor Island. The picture on the right in the yellow circle depicts where Harbor Island is located at. As part of this agreement between the NRA and the Corps, the Corps is responsible for all permits. And in the previous slide, I updated you on the status of each of those permits as we've been informed. A water supply contract will be negotiated with the city once construction costs are confirmed. What the NRA has stated is that price would be $10 to $15 per 1,000 gallons, but they cannot commit into the price because construction costs have not yet been decided, or determined, excuse me. Again, CCW, as part of the option fee, would be able to provide input into the conveyance line. And this conveyance line, for city purposes, would be a new capital project that would have to be designed. The intake structure for the plant would be 1.3 miles southeast of San Jose Island. San Jose Island is the nearest barrier island. The effluent diffuser would be located 1.8 miles southeast of San Jose Island. These lines would be installed in a tunnel that would be bored under the islands and under the Gulf. The power situation has not yet been determined. The NRA is currently working with power providers to provide transmission level power to the site. Again, we met with them yesterday and they are actively working on that process as well. Our next water supply project is water reuse, or it can be reclaimed water. CCW continues to meet with multiple entities regarding the use of effluent water from multiple wastewater treatment plants. We've had multiple meetings over the last week, and those discussions are proceeding, and once we've got more details and a more defined term sheet, we will update City Council regarding those agreements. We've also we've been looking at the conveyance of effluent water from Oso to potentially Greenwood. As you remember, the Oso wastewater treatment plant is the largest within the city. It has the most effluent water available. The key with Oso is to get that effluent water to a place where it can be utilized. Then there is another capital project that Garver is working on. They're nearing completion of a technical memo that discusses aquifer storage and recovery. The city previously embarked on a large investigative project for aquifer storage and recovery that involved a potential area around the Corpus Christi airport. So that will be addressed in the Garver Tech memo, as will direct potable reuse and the treatment of that to make the effluent water potable, and then different conveyance options specifically centered around our wastewater treatment plants, again, to get that effluent water to a location where it can be better utilized. CC Polymers, they have a seawater desalination plant located on the ship channel. That plant is, we've been told, anywhere from 90 to 95% complete. It's never been in operation. We are reviewing the feasibility for the acquisition of that plant. However, it's important to note that the plant is owned by 3 entities, and we need all of those entities to be in agreement before we move forward with further negotiations. We've engaged CDM Smith. They've provided a preliminary technical memo on the property that has given us some costs and timeline information, and they've also looked into some of the permitting challenges as well. The chart on the right of this slide was developed by CDM Smith, and as you can see, per the chart, the plant can be upgraded. It's feasible to upgrade the plant to 31.5 MGD, about 31 MGD. CC Polymers has stated they require 7 MGD for a fully operational plant. So that would mean that would leave 24 MGD long term for the city if the upgrades and permitting challenges could be addressed. Improvements would be needed for the site to deliver potable water into our potable water system. The equipment itself, it is primarily installed under a canopy. It's been out in the weather. We know the environment here is very harsh, and of course the condition is aged, and we don't know its current condition. If the 3 entities that own CC Polymer would be interested in the sale of that equipment and that plant. The CCW would recommend a very detailed condition assessment of the complete plant that would investigate the current condition of the electrical, the pumping, piping, all of the processes and the equipment to better understand its actual conditions so that the city can make an educated decision. As I stated earlier, there would be upgrades needed to increase capacity and permit revisions would be required. If the plant would be start to deliver potable water, then TCQ approval would be required. That it's basically a new water treatment plant. TCQ would absolutely have to approve that. Negotiations would be with CC Polymer representatives, but again, they are representing 3 different entities that have to be in agreement. And then there is additional work to be done to connect any water delivered from that plant into our distribution system. If it's potable water, if it's raw water, then the water either needs to go to Owen Stevens or it's got to go directly to a raw water customer. The South Texas Water Authority, as you know, they've adjusted their plan with a target of phase 1 to be 13 million gallons a day, with 3 million gallons a day for South Texas Water and its customers. That would make 10 million gallons a day available for sale to the city. They've also stated there would be an option to add more water in additional 10 million gallon a day increments. To date, we are continuing with the MOU that was signed. We've received some good data. We've received some water quality data that we were allowed to analyze. We have not received some of the test pumping production reports, and we're still working with STWA. I do want to mention, I've got it at the bottom of the slide, STWA has requested current discussions focus on the extension of their water purchase contract with the city. That contract is set to expire December 31st, 2025. And we've had some very good meetings with them and hope to bring a contract extension back to council for review and approval in the near future. It's just a summary of our current water supply projects. Again, the Nueces groundwater project is shown as 28 MGD. That is using the sustainable pumping numbers that the hydrogeologist has provided. 11 MGD from the east, 17 MGD from the western well field. The goal, we believe, because of the encouraging test pumping data we've received from the west, that short term we can ramp that up a little bit. The eastern well field is basically complete. The western well field, we are targeting May of 2026 for full completion. As a reminder, we do need a Bennett Banks permit to discharge into the Evangeline Laguna. We're in very active negotiations with them and working very hard to bring a contract back to council next week for review and approval. The target of that is a partial delivery into the Mary Rose Pipeline November 2026. I would estimate possibly 12 MGD plus or minus in November 2026, and then another year for 24 MGD. It's important to note that Pete Dawson is our engineer of record on that, and as part of their phase 1 scope of work, they will be delivering a more detailed timeline and time frame, and they will also be delivering us a detailed construction budget. Effluent reuse totals 10 to 16 MGD. Again, we're working with multiple entities. I do believe that we can bring some of that online in 2026, but it all depends on how quick we can move forward with some of these agreements. The NRA Harbor Island, that's a 50 MGD total reservation fee, we will discuss that at council next week on October 21st. And then again, we have South Texas Water Authority and also CC Polymer. With that, Mayor and Council, I stand by for questions.
So on the CC polymers, the operation of the desalination discharge requires the plant be operational. Is that correct? As they use the fluid?
How the permit is currently written, the discharge has to combine with the operations of the plant. We would rely heavily on CDM Smith to help us navigate through those permits. Please keep in mind that the existing permits they have, the focus was industrial water use for that plant. So our consultants will have to do a deep dive and review into those permits.
Is there some point of conversation with the entities that kind of assuming with some assurances that the plant will be operational? I guess unless you modify the permit, you can't run the desal discharge unless the plant's operating.
The CC Polymers told us their plans, their intent is to get the plant to be operational, but to date, we don't have any timelines. At one time they said maybe in 2 to 3 years, but we don't have any firm information on that. So I would expect some heavy detailed permitting work to be associated if we move forward with that project.
Got it. And if you expand the facility, it would require permit amendments, right? You have to go back to TCEQ and get permits changed.
Right, so there is the permits, there is some expansion. We can add some treatment equipment and we can expand under their current permits. That would be to, I think it's about 15 MGD. No, yeah, it's about 23 MGD.
Oh, so you could go up to 23 MGD without any permit amendments.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to have the
I'm
leader of Argentina, a place that I love, I've been
South
to,
Texas Water Authority,
and one of the most beautiful places in the world, President. I really want to thank you very much.
Did we get that? Did they provide
He's
that
MAGA all the way. It's make Argentina great again. I heard about him when he was campaigning, and even before his campaign, he's a great economist. And he was saying a lot of very correct things, and he was very much in a conservative mode. And I heard all about you as you were running, and even before you were running, because as a tremendously talented economist, you were getting a lot of good write-ups.
The Nueces County MAG, which
I appreciated that, but he was make Argentina great again. It worked. I actually sent him some hats for his early part of the campaign, and then he called me and wanted a lot more. And I said, when does it stop? When will it stop? And it stopped with him winning.
Was developed on fresh water.
Got it.
Right? Our wells are constructed to target brackish water.
Right.
STWA's wells would be drilled to target brackish water.
That's what I was going.
The consensus among all the professionals that the MAG needs to be revised because during this current drought situation, people are targeting water that previously no one thought would be of benefit. So the MAG is artificially low, in other words.
Got it. And there's going to be some conversation about trying to make adjustments to the MAG.
Those are ongoing.
Got it.
Yeah, CCW's working on that. Yeah.
So we're talking to South Texas Water Authority, and I think the world of them, about extending the current contract. Just from me. What do we charge them now? What do we charge South Texas? If you don't know, you can tell me later.
Right, I can get that.
I was just trying to work through what we think.
Those rates are our wholesale water rates, and they would have been shown in our rate slides.
That's all right. My point was that somehow I was thinking through what they're buying, how much are they paying us today, and how much we can extrapolate what they're going to pay 7 Cs tomorrow, if they move to the D side. I just think that's an interesting conversation because they have other customers, the smaller communities around them that are going to be paying that new rate. And I wonder if they know what the difference is in the new rate and the current rate, right?
And I can't answer that question.
I know, that was rhetorical. I feel very proud that I actually got that out. The last thing I have to ask is, so why May 26th I'm finishing the western well? Somehow I thought we were going to get that done a lot sooner. That's just wrong?
So that was the estimate that we put together as a team. When you look at a project like this, permanent power is a big factor. So working with our partners at NEC, the western well field will be powered by electric power. The eastern well field was powered by natural gas.
Right.
It's powered by natural gas for a number of reasons. There was natural gas available. And then two, we worked with our great gas department, and they were able to extend the gas lines up to the well field.
Right. Yeah.
Gas is great, but a more sustainable option is electric power for water well pumps. And we've worked with NEC, so they've told us we'll have partial power by the end of the year.
Interesting.
So we'll have maybe 7 wells operational by then. I'll have to keep you updated.
Yeah.
But then the full build out, because they've got to upgrade transmission lines, is in May.
So the wells may be finished, but they may not be operational because we're waiting on power, which I didn't think about, but I assume that happens.
Right. Now the caveat to that is, depending upon the situation, and then if we have the conveyance line to the river completely installed, then you talk about temporary diesel generator power.
Because that's what we did. Didn't we do that on the eastern well fields while we waited for the gas to be connected?
The gas, we worked pretty seamlessly with CC Gas, and we got that delivered. I
know somebody over there that works nice?
Yeah, absolutely. No, they're a great team.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, we throughout the course of this, we've had the natural gas generators. We've had some issues with that, and we've brought in temporary diesel to keep the wells running.
Got it. My last question, I think, the bed and banks permit, has that been, for the western field, has that been filed? Walk me through that timeline.
Yeah, so it hasn't been filed, and the reason it hasn't been filed is because we know there's going to be a lot of questions from the governing entity, from TCEQ, right? We've got one bed and banks permit, talking about discharging a lot more water in the river. They're going to want to understand how the second permit and the discharge from the eastern well field, what that total impact is going to be. So it's not as simple. So we've engaged Carollo engineers who are doing some further analysis, and they're preparing technical information that we can do as a support to that application.
It does beg the question, what happens if we drill all these wells and we don't get a permit? You're going to sell water to me at a discount? I mean, really, seriously, right? We're drilling the wells, and we assume that they understand our position. And by the way, these are intermittent wells, right?
That's correct. So let's just back up a little bit. So our well projects, we will operate them on an intermittent basis. It's designed to be utilized during times of significant drought. Now, the city did this in the 80s and 90s. But once we came out of the drought in the 80s and 90s, those wells were on private property. We were paying lease agreements with the landowner. It was a financially prudent decision to not maintain the wells. That was the decision at the time. Now, because the wells are drilled on city-owned property, CCW will maintain and operate that asset as a permanent asset. It doesn't mean we would run them every day, especially when we're not in a period of drought.
The TDSs are much better, is that right? You said they're better in the western than they are in the eastern?
Sure, the eastern well field, the average is about 3,500 TDS. In the western well field, the wells we've tested to date have been between 1,650 and 1,700.
Is the general assumption that the further up the river you go, the less TDS it is? Or further away from the coast?
Generally, both of that to be correct. We do know, approximately 10 years ago, Terra did some work for the city, and that work that they did showed that the western well field was a pretty decent location for staying within Nueces County.
All right, so 33-ish, 35-ish on the eastern, I forgot.
No,
so the western, it's 1600-ish?
Oh, yeah. So the western well field, 1600, 1700. We've seen them come in 1650, 1680. And the eastern, we're at 3300.
Got it.
Okay. Pretty solid 3300.
Thanks for the update.
Arriving any mileage, 3.6.
What is going on with South Texas property? We didn't have much of an update on that. When's the last time y'all talked to them?
We talked with them, that was about a week and a half ago. We met with them, and like I said, that was regarding their contract extension with us. They have stated they needed to get us some additional information as part of that. That was provided towards the end of last week, so the goal is to meet with them once again this week.
So are they having problems finding land? I mean, do we know what the problem is? Because we've not heard anything. It's just kind of odd.
I can't comment if there is a problem, if there isn't a problem. What I can comment is they've asked us to focus on their contract with us.
So they're wanting it extended then?
Well, they want to renew the contract, right? And we're working with them to make sure we get it renewed, right? So that they have water. The current contract expires December 31st.
Okay. And one other comment. You can all laugh if you want to, but it is very clear that we do not get very much water in our watershed, Choke Canyon or the lake, and we haven't for a decade. So do we think maybe we need to look for another area to put a watershed? I'm serious as I can be, because it clearly rains up around Falfurrias and Victoria up in that area. I mean, we have to think for the future. I just think it's something we should look at, because we're not getting it there.
No, I can honestly say the call with the National Weather Service every week is the most depressing call I'm on all week long. Yeah.
That was just a terrible place to put it. So I'm serious when I say this. I hope we do look at it.
You know, I think that the design of that system
Give me an eye here. Come on, somebody say, yes, you're right.
I'm with her.
Thank you. Yes.
The design of that system is based on a tropical event every so often, every X number of years to replenish the system, and we just haven't had that.
No, we have not. Thank you.
Nick, I just wanted to ask, in your weekly memos on the updates of all of our projects, I had a lot of people ask me, and I think it's a good idea, though, to maybe include a section that is a supply and demand outlook, so that we can see on a weekly basis what the supply and demand looks like. And I really think that it's just providing a clear picture and transparency on how we're managing that.
I completely agree with you, and I know we are, I've been working with the city manager, and we're working with Carollo engineers to provide a better outlook of these new supplies and when they actually come online. And we want to do a specific briefing to council for that. But I do agree it'd be good to have that in the weekly memo so that we can update it on a weekly basis.
Because people also want to, and there's also the deficit, right? People want to know, what is the deficit? We went from, 50, now it's 60, and I get it, I'd rather be more conservative. But if it's 60, then the plan, right? What is essentially the plan of addressing that deficit, right, in the time frame that we have, which is a year.
Yes, I completely agree. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you.
We'll add that.
Wonderful, thank you. Councilwoman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Nick, for a very robust presentation. I appreciate all this information. It's very helpful. I wanted to kind of circle back with these estimates on that well field. Taking into consideration the efforts that we have, if we're saying we're anticipating May for all of those to be drilled, when are we looking at best estimate to be harvesting that water that we're anticipating? And that may be a difficult, but just like your best estimate.
Right, so what I can tell you right now is because of the delivery of permanent power, I'm hoping to have 7 wells online by the end of the calendar year. Right, so
That's at that, I'm sorry, western side, right?
That's on the western side, and then the goal is fully complete and operational May of 2026.
Okay.
And again, as we continue to work with NEC, that time frame may change. We have monthly meetings with them so they can update us on transformer delivery. They've been a really good partner. And then what CCW's goal is, and then of course Weisinger is our drilling contractor. We are working together to ensure that the other pieces of that puzzle are in and ready to go by the time power arrives.
Awesome. And then I know that there's been some discussion, if we go back a little while in this project, that if we were to take the full capacity out for a short term, that's, actually quite a lot of water. Whereas if we are looking at this being sustained for a few years, that's where we're looking at, I think, 17 million gallons. Is it still within our capacity to reach that higher level or higher amount of water while we're getting these other things online in the very near future, like Evangeline and things, where we could take that extra 10 million?
Yeah, my opinion today, and I do want to, so my degree is in geological engineering, focusing on groundwater, but I am not a hydrogeologist, but so there's a difference there. But we do have Steve Young as our hydrogeologist, and he will be presenting next week to council. My opinion is well, Steve Young has said 17 MGD long-term sustainable pumping. With the results we've seen from the wells we've tested already, I think that short-term number is around 24 MGD from the west, and then you have 10 to 11 from the east.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're saying 8 months, and we'll have 7 of the wells by summer of next year. So add another 5 months to that. We'll have that full capacity, whatever that ends up to be, and we'll know more about that next week. On Evangeline, I know that's an action item next week. If everything goes as we hope in the ideal, and I know there's always going to be little challenges, and the team has been doing a phenomenal job representing us and mitigating those. But if everything goes as planned and no major snags, when do you think we would anticipate getting at least maybe that first portion? I know we're looking at 12/24, but maybe 12.
I could say the target is November of 2026 for a partial delivery from Evangeline. So there's a lot of factors there. Again, we talked about power, we talked about infrastructure, permits are a big part of this contract, so that's critical as well.
Okay, thank you. And then for me, something that I've been talking about for a long time to just kind of incorporate all of these pieces and being sensitive to timing. Now that we have some pretty good, I would call these really good estimates on delivery times. But how do we look for our efforts to maybe adding a second tier in our DCP as far as saying, okay, now we're drawing our predominant water supply from here, our secondary, our third. So in actuality, our supply versus demand, we're at 86% or we're at 90%. And we're taking a very small portion from that original reliance on the Lake Corpus Christi supply. And I don't know if we can fully change that, but maybe if we add another tier that gives us a little bit more authority or maneuvering about drawing those stages, looking at our realistic supplies. Where are we at on that whole?
So remember, level 1 water emergency, which is the step after stage 3. That's when we are 180 days from our supply meeting our demand. As we bring on more water, more supplies, essentially that will push that date out, right? Because we're bringing on more water to make up from the western, the zero in the west, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate that. What I'm being cognizant of is foresight or getting ahead of the curve, because right now the only thing that's out there, because we're all in this sphere very busy just working, making these decisions. You guys are doing the operations to make this actually work, but what's being amplified is we're on the verge of curtailment now. The city isn't releasing what is curtailment going to look like for you tomorrow. Those types of things, when we are actively pushing that clock, stopping the clock, if you will. Not stopping, but, delaying the clock. And this, to me, is an important piece of being able to calculate that and having some wiggle room to do something about it.
Yeah, it absolutely is, Councilwoman. And I mentioned previously, but we do have Carollo looking at the impact of these new water supplies. But, in our, just to tamper some of it a little bit, there's a lot of, and in my presentation, I call it considerations for the project. There's a lot that has to go into that. And you brought that up. We're actively looking to mitigate those things so that we can move forward and bring it on. So we want to do our best to provide the best data, both to the council and the community and all of our customers. And it's, as we know, we're going to have to continue to keep it updated. And it sort of goes back to the mayor's point of having sort of a better outlook in those weekly memos, I think.
I think that, these updates are very helpful, and this is good information. And from what I see is we're continuing to track along this narrative, and I don't see us really taking big steps backwards, if any at all. We just continue to do better. So perhaps this is something that we can make some kind of a good release. I know we talk about it weekly in here, and we hear it every week, but I don't think that's the same narrative being shared. And I think that perhaps it's very dense. It's hard for people to really put into a linear progression line, whereas we've done that well here. So maybe we can speak to that.
Yeah, next week Nick's going to speak to it with some graphs as well. That can make it easier to dispel this notion that we're going to run out of water. It's easy to say that we're going to run out of water. But next week with the updated dashboard using 2025's water usage line instead of the 2024 one, we may be able to push back this date of November 2026 until actually early 2027. So that'll be one thing we can show. And then we have to have the conversation that you and I have had, that is that if, say, it does rain and we do get some water in the western reservoirs and we bring on these top 3 projects, bring in about 60 million gallons of water, can we reevaluate the drought contingency plan to relax some of the water restrictions? Because most of our water is not coming from the west anymore. It's coming from all these other sources. And if it seems abundant enough, there's a chance we could revisit that drought contingency plan to relax some of the restrictions.
Precisely.
Yeah, so we just have to change the narrative a little bit. We're not in trouble. The headlines continue to say that. Yes, we long-term can forecast supply and demand, but as we bring these projects on, the wells alone, the nueces wells, I saw it yesterday, when you add in 28 million gallons, it makes a tremendous difference in supply and demand. So next week we'll begin that conversation, and then probably one more meeting for the graphs that the community can get a better handle on this.
Wonderful. Yeah. And I know we talked way back, but is it still something that we can do to add? If you're looking at the dashboard and the number that's shared often is lake levels have reached 12. Well, did you know we're also pretty robustly supplied in the eastern, Mary Roads is coming from very strong, not to negate the 12, but to show the full story.
Right, exactly.
Maybe we can include that?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
On your bed banks permit on the wells, you have it said sustainable pumping for approximately 17 million gallons a day. We don't have a permit for that, right?
That's correct. That number is from the hydrogeologist.
Okay.
And it's looking at the actual data from the wells, the aquifer data.
What does that equate to on a per acre basis?
616.
I haven't figured that out.
Can you do it similar to how the groundwater conservation district in San Patricio has it? To how does that convert over to acre foot per acre of land? However that we want apples to apples across. Because I'm certain that we're going to eventually get a nueces groundwater control or groundwater conservation district. And so if we want to be within the rules of something like that, what would you model it after? what San Patricio's doing? Does the difference in our mag versus the one in San Patricio make a difference?
Yeah, so you hit on the head. The mag needs to be redefined to account for brackish groundwater, and then those numbers would be determined by the mag.
Okay, Steve, you'll be able to tell us that next week?
I don't want to speak for Steve, but I think he would absolutely agree that the mag in Nueces County needs to be redefined.
Okay, and who officially states what that mag is?
Yeah, it's the Texas Water Development Board.
Texas Water Development Board, or it's not TCEQ, it's Texas Water?
No.
So it'd be the, what do you call him, the Water Master?
No.
Okay, so the board actually has to approve it.
So, yeah, the Water Master is TCEQ.
That's right. Okay, so who's going to apply for that?
So we've already petitioned to increase to account for that the mag will account for the production in our wells.
Okay, so you're talking different levels and different depths of water, right? Where you get that water from. So you're going to have different mags for each one of those, or is it combined for the entire thing, or?
I'm not sure how they'll look at it. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of unanswered questions with regards to the wells that are in Nueces County.
There's a lot of answers, but there's a lot of work to do when you talk about a mag for an entire county, right? It's not a simple thing to do. So you got to have your data. You've got to support it.
So who commissions that? I mean, to do a study for the entire county.
So what we've engaged with Intera, our hydrogeologist, to report the data from our wells and make a request, but then the county, I'm going to rely on Esteban. From a regulatory...
Esteban Ramos, Water Resource Manager. For a regulatory question, we have talked with our hydrogeologist, Steve Young and Tara, to discuss this matter with the GMA, it gets kind of complicated. There's different groups. There is a groundwater, GMA 16, groundwater management area. And that group then requests changes to the MAG, and that MAG is changed at TWDB. That makes sense.
So I'm just saying, how do you get from point A to point B?
Like starting at the beginning, we talk with the hydrologist. He then works with the GMA.
Okay, but he's only doing our area of what we're looking at, not for the. Is he doing the whole county?
He's doing the whole county. He's doing the analysis for the model of available groundwater that we're drilling into.
Okay. All right, so I guess we'll have to hold off until next week until he can answer some questions directly for...
And he may not have at that moment in time, because again, TWDB...
Maybe he can prep him so know what kind of questions we're going to ask. Okay, the second part of this is on the wastewater reuse. I noticed that you only have the information about the work Garver's doing. I thought we moved. We're probably not going to do, direct reuse and look at more of industrial use as opposed to direct or indirect reuse.
Right, so there's multiple projects going on. We've got the initial Garver work. They owe us a tech memo on that, and they were initiated to do that, and we'll have that tech memo. This morning I was told probably later this week. And then there's discussions with Ardura, and that's related to a conveyance line.
Okay.
More than likely, that'll be from conveyance line leading from OSO. The
OSO going towards Greenwood?
Correct.
Okay, so, speed is of the essence here, right? So, obviously, using it for industrial purposes, wastewater reuse for industrial purposes doesn't need to go through all the hoops through TCEQ that you would need to for direct or indirect wastewater reuse, right?
Yes, we completely agree, and that's why we're talking specifically to entities that will use the water directly.
Okay, so I think, and Peter, that should be the priority, right?
No, it is, Councilman. Yeah, that's the top priority.
If we can avoid some of the TCEQ hoops that always take time,
right,
and go to industrial reuse, we can make those deals relatively quickly and take that potable water that they use off the board and save us water.
Absolutely. It's about 15 million gallons is the estimate that would become fresh.
Okay, so I know Garver's doing work, but I think their focus is on direct and indirect reuse, right?
Right, so I don't want to discount the work that CCW is doing, talking to specific entities, and then the work we're doing along with our focus on that.
We should be scaling back the work that we're doing with Garver.
Yeah.
We're not going to do potable reuse, direct use.
And then
we're talking with 2 companies here in town.
Right, and then I don't know if this, if we'll sell all of that, but at some point maybe reopen ASR because, the airport's not that far from Greenwood.
Correct, that would
at some
be the
point
next
maybe
step. So
reopen
if we
ASR
built
because
a reservoir, a ground reservoir maybe in Greenwood, that would be beneficial. When you have enough water, you would then pump it into the ASR well field, potentially at the Corpus Christi Airport.
Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe, have some more reference to that as, in the next report.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And a couple of things just to share information. So the STWA TDS was 1,800, and then the STWA is paying the raw water rate, and then also, so their average raw water and treated is $3.13 average. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Thank you for the presentation. I just had a couple of things I wanted to ask. Number one, I noticed that the council, as you know, as far as Inner Harbor goes, they voted not to continue the contract with I think we got an actual notification from Peter that took place, right? Mm-hmm. But, however, the last thing that I recall, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we were going to possibly look at Acciona. And can you tell me from our last council meeting what has been done to reach out to them and see where we're at, if anything? Can you, because I noticed it wasn't on the water supply projects update.
Right, so we did have that workshop. Our takeaways from that was to terminate the contract with Kiewit. Before that workshop, we did talk to Acciona. They had said that they were interested in it. And that's where we're at today.
And during the workshop, we actually had several comments that council members talked about what are the alternatives, right? During that workshop.
We went through a number of alternatives, absolutely, and council talked about them.
Including which was Acciona and the possibility of, there was even, I think they were here, and part of the conversation was, and I don't know if this was this afterwards, but somebody said that there's a possibility that they thought they could come in a little bit less. The bottom line is, I think the public, because I've still had a lot of people ask me about this, is council, I mean not council, but is city staff ruling this, the Inner Harbor dead? Are you still working on it?
I'm not going to rush. I got to take my time. I'm going to jump in here.
Sure.
And Peter, you probably should have jumped in. So we have had conversations, you and I, because desalination is still on the table. And the reason it is because of what you just said. And Peter just told me the day before, because not only one person on this dais gets to make that decision. You can vote it no. You can nod your head and vote it no, and that's okay. But the reason I say this is because we spoke, Councilman Hernandez asked for staff to send a letter, again, to ask for monies to be, see if we can move them over, again. And we'll go through those motions, that's fine.
Yeah.
But Peter, it is a little bit disingenuous that y'all have taken desal off. If desal's gonna die, then let 5 people kill it, if that's what the case is. But multiple people said to you and to staff, we'd like to consider this option, or we'd like this option, or there were multiple people.
Look,
and so I'm sorry to take your time. I'm sorry, but it just infuriates me a little bit that we're not listening to what was said in council, to your point, Councilman Roy. So yes, it is coming back. And back to the conversation, you said that letter's going out to the state, and after that letter comes back to the state, then we can do it, because we need their answer to that question, which, again, is going to probably come back as what it has multiple times, and then we're going to put desal back on the agenda in November.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, Councilman Roy. So
Well, can I, go ahead.
I just want to, because it's important, and yours is too, but I summarized from the workshop that we were going to terminate the Kiewit contract.
Right.
And from my listening and taking notes, there was no clear consensus to bring back a vote immediately. The council didn't object to sending a letter to TCEQ, Texas Water Development Board, to see can we repurpose the monies for Evangeline or the groundwater project. And so that's what we're doing. Until we hear back from them, I wouldn't recommend bringing a vote back on other projects, because the money could, if they say yes, then we would use the money for Evangeline.
Yeah, so my point in asking the question, I know I had the mayor interject, but my question is, I've had people ask me, what did we officially do as a council in terms of where we're at with the Inner Harbor?
Right.
And so I just wanted to make sure that there's some type of clarification there, because if we're going to proceed, I think, with looking at Acciona or looking at whatever the alternative is, then that's one thing. If we're not proceeding, I think that the people deserve to know that, because like I said, I still get a lot of people that ask me that on a daily basis. The other thing that we've talked about, and we're not talking about here with the water supply project update, is Barney Davis. And so I've been talking a lot about Barney Davis and seeing what it is we can do with Barney Davis. And it's not on here either. So I just want to make sure that when we do these updates, and I had an actual organization ask me this, and I briefed them yesterday, because he was saying, okay, well, where are we at with this project? And went down through the list. I just think from a communication standpoint, we need to let the people know. And so the other thing was Barney Davis. So if we're still working on Barney Davis, that's a possibility. If we can include that in future presentations, that would be great.
Yeah,
we are or not continuing with the Inner Harbor or whatever the sentiments are on that, I think we just need to let people know if it's coming back to the council and somebody's going to put it on the agenda, then I guess we need to know that too. That's all I'm trying to do, is keep the communication and keep people out there. I don't want to mislead them to think that we're working on something and then we don't communicate that. And 6 weeks, 2 months go by, and we haven't done anything.
So it could be about 2 months before we get the answer from the Water Development Board. So if we put the letter in yesterday.
So I think that just in our briefing, even if we just had something there that basically said that when it came to the Inner Harbor, we sent that letter out, the last council function was, and it could be 6 weeks before we hear back. At that point in time,
Okay, we'll put that in. So unless council, and I know the mayor's talked to me about let's bring it back on November 1, but other councilmen have said, no, don't bring it back. So I'm a little conflicted. I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, Peter, the decision has to be made here, and you shouldn't be conflicted.
But I think, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment, Mayor, because I think the other thing is that we need to bring it back when we have the appropriate amount of information.
Okay, well, that's the direction I'm working under, but some folks want me to bring it back November 1.
Thank you.
So I don't want to put it on if more than half the council doesn't want it on. And so I do need direction.
I just think, again, I've had a lot of constituents ask me questions about it, and they deserve to have some kind of answer.
Okay.
And
I think the answer right now,
at some point in time, it needs to be either laid to rest, or we need to tell them what our path forward is.
And the path forward is the letter was sent to Texas Water Development Board on can we repurpose the SWIFT loan for 2 other projects, or one or two. And until we hear back, I would wait to take any action on it. So I would say 60 days at a minimum. Then the council, hopefully by then we'll get the Water Development Board answer on repurposing. And if it's a yes, then we repurpose. If it's a no, we can bring back the option.
My biggest thing is just to make sure we communicate with the people.
Yeah, that's part of it right now. Hopefully people are listening, and then we'll put it in our memos, and we'll have Nick start updating it in this thing.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Campos.
616
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I thought that our main purpose here was to bring water, the quickest project here.
Charlie
I mean,
220, 10
we've been desalination is, yes, on the table because I see it here from different entities, but that's not our number one project that will get us the fastest water. So I don't agree with some of my, the mayor is stating about bringing it back, for one. Okay, the other is, as far as other projects are concerned, I've also, and I have communicated with you, Peter, about even the floating panels. Whatever little water we do have, what are we doing about that? That has been brought up, and we have not had an update, and it's not on here either. So let me just go on down my list.
I would like to comment on that, though. I mean, yes, Councilwoman, you brought that out. I've directed staff to reach out to the various entities, Texas Parks Department, right, the General Land Office. We've got to deal with potentially the Army Corps of Engineers. We're waiting to hear back from the Texas Parks Department. We've got a number of phone calls into them. The General Land Office has said that it's that they wouldn't have a say. It wouldn't be part of their jurisdiction. So that's interesting. I'm waiting to compile some data to share with you.
Okay, good.
Just because it's not in the memo or not in this doesn't mean we're not working on it.
Okay, good.
Our staff is committed and diligently working on all of these projects, managing both the water and wastewater system and trying to do it all for the community that they live in. So just because it's in here doesn't mean we're not working on it.
Well, and I appreciate that. But I also want to be clear to the community that, I think that's what got us into trouble, is that we got stuck like on desalination on this one particular project instead of trying to figure out ways to get water faster to us. So I think, we need to just redirect ourselves, make sure that we are focused on getting us, the fastest water possible, the safest. And also I've been asking about, what is our ultimate goal? Like you said here, supply and demand. I'm looking right now at the graph, and, we're using 108, let's say 109 MGD as of, I don't know what the latest that I see here on your raw water usage. So, I think I'm glad that we're coming back hopefully next week, and we're going to adjust what I think, now worldwide and, just area, with the recent, Wall Street Journal issue, that came out, the whole focus on that whole reporting was on industry's use, not on residential. Although whatever we're doing right now does encompass both, all customers. We're taking care of our commercial, we're taking care of our industrial, and of course we're taking care of our residential. But it doesn't seem to come across. So I'm glad that we're discussing that. I'm glad that we've got some projects that look very, positive. I really am hopeful, and I feel like I think we're getting, a better understanding. I hope that you as now, the interim water director, and I hope that we communicate this well to our city manager, that our number one issue here is to bring water, right? And to get it here as fast as possible. But we also need to make sure that we know not to overextend, not to overbuy, not to because we need to take care of who our customers are now. So I think, like I said last week, we're looking at maybe 130 MGD, and if we complete with these just 3 projects that we're looking at, we're going to exceed that.
So again, I just want to reassure our public that we are taking care of them, and that includes, all of us, all the customers here. So again, I hope that we can come back and look at, like our Councilwoman Vaughn said, not looking at the reservoirs now. We need to look at somewhere else that we can, get our water and save it, because wherever we're at, it's gonna evaporate unless we have a way to conserve it. I mean, we're gonna have to look at water as if it's not, we just can't get it out of the air, although I hear we can now. But anyway, again, thank you, Nick, for doing a good job, really, and for taking on this tremendous job. I applaud you, and I thank, the water department for everything that y'all are doing. So that's all.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a term from my previous industry days, 86. It's been taken off the menu. I think some of us sitting here need to realize that that project ostensibly has been taken off the menu. And yes, I appreciate that you recognize that I have freedom to nod and disagree, because I do.
Yes.
Peter Zanoni, as the city manager, is charged with taking action based on the majority leadership of this body. That's 5+. And I was at that meeting just like anyone else was here. And if you play the tapes back, which maybe need to happen, the majority did not say to move forward with options 1, 2, 3, or 4. It landed on option 5, which was, we're done with this. And that's where we saw that letter come back. And I'm frustrated right now, because what I don't like is when we continue to come back to something that we have moved past. We have done all of these actions, put all of this effort, put all of this time, energy, finances into preventing curtailment. And if that's not the palate of this council right now, it needs to just be let alone. Let alone. There's a difference between multiple and majority. You may have had 3, you may have had 4. Go back and count it. That said, maybe we'll consider actiona or whatever it's called. But they did not say that is what we want to do. They did say, Mr. Zanoni, go ahead and cancel that contract. And that is what he did. That is in his role as city manager. And he needs to be allowed to be city manager. So I appreciate you saying that, and I do think you read the room correctly. And in fact, probably because this is such a heightened sensitivity item, you took all but a little bit of a poll at the end and said, what do we want to do? And that's where that came from. So I appreciate that. I think we need to be cognizant, Mayor, you particularly, because you are the mayor, you need to be cognizant of how we're going to lead the people forward and make sure that we are leading them with confidence and not taking them backwards into things that are going to bring back up confusion, uncertainty, and those types of things. And I apologize, but I'm getting all the phone calls and text messages and emails, and I'm seeing the people are very confused and upset because they don't know. They're waiting for us to take decisive, positive, effective action, and I think that's what we're trying to do. And I do not want us to pull anyone backwards. So yes, we're all entitled to our opinions, and I've just said mine, and I do think that the city manager followed the majority. And another note is the media keeps saying that because we said no to this one project, which wasn't slated to even bring us water till 28, that's why we're now facing curtailment, and that's not reality. It needs to be stated. Saying no to Inner Harbor is not what is causing the concern for curtailment. It's inaccurate public statements. All of our actions to get us increased water between now and 180 days, which are the wells, Evangeline, all of these projects, that's what's preventing curtailment. Yes or no to Inner Harbor was not that delta. And we need to step forward publicly and say that so that the public knows that we're taking action. Everybody up here cares about this community, and we need all of us to step forward together and say, we are going to not let you run out of water. Tell that to Wall Street Journal, tell that to Dallas, tell that to whoever. You're not going to let us run out of water. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to go ahead and respond to the unneeded comments. Councilman Roy.
So I don't know if you were referring to my comments, and here's my thing. And Rebecca, can you go back? Can you actually go back? I think you have the ability to go back and pull what we voted on. And that actual, what we voted on that day. Because what we voted on that day was, if I understand it, and the people that have asked me, because I don't, again, I don't have a, when I say I don't have a dog in this fight, I just want to make sure that we clarify this for the people that have asked me, what are we doing? What's the future? Have we taken this completely off the board? Or are we considering something else? But if you go back and you look at what we voted on canceling the contract with Hewitt. We did not vote on killing the Inner Harbor.
That's exactly right.
And so that's my only clarification. I'm not saying I'm for it, against it, or whatnot. But I am going back to what we voted on. And if we have to bring it back as a council and be more specific, I think we should. Because at the same time, we're sitting there and we're talking about information as far as, well, the sentiments of this particular group of council members or that. We either vote it up or we vote it down. And that's the only thing I'm asking. I don't want it to be confusing, because I've had people, and if I find myself stammering, trying to understand, well, actually, this is what we did, but we didn't do this. Am I correct, Peter? Can you comment? Can somebody go back and recall what we voted?
Yeah, I can comment, Councilman. So one, there were no votes because it was a workshop. And so I listened carefully because
we didn't vote during the work. We don't vote during a workshop.
There was no vote during the workshop. So the 9 members expressed opinions, and I asked that in the beginning to say we need to hear from you so we know how to progress forward.
Peter, my question is, before we talk about the workshop, go back to the vote. What did we vote on?
Well, the prior vote with the Kiewit contract was to amend it to add more money to keep it going, yes or no. That was a no vote, 6-3.
Right.
Yeah, no to fund it.
But it wasn't to kill the Inner Harbor project.
No, it wasn't. It was just on Kiewit's contract.
That's my only point. I'm not trying to bring up anything. That was my only point, is I think we need to go back and clarify that. If we're going to kill the Inner Harbor, we need to make that vote and decision. If we're going to keep forward and look at other options, then we need to do that.
Right.
But it's just that, like I said, I've got people asking me, and all I want to do is clarify it. And I think I have that. That's all.
Yeah, so what we're working on right now is getting the answer over the next 2 months or so from the Water Development Board.
And I agree.
Repurpose, and then we'll go from there as far as an up or down vote goes on, do we do anything else?
But don't kill the messenger. That's all I'm saying. Is
I'm trying to get it clear so the messenger keeps walking, you know?
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And so to your comments, it's very sad that you think that Peter is supposed to guess on what he's supposed to do and take silent calls on who thinks what. You don't know what conversations he may have had with other council members. And so at the end of the day, let's just get away from that, because that puts you in a difficult position. And at the end of the day, it's exactly like the councilman just said. No one has ever said, we're done with desal. You have the opportunity. It's coming back. I will put it back on the agenda. I don't need 5 people or 4 people or 3 people. I get enough people of the public who feel completely opposite of what maybe the majority of this council feels. And that's just how it is. You've got people for it. You've got people against it. Right now we have funding for it. So we need to decide whether that letter went out or not. This council must decide, are we sending that money back or not? And I guarantee you, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm going to find out in the next week that the governor's office is waiting to see what we're going to do. It's been real quiet. I promise you, they are waiting. And so we need to decide. That decision has not been made. It has not been made. It's not been, I'm not speaking directly to you. It's not been made. And so what the decision that was made was to terminate Kiewit, and that's what happened. But the conversation that was just had was considering different options. If the majority of this council wants to completely kill desal and move on, so be it. I completely respect the process, but that has not been done, and that's all I'm saying, and we've had this conversation. And it is, about desalination is not right. It's not for the immediate need. It is not. I don't know anybody that's saying that. I don't think anybody on this council is saying that. This council's not. And so we're saying immediate need is how do we close a gap, a deficit of 60 million gallons a day before November of 26? And we're working on that every single day. And personally, I think it's a little bit more because we have some risks with some of these projects that we are told of those risks over week after week sometimes. And we continue to keep those numbers in our perfect little plan. And if those numbers don't work out for whatever one of those risks that takes us off of our timeline, we are in trouble. So I personally think, we even need more than that. But that's a whole different story. I just wanted to make that clear and actually just echo what Councilmember Roy just said.
Mayor, do you need the motion, or are you clear? Because it was on an amendment. That was the language. So on September the 2nd, it said motion on amendment number 5 to the design build contract with Kiewit Infrastructure South Co. of Westlake, Texas for design development to a 60% design for the Inner Harbor Water Treatment Campus project on a cost reimbursable basis. So it just gave the amounts. And then the vote on that was amended. It was just that actual item, and the vote was 6-3. I can find it. Hold on. Sorry, I'm not used to looking at it on here. What now? There it is. So there was a motion and a second, and the motion failed, and it was 6-3. Barrera, the mayor, and Scott voted aye, and then the rest of the council voted no.
Okay, that's what you're looking for.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councilman Scott.
Hey, sorry, didn't know it was going here. Hey, look, I never said that curtailment's not the priority. Now, I'm addressing this to you because I get the sense you're addressing all of us, including me. In fact, the day I was sworn in, I talked about today's water, tomorrow's water, and next week's water, and you have to work on all those. So I'm really comfortable that I've had a focus on avoiding curtailment. In fact, I've advocated more wells to some objection amongst people on the dais and in the community. So I'm comfortable that my focus has been partially on curtailment, but also, hopefully we have an answer that we don't worry about curtailment, and I think that we talked about the term intermittent, right, on the well field. That's a word I'm going to use a lot. In fact, you should pay me because I don't usually use that word. So I'm comfortable, at least that Mark Scott is working hard to avoid curtailment. Again, if it were me, I'd try to hire another well driller and get this done faster, and I would look for other property along the river to see if we couldn't drill more wells faster to have an intermittent solution that avoids curtailment. I don't remember being part of a council poll, and I certainly lost that vote. The 6-3 vote. But Peter, I like your path. I think that's the answer. I think there's a different conversation to be had if the Texas Water Development goes, oh yeah, you can move that water. Oh, well then that's one answer. If they come back and go, okay, no, you can't move that water, then we either have to, I don't know what the word would be, we're just going to have to eat it, or we have a conversation about a different path on the Inner Harbor with the permits we have. So I get that. What's funny about all this is after our plethora of 3 councilor member signature memos, it'll probably come back anyhow, even if we said we don't want it to come back. So I think that's open. But my point was, I think that's the right answer. I didn't hear it before, and I don't know that I like it, but I think that's the right answer. Getting the answer back from Texas Water Development Board. And again, I've talked about today's water, tomorrow's water, next week's water, and it's kind of all of it. And you're addressing that. And I know that as of today, Inner Harbor's not part of that. I don't like that. But I think you're working to do today, tomorrow, and next week water projects. And I want to thank you for that.
Councilman Cunty.
I think this council made it very clear that we didn't want the project Inner Harbor because of the price tag. I think we voted it down some time ago, and we're still here talking about it. My opinion, I think we should bring it back to the council next week, and let's get it over and done with, and just vote it up or down. Next week, let's get it out of the way. Because this project is not going to save our assets. It's not. Like it's not going to save us. We need to find water today, tomorrow. You know, I just don't understand it. What's the whole purpose of pushing the Inner Harbor project? It's too expensive. People can't afford it. You know, and with due all respect, Roland, I don't want to argue with you. I really don't want to argue with you. But with due all respect, you know, you said in the radio show today, you know, I'm saying this and saying that about QIT, and they're denied it, and you know, I'm talking out of my, you know what? No, I'm not. As a matter of fact, in a week or two, I will bring you the recordings, and you could hear it yourself. You could hear it yourself what they said.
Yeah, you had cut off.
They clearly said elected officials. Past elected officials are making money off this deal. Plain and simple. That's what screwed up this project. It's hungry people, self-serving politicians, period. That is why this deal got screwed up. I want desal. We need it. That's another water source, great water source. But the location is not a good location. And only for 30 million gallons a day? We need more water than that to grow Corpus Christi. It just doesn't make sense. You know, and I just don't understand why everybody wants this project so badly. It just smells ugly, man. Harbor Island, I think Harbor Island is going to happen. Harbor Island is going to happen with us or without us. I think the state's going to back it up. It's going to be a big project. The Port of Corpus Christi is behind it. I mean, I think it's going to be a great project. And why not pay a little bit of money for an insurance policy? Just to say, hey, they won't mess with our customers. Here's $1.5 million or whatever we give them for 30 million gallons of water. Yeah, we don't know the price yet. But let's pay a little insurance policy so they won't come after our customers. We don't even have contracts for our customers. We want to build a $1.2 billion plant for the Inner Harbor, but we have no contracts. They could get up and go somewhere else, and we're stuck with $1.2 billion plus. I mean, make that make sense. I don't understand it. And all these people on Facebook and in the news and always talking down on different projects we're trying to get projects that you, Mayor, and the past council did not get for years. All y'all cared about was the Inner Harbor project. That's all y'all cared about. And that's the truth. And you were against the Inner Harbor project at one time when it was cheap, $300 million or something like that. Now it's at $1.2 billion. And you want us to say yes to that? You said no to that back then, but you want to say yes to $1.2 billion plus? Especially when the contractor says there might be some, you know, people making money off this deal. It's sickening.
And yes, I was against it at one point 9 years ago until I did my due diligence. And it's okay. And Councilman, and nobody interrupts you. Stop, please. You know what? We're going to move on. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Okay. It's really hard for Mr. Sinoni to sit in that seat and listen to none of us. We all know that.
Young 4065. Are you able to extend?
I'm Young 4065.
It's real hard for Mr. Snowden to sit in there and try and read our minds. So I can see how he would take that it was over with a 6-3 vote to get rid of Key Wit. And I think a lot of the public felt the same way when we voted down Key Wit. They're thinking we voted down the project. That's basically what we did that day for Key Wit to get rid of it. But I think that we do have the immediate need, Sylvia, you're right. And I think we are focusing on that right now. I know I've focused on it since I got on here in January. That's been my main thing. I've done hardly anything but that. And I think that's what the public wants us to see, because curtailment, like Kaylin said, it has nothing to do with the desal, it never did. But here's the problem. You have people sitting up here on this council that go on radio shows and run their mouth and do nothing but pit each other against each other, because you're criticizing every project we've got. You're telling things that aren't true. You're scaring the public. It is wrong. We're running out of water. We're running out of water. Eric lied. That's not true. I was sitting in the room. Eric told the truth. That was a true statement that Eric made. That was not a lie. And maybe you need to find that out before you call a person a liar. But it seems like there's been a reunion of naysayers on the radios, and all they want to do is just criticize everything. This city cannot move forward unless we have leaders that are going to work together. I'm willing to do that. I think we need to quit pointing fingers, and we need to start working together for the good of the city. And industry is at fault as well, because they criticize stuff. They're mad. They're like a bunch of titty babies because they didn't get their desal plant. And it has to stop. You're still getting water. We're not looking at curtailment right now. We've looked at lots of sources of water, and we need to come together and quit complaining. I think you've just been spoiled. So I'm sorry, but I'm just tired of it, because we're destroying our city. If we don't get it together, our city's not going to make it. And this Wall Street Journal thing, I was asked for several interviews. I was asked for an interview to go on TV on South Texas politics, just like Mark. I refused to do it. I didn't want our city. I didn't want to be in the limelight and put our city in the limelight all over the nation. The state of Texas. Why would we do that? We're harming ourselves when we do it. We're not helping it. And all these interviews that you do with the Wall Street Journal and different papers, stop it. We don't need that. We're just focusing on us, and we shouldn't be doing that. We should be focused on moving the city forward, getting us water, and bringing us back together. This needs to stop. Thanks.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I wanted to circle us back to groundwater. Now, I said I want to be clear, because I used a few acronyms, like we used GMA, MAG, and I don't know if everybody understands what that is, right? So, I mean, we are in GMA 16, or Groundwater Management Area 16. A MAG is, I just think we need to make sure that we understand what these acronyms mean, like our Corpus Christi, ASR, Conservation District, Aquifer Storage Recovery. There's certain acronyms that we're using that maybe we understand what they are, but not everybody does. So let's make sure that we, when we come with Steve Young, that we do a little bit of pre-work before he speaks, so we can understand some of this.
Yeah, we're meeting with them Friday, Councilman.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, I went and looked at it, and so I just want to make sure that we're on this. We're speaking the same language. Okay. And that we understand, the terminology. Because how many people understand what an acre foot of water is?
No. Right.
Right. So. Apples to apples, oranges to oranges. So we're all speaking the same language, and we all understand what we're saying. With regards to, everything that's happened, I ask that you focus on the water that you can get us the quickest. The Evangeline and the wastewater used for industrial purposes. If we can focus on those, we can avoid curtailment, and we can focus on the longer term issues, whether it be some form of desal, Harbor Island, Barney Davis, whatever that may be. We can work on those, but we need to make sure that we don't go into curtailment, because I don't want to affect industry, and I don't want to affect people, and I want to get people to water their lawns again. Right? And so let's focus on the low-hanging fruit. I understand that there's some, things that we fight about, and that's okay. I'm on the radio too. But I want to make sure that we're all going in the same direction to avoid curtailment. And that's what I'm asking you to focus on, the low-hanging fruit to get us at water so we can, because then we can fight on what's for the future for another day, but we need to work together to avoid curtailment. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilman, thank you. And I think I have to commend, though, because they have been doing that. And they have been very innovative. You and your staff and Drew Pryor, Peter, everybody everyone's laser focused. And this council is too. But, you got to keep your eye on the ball moving forward, because moving forward is going to be here before we know it. I mean, just as it is today. So anyway, thank you for your comments. Councilwoman Campos, and then we're going to go ahead and adjourn, and then we'll have 30 minutes before public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so back to the basics. That's what I wanted. And thank you. Back to groundwater. But even before groundwater, can we go back to conservation? When are we going to discuss or update a conservation plan? Because that is a low-hanging fruit, and we can address a lot of things and save water for everyone. So when are we going to have that discussion?
Sure, Councilwoman. So I've worked with staff to focus on updating the conservation plan. We are working on that, and I'm going to what are we thinking, Esteban, for a draft, probably the next month? Yeah. So we've done a lot of work so far, and again, I guess I want to reiterate, just because it's not in this presentation doesn't mean we're not working on it.
Okay, because, I get emails and suggestions all the time of what we can do to conserve not just residents, but industry and commercial. So I'm excited, and I want the people to participate in the discussion and to make sure that we incorporate some of those ideas. So again, we're thinking when? November?
So we're hoping to have an updated draft to review in approximately a month. So, and I'll keep everybody updated on that.
Conservation plan, Nick?
The conservation.
The updated conservation.
We do want to get robust community engagement.
That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm.
So it probably 2 months before it's completed, but.
No, correct. We'd like to have an initial draft, and then we would set up engagement.
I would do it.
No, I would do the opposite. I would do the opposite, Nick. I would get suggestions from the public. Try to incorporate those into your plan, and then bring it back to council.
That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We'll map that out.
Yeah. We still have to talk, we're focused, like Hernandez said, on getting water right now.
Right.
We are freeing up time these next 2 months 2 to 3 months to get organized to redo. We do have a conservation plan. It's on our website.
Right, but
we do need to encourage the community to revisit it and look at it. And we're going to be getting some media releases out on some social media to remind people, it's there today. But getting the community re-engaged and giving us new ideas, that's what's going to happen these coming months.
Okay.
Yes, Councilwoman.
All right.
Okay.
And I'm going to back that up, because the last thing, and I know y'all are pulled in 1,000 directions, but we've been talking about this conservation plan for years. And I know. And so I'm going to suggest, Peter, if we can't, we don't have the capacity, because we are in a situation where we're looking for water now, we're looking for water in the next, for 5 years plus, then bring someone on contractually to work on this conservation plan, because that conservation plan is going to be a part of the next 12 months. It really is. It really is. I know Esteban knows that, and I know y'all are pulled in 1,000 directions, but Sylvia, it's a low-hanging fruit. It is community engagement in helping in for us not going into curtailment, and it's going to be needed. It is going to be needed. It really is. When you do the math, it's going to be needed. So I would say, I don't know, bring someone on to say, hey, we don't have the capacity, work on the conservation plan, or I don't know how you could do it, but
yeah, Mayor, so staff had brought someone on ahead of me becoming interim. So that is, we brought an independent person on. So now, as the city manager said, we're ready for that input. The input from the community. So it's important, and we want to move forward.
We just want to see something, a real plan that can actually make an impact. Did you have one last thing?
No, I think I'm okay. Thank you. I appreciate that, and thank you for acknowledging, and thank you, Peter, that we do need input first from the community so that we can incorporate all these ideas into, a really robust, productive, conservation plan for the future.
Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned. Oh, the meeting's not adjourned. Recess, that's right, we're recessing for about 25 minutes.
The previous qualifiers for me is found a female with a pink bralette with a blue jean shorts.
Yeah, it's going to be a truckload.
270, I'm in route. And then also a Hispanic male with a black shirt. I was in and out.
Anyway, this is a female 40, Lizette Arredondo, 5'1", white and black hair, dark complexion. She was arguing with her husband, so she trying to take her phone away. I've seen outside of the club. In contact with the employee who was inside. She did advise access 739 Wildly Mine Toxic a lethal location.
That was served.
One way location.
Bevo PD to B County SO PSAP radio check. 7400 Everhart, Henry King Victor 2586.
7400 Everhart, Henry King Victor 2586. 10-4.
BCSO to Bevo PD, loud and clear.
And Charlie, so testifying 4 priority 4s, 1 or priority 3s, 1 priority 4. Patrol lot 1 is going to have 1 priority 3. Four threes, 1 4 on 3, and 1 3 on 4.
I'm 205 that call and 37. The mouse he's out there, he's homeless. The roadway is not a hazard.
37 northbound at exit 5, 37 northbound at exit 5, work off the fire dispatch at 17 and 6.
They've never received.
41 town location.
I'm 3141. Can I get a Bishop case number? 1 ready, please.
Did you get a 27 yet?
Negative.
10-4, standby.
It's going to be Bishop number Bravo T50236, Bravo T50236. No, medic's already checked him earlier. He's just fine. He's got 1 leg. He's got his wheelchair out there with him. He's just out there exercising on the ground. We've already made contact with him. Never, I'm looking up.
445 finished.
No. I'm 3141.
Night. Team during contact with the subject. Everybody's no medic needed. I'll show you clear.
10-4.
Terrifying. Terrifying.
Four 8806969 4880 6969. No subject gonna be there out of Corpus.
Image 32. Probably on Charlie 29 school. To the advice.
10-4.
A lot of good write-ups. And, I appreciated that, but he was make Argentina great again. It worked. I actually sent him some hats for his early part of the campaign, and then he called me. He wanted a lot more, and I said, "When does it stop? When will it stop?" And it stopped with him winning, and he's become very popular, and he's on the verge of a breakthrough. I think he's really on the verge of tremendous economic success, and I know that Scott Bessent is helping, and our great Scott is doing the job, and he feels very strongly about it. And Scott, do you want to say just a couple of words about that, please?
Yes, sir. The president is fighting 100 years of bad economic history and policy, and it is
both presidents. Both. You're fighting bad. I thought he was talking about the U.S. president when he said
and there's a midterm election coming up. We think he's going to do quite well and then continue his reform agenda. Mr. President, as you said, President Obama had a big opportunity during his term, which he wasted. Many governments in Latin America went center-right, and the U.S. ignored them. We are not going to ignore our allies. It is economic strength. We're using our economic strength to create peace, just as you've done all over the world. And
Adam 305. Yeah, 220.
I'll be out on a female, 69 access.
305.
305.
Never.
$23. Four 3 Sam, you clear 412 call. You can log them off.
Unit 2.
King Simple.
35 tornado now.
Sure, están talking about like another property, Diana Jimenez. Harpy's gonna be a black Dodge flatbed at the corner,
Please
waiting for
call
a contact.
McDonald's, Staples, and Leopard 3745 of Staples.
316,
Please roll up industry not in progress. I think it happened yesterday between two employees.
County Jail and out to
The RC sends you the manager. She's requesting to do it for you.
Sir, come across.
26.6, 26.6.
10-4.
Item 220, females on our way, I'm clear. Q23.
10-4.
Traffic.
Yeah, goes 245 here.
Major, Green, Major. David, on side 1716.
$522, I'll call you right back. Delta 385 for trespass at the Port Air Shopping Center, 4138 errors, 4138 errors. Contact Scott Security. Reference the subject as CTW at the location found on Michigana as panic mode with a white beard, white shirt, gray shorts.
Both units were 10-4.
Delta 220, I had one belt female with East Canal custody.
Sir, nothing window line custody.
270, we got a vehicle? Alright, 10-4. Check it out.
3993.
Tell the jury, yes or no, were you required to inform the dispatcher that Melissa Perez was a mental health in progress?
Well, this is on general manual, yes.
Okay, so is your answer yes?
Yes.
You failed
follow the general manual, didn't you?
I guess, yes.
All right. And because you failed to follow the general manual, your fellow officers did not know. These gentlemen sitting over here, these three defendants did not know by reading the key card that Melissa Pettis was going to be emergency detained. There's nothing in the key card that indicates that she was paranoid, nothing that indicated that she was hearing voices or that the FBI was following her, correct?
Oh, yes, sir. There wasn't.
There was nothing there in the key card, right?
Just whatever was, as far as the actual key card, but I didn't put any of that stuff in there.
Okay, and because you didn't put that in there, no one knew that's what was happening, correct?
Yes, but the thing is when we...
Okay, so the answer is yes. All right, so, now,
Adam 220. I'll be interrupted at disturbance.
33, can we get a record to this location? To this location?
Adam 220, Tipper. Adam 230, Shelter with them at 140 Castlewood, 140 Castlewood.
Over.
100 block of North Rochelle with Texas Victor X-Ray Town 1878. Victor X-Ray Town 1878.
Woody and route. 10-4, thank you. $2120 traffic.
2120 location.
Evo Park in Yorktown. King Paul Lincoln 7353.
And that's a 245 for that suspicious 3609 Mimosa, 3609 Mimosa. No, 25. Around.
Dispute that, correct?
Excuse me?
If your body worn camera shows you were standing there at 12:48:11 in front of the bushes, in front of the retaining wall, by the curb, in front of a white Nissan, and by a Ford pickup truck backed in, you wouldn't dispute that, would you?
Oh, no, sir.
All right. And you reviewed your body camera, and you know that's true, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you review your front co-band?
No, sir.
All right. If I were to represent to you that your front co-band shows Officer Ramos driving around engine 36 past your car and coming to a stop right where you were standing at 48:11, would you agree with me that your cover showed up before you walked away from the firefighters?
It's on the code band.
So you don't dispute. So you had no excuse for walking Melissa Bettis away from 3 firefighters in your cover 35 yards to your car, did you?
I know what?
Excuse. It's bad tactics.
Like I said, she was being compliant. She was
Okay, answer my question. Was it bad tactics to do what you did?
No, sir.
All right. So you would agree with me that you were standing in front of a white Nissan, right?
But I don't, if it's on the video, I mean, I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention to what vehicle was there.
Okay, well, whatever vehicle it is, you would agree with me, you were standing in front of a car, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and your cover parked directly behind the same car you were standing in front of, correct?
I'm guessing. I mean, like I said,
Guessing? You don't know?
I don't know exactly where he parked at.
You don't know?
No, I don't know exactly where he parked at.
All right, so aren't you supposed to be aware of your location of your cover officer on these types of calls?
Be what?
Aware of the location of your cover officer on these types of calls.
Yes.
All right, so there's no excuse, no reason why you didn't know that your cover officer was there 9 yards away from you, right?
I said I didn't see him.
You didn't see him.
No,
But there's
I didn't.
no excuse for not seeing him, is there?
I guess not.
All right, and had you seen him, you would have been able to walk directly to his car, correct?
Yes, sir.
You could have said to Melissa, have been able to, hey, go talk to my partner over directly to his car, correct? And
Yes, sir.
the two of you could have said to Melissa, have been able to, hey,
Yes, sir.
go talk to my, but instead you walk 35 yards away, and you said 10 yards or 15 yards, and the fact is it was more like 35 yards, correct?
I guess. I mean, I don't know exactly how far it was.
All right, so you didn't study your video, did you?
Yes, I did. I just didn't count my steps out.
All right, so let's talk about the use of force. Do you understand that you're trained on the use of force by San Antonio policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and one of the things that you have to take into consideration is that the San Antonio Police Department places greater value on human life than on the protection of, oh, wait a minute, let me reread this. The use of reasonable amount of force is authorized and appropriate.
Your Honor, I would object to him reading from something not in evidence. He wants to admit it. I don't have a problem from reading from an exhibit, but he can't just read something like that.
I'll rephrase. Would you agree with me that your training tells you that you should take into account federal statutes that to determine whether or not your force is unnecessary or excessive?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so, to your knowledge, in this case, there's been no violation of federal statutes that deal with unnecessary or excessive force, correct?
As far as when the whole situation?
Yes. There's been no finding that there's been a violation of federal statutes in terms of unnecessary or excessive force, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you would agree with me that you have what's called a use of force matrix, correct?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, and the use of force matrix basically says, and Mr. LaHood covered it well, but just to be sure, the use of force matrix authorizes you to meet deadly force with deadly force, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the use of force matrix labels the table the officer's perception of the suspect's actions, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does it mean in your understanding and your training, the officer's perception of the suspect's actions?
Whatever they feel that that they need to do to protect themselves.
All right, and you understand that sometimes another person standing 20 yards away may not see what someone up close sees, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now, one of the things that I don't believe has been introduced into evidence, you would agree with me, the width of that patio was 6 feet, correct?
I'm not sure exactly, but
You would
not
agree
sure
with me,
exactly.
that sounds about right.
Probably, yeah.
All right.
Too big.
And you remember at a point in time that at 2:02, at 2 o'clock, 2 minutes, about 1 or 2 seconds, Villalobos and Albert Flores go over the patio rail. You recall that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Nathaniel Villalobos was able to go over the rail.
Showing 2015
4526 Wood River.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then Sergeant Alfredo Flores straddled the rail kind of like a horse, right?
Yes, sir.
And he turned counterclockwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he turned counterclockwise and set foot on the patio inside the rail, between the window and the rail, he was facing away from the window. You agree with that, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so when he was facing away from the window, he was unable to see Melissa Bettis come charging at that window with a hammer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
So when Sergeant Flores stepped over that rail and was standing between the rail and the window, Melissa Bettis came charging at a distance of probably 12 feet in less than a second and had the hammer raised, correct?
Yes, sir.
You saw that?
I didn't initially see it exact.
You saw it on your camera,
Oh, on
right?
the camera, yes.
There's no doubt it's on your camera.
Oh, yes, sir.
So you know it happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And when she got to the window, she did this, hit the window, and when she hit the window, the head of this hammer was 3 to 5 feet away from the back of Alfred Flores' head, right?
But I'm not sure exactly how far it was.
Would you agree, roughly speaking, 3 to 5 feet?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the way that she was running, and the way that she was swinging. Have you seen the movie The Patriot with Mel Gibson, where he throws the tomahawk at the British soldiers?
Yes, sir.
All right. She was swinging the hammer like that, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know what happened to the British soldier in the movie Patriot, right?
Yes, sir.
What happened to the soldier?
Hit him in the head.
And what happened to him?
Died.
He died?
Oh, bleeding. Started bleeding. I'm not sure exactly.
Well, he suffered serious bodily injury.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly if he died or not, but yeah,
No doubt he suffered serious bodily injury or death, right?
yeah.
All right. So the distance that she was swinging the hammer, had she let go of that hammer, it could have hit Alfred Flores in the back of the head, like in the movie Patriot, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when she saw that, it was reasonable for Eleazar Alejandro to believe that his sergeant was about to die, right?
I mean, if that's what he saw. That's what he.
You don't have any problem with that being a reasonable belief, do you?
No.
So this jury can know that when Eleazar saw that hammer swing like that he was about to see his sergeant die, right?
That's what he saw. I mean,
And you have no information to say that was unreasonable, do you?
no.
All right. And Judge, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 6.06, which requires that peace officers have a duty to prevent injury and prevent death.
I don't take judicial notice of that.
I wonder if you want me to continue or not.
You can continue. Everybody okay on the jury? Okay. If any of you need a break, you let me know, please.
Now, there's a provision in your use of force, and by the way, you testified before the grand jury, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that not once did the prosecutors for the state reference General Manual Procedure 501?
Your Honor, the proceedings of the grand jury are secret, so I'll let you talk about what goes on in the grand jury.
I believe it goes to whether or not there's been a material omission or misleading of the by the state in this case. And also, he said he read his testimony in front of the grand jury, so we can use that to impeach him.
All right, can you approach?
Route 39.
135, you show Walmart code 4.
Traffic.
122 to
Available
135.
GPS in the Ingleside Aransas Pass area.
Table.
Route 39, do you copy?
Yeah.
You got it.
3G2 Victor, what's the traffic?
Max and receive.
Memory of Mark Lane.
Officer Rojas. Have any of these gentlemen over here ever shown you San Antonio Police Department General Manual Procedure 501, Response to Resistance?
I don't remember.
Would you agree with me that Procedure 501.07 talks about the use of deadly force, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it says an officer with reasonable belief his, her life, or the life of another person is in imminent danger.
Did not read from it without that. It's not over. It's offered evidence, no objection. What's the?
All right. I got an extra copy. I'll offer it into evidence. All right. Continuing to defense. Screen. Defense.
You said you're the defense, you're the state.
Continuing to the state. That's exhibit 23.
There's no objection.
Or if admitted?
Now, first witness.
Yes.
First thing I'm going to ask you is, do you recognize defendant's exhibit number 23?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree with me, before we talk about defense exhibit 23, that the San Antonio General Manual Rules and Regulations 3.01 and 3.28 require you to know the General Manual, and ignorance of the General Manual is no excuse?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're required to know this backwards and forwards, right?
We could always revert to it if we need to.
All right. But you're required to know it. Yes? All right. So I want you to go to page 4 of that procedure. All right. So you're required to know this backwards and forwards, right?
We could always revert to it if we need to.
All right. But you're required to know it. All right. Yes. Read at the bottom 501.07 and read through A. Read that out loud. All right.
This section applies to all forms of deadly force, regardless of the type of instrument or weapon used.
All right, so would you agree with me?
Read that out loud.
This section applies to all forms of deadly force, regardless of the type of instrument.
501.07
All right. So
A means that it applies to this type of weapon. And it's Exhibit 11.
Yes.
All right. Read B.
501.07.
The use of deadly force is authorized only to protect an officer or another person from what is reasonably believed to be an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury.
All right. And based upon your testimony, you stated that
The use of deadly
if this was going to be thrown tomahawk style, like the movie Patriot, Mel Gibson, where he kills the British soldier, that
All right. And based upon your testimony,
501.07A, I'm sorry, 501.07B
if this was going to be thrown tomahawk
would apply. You
like
agree with me?
the movie Patriot,
Read
Mel
number
Gibson,
1.
where he kills the British soldier.
An officer with reasonable belief his or her life or the life of another person is imminent danger is justified in using deadly force to preserve that life.
All right. So when I told you that the video shows that at 202.04 through 202.07 that Melissa Pettis comes charging at the window with the hammer, you agree that she appeared to be threatening the life of Alfred Flores. You would agree, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the use of deadly force would be authorized under 501.07B1 as that reads, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You would agree, correct? All right, so
And go to the next page.
Authorized under
Where read number 2.
501.07B1 as
Justification for the use of deadly force is determined by the facts known or perceived by the officer at the time deadly force is employed.
And all right. And would you agree with me that at the time that Eleazar Alejandro fired at 202.07 that you had not told him that Robert Ramos had antagonized Melissa Pettis?
All right. And would you agree with me that
him personally, no.
that Eleazar Alejandro fired?
Well, you didn't tell anyone that would allow him to know, correct?
You had not
All right.
told him
Read number 3.
Robert Ramos had antagonized Melissa Pettis.
You know, if an officer encounters an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury situation where they have to protect themselves or another person, the officer may use the means or tactic necessary to protect themselves or another person from the immediate threat.
Okay, so I'm going to read that again, and for those jurors taking notes, I hope they write this down.
Where they have to protect themselves.
Number 3 says in 501.07,
necessary to protect themselves or another person from the immediate
So I'm going to read that again for those jurors taking
and
notes.
it's on page 5 of
Number 3 says in 501.
Exhibit 23, Defendant's Exhibit 23, it says,
3.
if an officer encounters an immediate threat of death or serious bodily injury situation where they have to protect themselves or another person, the officer may use
If an officer encounters an immediate threat
or
of death
tactic
or serious bodily
necessary
injury
to protect
situation
themselves
where
or
they
another person
have to
from
protect
the immediate
themselves
threat. You agree that's what it
another
says?
person,
Yes, sir.
the officer
All right,
may
you ever played the game
use
rock, paper, scissors?
any means
yes, sir.
or tactic necessary to protect themselves
Understand?
or another person from the immediate threat.
Depending
You
upon
agree that's what it says?
what is played,
Right,
one
you ever
might
played
beat the
game
other
rock,
and
paper,
might lose
scissors?
to the other, right?
Yes, sir.
But if you had a game where the game was steamroller, rock, paper, and scissor, the steamroller would always win, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so would you agree with me that when this procedure says the officer may use any means or tactic necessary to protect themselves or another person from the immediate threat, that gives them permission to use a steamroller if they think their life is in danger, right?
Yes, sir.
it gives them permission to use a steamroller if they think another person's life is in danger, correct?
Yes, sir.
So whether or not you and Ramos messed up this call, blew up the call beforehand, and you know what it means to blow up a call, right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what it means to blow up a call.
Yes, sir. Pretty much make it more than what it is.
All right, and what happens when you blow up a call?
Excuse me?
What happens when you blow up a call?
It's made more than what it is.
And more than what it is, it makes you make things worse, right?
Pretty much make it more than what it is.
Yes. And so, if a group of officers blows up a call, doesn't tell officers that show up later, and they have to protect themselves, procedure 501.07 B3 permits them to defend themselves or a third person, right?
Yes, sir.
And it doesn't matter that someone else blew up the call without their knowledge beforehand, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned was that you didn't know whether or not Ramos' conduct violated the taser policy. I'm going to ask you, do you agree that the taser policy says that you can only test the taser once at the beginning of the shift?
Yes, as far as test, yes.
All right. And so a testing is a dry stun where you remove the taser and you spark it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you can only spark it once at the beginning of the shift, correct?
You can use that as a form of compliance also.
Okay. So he wasn't using it as a form of compliance on Melissa Pettis, was he?
I don't know what he was doing. Yes, sir. I mean,
Well,
she was
inside. She was inside the apartment, wasn't she?
Yes.
So he wasn't using it as a form of compliance, was he?
I guess not.
All right. So, and he sparked it about 8 times, right?
I'm not sure exactly how many times.
But he was sparking it at the dog, right?
Yes, sir.
And Melissa Pettis yelled, "That's animal abuse," right?
I don't know what she yelled.
Well, if it's on your transcript, if it's on your body camera, you don't dispute that, do you?
Yes, sir.
You dispute it or
no, I wouldn't.
All right. So if he was sparking it at the dog, taunting Melissa Pettis, he wasn't using it as a form of compliance, was he?
No, sir.
All right. And did you report him for violating policies?
No, sir.
All right. You know what CRM is?
No.
You never heard of crisis response to make sure that officers don't engage in misconduct or misbehavior? You're taught that in the academy, aren't you?
I don't know the acronym CRM.
All right, but you know that you're supposed to report misconduct, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, from the moment that Ramos was sparking his taser at the dog, he was engaging in misconduct, correct?
I suppose so.
And you didn't intervene and tell him to stop, cut that out, right?
There's a lot of things I was worried about.
Okay, that's not the question I asked. Whether you're worried about other things or not, you're supposed to stop misconduct, correct?
I suppose so. Yes, sir.
You failed to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't punished for failing to do that.
No, sir.
All right, and in fact, you showed up to IA as a non-respondent, correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell the jury what a non-respondent is.
It's so the non-respondent is I guess like a witness of what happened, witness to what happened. They ask you questions about the incident.
So you never had allegations of misconduct filed against you, right?
No, sir.
All right.
So the non-respondent is
one of the rules is you're supposed to tell the truth at all times, correct?
Yes, sir. They ask you questions.
And that's 3.02, correct?
I don't know exactly which one it is.
All right, and you omitted material information in your witness statement to night CID, didn't you?
Excuse me? Yes, sir.
You omitted material information in night CID, correct?
An actual report? Yes,
They took your statement.
Yes, a report.
All right, they took your statement. You didn't make a report, you gave a statement.
Yeah, I gave a statement.
All right, and you omitted that at 1:40,
An actual report?
50,
Yes, a report.
that
Yes, report.
Melissa Pettis charged at
Yeah, I gave a statement.
Jonathan Salinas with a hammer, correct?
Yes, sir.
You omitted that, didn't you?
Excuse me?
You omitted that in your statement, didn't you?
As far as her actually charging them? No, I didn't.
You didn't include that in your
No,
statement?
I didn't.
All right. And you understand that
Yes.
your training in the academy is that when an officer uses force, he's
As far as
entitled to
her actually charging them?
rely
No,
upon
I
the
didn't.
totality of the circumstances,
No, I
correct?
didn't. Oh, yes, sir.
All right? And that's all the information known to him. And not just at the moment force was used, but everything that he knew before he used force, correct?
Yes, sir.
So one of the things that Eleazar Alejandro knew,
Oh, yes, sir.
and these other gentlemen too, Nate Villalobos and Alfred Flores, they heard the radio transmission,
Yes,
the
sir.
E-tone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that that's reliable information that they could rely upon in deciding whether force was necessary, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what we know, even though you left it out of your witness statement, she charged and nearly struck Jonathan Salinas in the head, correct?
I don't know where, if she's nearly struck him in the head or anything like that.
All right. You want to think about that answer, or do you want me to show you something on the videos?
You can show it to me if you want. That's fine.
All right.
I don't know where, if she's...
Well, before I show it to you, do you agree with me? I'm going to read. We made a transcript of your body worn camera,
That's fine.
and I'm going to ask you whether you agree that certain things are true. All right, so would you agree that on your body camera you are heard at 01:40:35 saying you think you can open and Jonathan Salinas says the screen door, and you say at 1:40:37, yeah, that happened, right?
Yes.
All right. And so you're asking Jonathan Salinas to enter the residence, correct?
I never asked him.
So when you said, could you open the screen door,
Yes.
are you telling this jury that that's not a request that he enter the window?
Like I said, I didn't ask him.
Okay.
I never asked him.
Do you think a reasonable person...
It's a question.
I'm sorry?
It's a question.
All right. So why did you ask him if he could open the screen door?
Like I said, it's a question. Asked him a question.
All right. And then shortly afterwards, he jumped the railing.
It's a question.
You see that in the video, right?
Yes, sir.
And he stuck his head in the window, correct?
I believe he did, yes, sir.
You believe he did or he did?
Like I said, if you want to show me the video, I could watch the video.
You don't remember?
I don't remember.
Did the prosecutors ask you if you saw that?
Excuse me?
Did the prosecutors ask you if you saw that?
No, sir. Yes,
all right. So,
like I said, if you want to show me the video.
At 1:40:48, Melissa Pettis yells out, "Come in, come in, come in!" Right?
Yes, sir. Excuse me?
And then at 1:40:49, you yelled 4 times, "Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out." Hey, you said that, right?
Yes, sir.
And the reason you saw that is you saw Melissa Pettis charging at Jonathan Salinas with a hammer, right?
Yes, sir.
And she raised it above her head, didn't she?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And she hit the screen, and then the hammer came out the window, right?
Out the window?
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly how far it went out, or if it did.
Right. And then she swung it again, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
All right. So she swung it twice, right?
Yes, sir. Out the window?
and she swung it out the window the second time, right?
What do you mean off the window? Just, I'm not sure exactly what you're.
The head of the hammer came out the window, right?
I'm not sure exactly how far it went out, if it did go out.
But you recall it did go out the window, right?
Yes. What do you mean off the
Right,
window?
so she showed an intention to strike Jonathan Salinas with that hammer, right?
I'm not sure exactly how far it went out.
And you would agree that if you had not yelled, "Watch out, watch out, watch out," Jonathan Salinas' head would have still been inside that window, and she would have been able to hit him in the head with that hammer, right?
It's possible, yes. Yes. If he didn't see her, it's possible.
All right.
Or if he did see her, he could have moved out the way.
So when she swung the second time,
possible, yes.
he pulled his gun on her, didn't he?
If you didn't see her, yes, sir. It's possible.
And would you agree with me that you cannot pull your gun on someone unless deadly force is authorized, right?
Yes, sir.
So did you believe he committed a crime when he pulled his gun on her?
No, sir.
All right. He was justified, right?
Excuse me?
He was justified.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so when he pulled the gun on her, he said,
no, sir.
"You're gonna get shot." He said that at 1:40:52, right?
Yes, sir.
And then she said at 1:40:55, "Shoot me. You ain't got no warrant," right?
Yes, sir.
And then at 1:41:02, he gets on the radio.
Yes, sir.
And you can hear it on his body camera, you can hear it on your body camera, and you can hear it on everyone's body camera that showed up. What he said was, 340, I have one at gunpoint. She has a hammer. That's what he said, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, and he hit the E-tone when he said that, right?
I'm not sure exactly when he hit the E-tone.
But he hit the E-tone in response to the hammer attack, correct?
I believe so.
You believe so?
I'm not sure exactly when he hit it.
All right. But does it make sense that that's why he would hit the E-tone?
Yes. I'm not sure exactly when he hit the E-tone.
So we know that he hit the E-tone when she attacked him with the hammer, right? We can rely upon that.
I'm not sure exactly when. Yes, sir.
All right. So it wasn't because she threw the candle, right?
Yes, sir.
And the candle came much later, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the hammer attack happened first.
Yes, sir.
But your statement to CID didn't make that clear, did you?
No, sir.
And you didn't make that clear when you talked to the prosecutors, did you?
No, sir.
All right. So, and then at 1:41:09, you yell, "Watch out, bro, hey," right?
Yes, sir.
And after that, that's when she threw the candle, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so.
No, sir.
I'm wondering if I can set up my computer, or if this would be an appropriate time to break.
This would be a good time to break. Members of the jury, remember that the instructions I gave you, they're going to last until the conclusion of the trial. Tomorrow we do have a very large morning docket. I'm going to ask that you be here no later than 1 o'clock. And we'll start up again, 1 until the end of the day. See you tomorrow.
All right for the jury.
I'm wondering if I can set up my computer, or if this would be an appropriate time to break.
This would be a good time to break. Members of the jury, remember that the instructions I gave you, they're going to last until the conclusion of the trial. Tomorrow we do have a very large morning docket. I'm going to ask that you be here no later than 1 o'clock. And we'll start up again, 1 until the end of the day. See you tomorrow.
All right for the jury.
Maybe see it? What exhibit number is she?
Last exhibits we have published here.
No, tennis fence going.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Late Show. I'm your host, Stephen Colbert. You know what? I gotta tell you, you know what? I feel exactly the same way. I'm so happy.
One of those guys on the mini-bike look like Brandon. Yeah, 330, that's sure. That's just the GPS was bad over at 3701 Sumster, 3701 Sumster, contact Paul. 1050, who's the ERP?
Dispatch from lifeguard 2. Please show all lifeguards out of service.
So, do you have a phone number? Charlie, 210 clear, we're coming.
Just 5246 River, apartment H201. RP Corey Gonzalez for I think her 30-year-old daughter saying she wants to kill her. There's a baby in the residence. Line disconnected.
Dispatch Mike 12. Where is he? We're thinking of comments. Go 245 in there. There you go.
That got me. Now the same APL3. Case number is going to be 04730473.
Rockfield, apartment 204.
1901 Rockfield 204.
Delta 380, you can make any other.
Extremely dry. And so if you look at this chart explaining SPI numbers, basically that means you could expect to see a drought like this 2 to 5 times a century, which to me is kind of surprising because I feel like this has kind of like been the most significant drought that we've ever dealt with. So it seems like it'd be more rare than that, but I don't know. So then I kept looking into it and I found this paper from our state climatologist, Dr. Nielsen Gammon. It's titled The Unprecedented Drought Challenges for Texas Water Resources in a Changing Climate. It's really good. I highly recommend anyone that's interested to check it out. The key points are that water stakeholders should prepare for future droughts that will be unlike past droughts, and that information available from climate projections usually don't align with the details needed for water planning. And so basically kind of need to bridge that gap in order to plan better for drought in the future. So this is how much rain has changed in the past century. For our watershed, it's been kind of neutral. And then the second chart is how much temperature has changed every decade since the 70s. And so here in Nueces County, apparently it's gotten 0.7 degrees hotter every decade, which is kind of crazy. So this chart is soil moisture and how it's going to go down in the future because temperatures are projected to keep going up. This chart is soil moisture chart and how it's going to go. One. This is basically an exercise to see how reliable your reservoirs are for future droughts. So red is droughts for the first half of the century, and blue is for the second half of the century, and then the lines is different demand scenarios. And so that second chart on the bottom shows the reliability. Anyways, you know, I don't want us to be known as a city that doesn't have a reliable water supply, so I think something like this could be kind of cool, something we could do with water planning groups and the Council of Governments. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Robin Cox.
Hi, I'm Robin Cox, District 3. And I had several calls this morning about a radio show where several council members were basically trashing other council members. I think it's pretty sad, too, like Rachel said, when y'all look for other places to discredit the people you work with. I don't know if any of you have played sports. Looking at some of you, I'm going to say no. So when you play sports, you're going to play with people that you don't like. And your weakest link is going to be the best person on your team. And you've got to learn, and you never trash the other people that you're playing with or work with. So, you know, I'd be careful when you start looking at other places to trash people, because unless some of your backgrounds are pretty clean, and as far as, like she said, Nelda, I remember some pretty bad water boils under that administration. So I'd be very careful on who I grouped with. You know, in the words of Martin Luther King, why must a brother bring another brother down just to rise himself to the top? I think so many of you are smelling blood in the water and looking more to the mayor's race and which one of you can be next, instead of working on the problem we have now, which is water. And as far as being for desal, I think we all need water. I'm for desal, but I'm for my health more. And I'm for the environment more, and for the fishing guides. So like Rachel said, we're for it as long as it's shipped out and we can be safe. Our water bills are already so costly. I keep thinking I may have to get another job at Bass Pro Shop. I keep putting my application in, but they keep telling me that they've decided not to come here. Or I don't know what happened to so many false campaign promises, but then I put it in at Costco, and man, they said they're not coming either. So I don't know what's happening, but I hear some of the people get up and speak, and everyone knows I have a good friendship with one council member here, and I'm quickly forming another one with another council member, but neither one of them pay me a dime. I listen to them and I talk to them because I care about this city. It's not to get a hit piece done on another one of y'all. And I want this city to prosper, no matter who the mayor is. And I think one of the things that I like the most right now, we've got Democrats and Republicans working very strongly together on the desaling. You know what that spells? When Democrats and Republicans work together, it spells trouble for the rest of y'all, because we're piping mad right now. We've got water bills we can't pay. We wonder where water's coming from. When this problem started, not with this council, with the council back. So stop trying to attack each other and work together. It's embarrassing to all of you, and if you're reaching out to other people to write something on, be very careful, like I said, because somebody could go Harper Valley PTA on each and every one of y'all. So let's all try and work together for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Harrelson.
Hi, City Council. My name is Hannah Harrelson, resident of Corpus. Congratulations, Corpus Christi. The very last unobstructed view of Corpus Christi Bay from Ocean Drive has officially been ruined at Swantner Park. Roughly 25 towering and unsightly light poles now stand in between all Corpus Christians who visit Swantner Park daily to enjoy the gorgeous view that was once panoramically perfect at arguably the most beautiful park on the bayfront. 25 new light poles at the cost of $76,000. I have lived in Corpus for over 3 years now. When people ask me if I like it here, my immediate answer is yes, followed with, I get to walk my dogs at the bay every day. My husband and I chose our house because of its proximity to the bay, specifically Swantner Park. I constantly get from others that live here, I would love to be in the Bay Area and live closer to the water. The Bay is the city's biggest asset. It is a blessing. This lighting project seems to have had no forethought by city planning, no consideration for what a park actually is. Parks are synonymous with beauty. The goal should be to keep them beautiful. Call me old-fashioned, but statuesque LED light poles that emit harsh and unnatural lighting do not translate to beauty. It's the exact opposite. I'm a millennial. My generation and Gen Z are starved for beauty, whether it's the architecture of a building or the preservation of city parks. Check out TikTok or Instagram and videos go viral begging for architecture of the past, specifically for park benches and street lamps that don't look straight out of a communist country. Architecture is a reflection of the culture. My generation wants to look at things that are beautiful. We want a beautiful society. We want to live in beautiful places, ones that don't feel dystopian. reason, to walk to our parks and see beauty, not our precious tax dollars blocking our view. These lights truly disgust me because of the lack of thought and respect for preserving what is good and beautiful. I've been to other coastal communities in the U.S. The last thing they do is stick Walmart parking lot lights in between their citizens and their best asset, the water. Why is Corpus Christi acting different? If safety is a true concern, low-profile, natural-colored lighting that blends into its surroundings is an option. I've seen it, and I've seen it done beautifully. This is a complete lack of care and planning and consideration for our city. God blessed us through his beauty and nature. It should be ours to enjoy. It's up to us and you, City Council, to preserve it. City Council, please consider correcting this grave mistake. Take ownership of this lack of forethought by taking these lights down to restore what Swantner Park was just 2 weeks ago. Everyone I've spoken with on my walks did not want this. We would all much rather have that $76,000 go toward fixing all the potholes we have to drive over in South Alameda to get to HEB. Thank you for your time. City Council's consideration would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Ms. Harrelson. Christina English.
Christina English, District 1. My comment today pertains to the council-appointed library board. A few months ago, the community came together by the thousands to stand up for democracy and speak out against fascism. There was a counter-protest that day in the form of a 3 to 6 vehicle Trump train. The small number of people participating was actually really encouraging. Good people absolutely outnumber fascists in this community. What was upsetting was that our library board chair, Pat Craig, was in it. Protesting
Objection.
freedom
Mayor,
and
objection.
democracy.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, can you hold on one sec?
My time,
Yes,
please.
objection, Mayor.
222 is where I'm at.
Rebecca, can you hold the time, please?
Yes, commentator mentioned an individual name.
It's a public official, and I'm saying it's in their capacity as a public official. And I'm not allowed to talk to them directly, I believe, but I can say, I can talk about things that they've done.
If individual names cannot be mentioned.
Okay, I just won't mention them. We know who the library board chair is. What was upsetting was that our library board chair, who will not be named, was in it, protesting freedom and democracy and standing in support of the most anti-academic and anti-intellectual administration this country has ever suffered. This prompted me to check their social media, and boy, is it a doozy. Library board chair posted on Facebook in support of banning Anne Frank's diary, the graphic adaptation. The post claimed that the graphic novel based on the diary of a young girl added LGBTQ spice to the story. The post implied that Anne Frank's story was being changed, her memory somehow diminished by the woke left trying to queerify everything. It also implied that the inclusion of LGBTQ themes were damaging to young readers because a 12-year-old could never understand the feelings of another 12-year-old. The passage in question, Thursday, January 6, 1944, unconsciously I had these feelings even before I came here. Once, when I was spending the night at Jackie's, I could no longer restrain my curiosity about her body, which she'd always hidden from me and which I'd never seen. I asked her whether, as proof of our friendship, we could touch each other's breasts. Jackie refused. I had also a terrible desire to kiss her, which I did. Every time I see a female nude, such as the Venus in my art history book, I go into ecstasy. Sometimes I find them so exquisite I have to struggle to hold back my tears. If only I had a girlfriend. This is taken directly from Anne's handwritten diary. I'm here today to let the council, my community, and the library board know that the chair was wrong. It's my understanding that the chair is an educated person capable of research. She either intentionally posted harmful misinformation or took no care in determining the factuality of the post. Either way, we cannot have such careless behavior from the people we place in these important positions. Library board appointments are coming, and I'm asking you to please put thought into the people you choose for those important positions. And thanks to the chair, for putting me on that passage. A 12-year-old me would have really benefited from reading it, but at least I'm able to share it here today, and I'm thankful for that.
Thank you, Ms. English. Henry Williams.
Henry Williams, District 1. To the mayor, to the council, city manager, city secretary, let me say that I conduct a prayer meeting the third Thursday of each month. And we have been doing this now for the past 29 years. And we have seen in our city the quality of life increase continually. And we're dealing with the problems that we deal with in our city. They're a reflection upon how we deal with these problems, or a reflection upon ourselves. And we must remember who we are as a people. Corpus Christians, we are the body of Christ. And whether you sit there or whether you sit back here, it's important that we conduct ourselves respectfully and properly toward each other. What is most important for me in attending the public speaking meetings, it's important. Well, the Bible says that life and death is in the power of the tongue. The words that we speak can either build or they can pull down. And we must be people who speak words of building and words of life. If we will come together, no matter what the problem happens to be, we can solve these problems and cause our city to live up to the meaning of its name, the body of Christ. And that's who we are. We are the body of Christ, and we must begin, indeed, to be that, both among each other, in our city, our state, and throughout this nation. There will be a prayer meeting this Thursday at the police department, the 5th floor auditorium. And we've been doing this for many years. And I would invite you all, and for you, who are, if prayer is a part of your life, come and pray for our city, for our state, for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Williams. Eli McKay.
My name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful Uptown, District 1, but most importantly on the land of the Karankawa and the Lipan Apache peoples. I do appreciate the city manager's highlights on the good news items on the agenda presented first thing today. With so much negativity in the world, it's nice to hear about positive things happening right here in our own neighborhoods in District 1.
Can I have your receipt? 334. Show me 10-7 as well.